Hello. Wait, hold on, I don't have a thing up. I'm very professional, don't worry. 1 second. There we go. Now I have a little dude there. Now you have a visual representation of me. All perfect and spherical until I get an actual, like, thing commissioned. But, hello everyone. Welcome to a bit of a different stream than what I usually do. This one is not going to be a blind playthrough of anything. This is going to be me going over Of the Devil, Episode 0. Again, I've played it already. There is a recording of it somewhere, but the audio is kind of shit for it. So I'm just sort of re-recording this as a blind. I'm enlightened. I'm an enlightened individual. I wanted to go over it. What was the game called again? Doesn't work on me. I wanted to go over it again, give some opinions on the design of the game. I might have people hop in if they ask in chat or not, if they want to share their opinions or whatever, really. But for now, let's... Yeah, okay, so what I found, I didn't know that these were here, but I did find little design things for the game. I feel like you usually should beat the game first and then show it, but I don't know. I just wanted to look at them. I thought they were cool. Or actually, you know, this might be blind for some. I'm stupid. I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna pivot. We'll save this for after. I've changed my mind. I'm very fickle. My voice is a little bit crusty, it sounds like, but my allergies, they're kicking my ass. Hold on. We're just gonna go straight into Of the Devil. We'll do all that, then we'll look at this after. I'm a fool. I apologize for the indecisiveness of my actions. Hold on 1 sec. I'm gonna pivot it over real quick, and then we can get into... not have it open. Because as previously mentioned, I am a fool. Hold on. I've heard that's a good remedy too as well. Same, I've heard only good things for that. It's been a while. You haven't used that on me in a while. It's an oldie but a goodie. Oh, it's already up. Okay, good. I'm professional. It's all here. This is a work of fiction. The game uses an autosave feature. Do not quit while you can see this icon. Very informative. So, I mean, right off the bat, I think I gotta keep it. Like, I gotta give him credit for just the atmosphere and design immediately. I'm a sucker for this kind of thing. I forget if it has a name, but if I recall, it's just dot thing, like the optical illusion thing with like the little dots over it. It makes it look like it's getting smaller, but they're staying the same size or something like that. I forget if that's a thing, and I might be going schizophrenic. Let me turn this up a bit. I'm a big fan of it. I'm already a big fan of Cyberpunk. I'm working on that for an upcoming D&D project as well, and this world is very interesting, as you'll see once we delve a little bit deeper into it. I did play through this already. I got all the bonuses. I have all the stuff. We'll experience the whole shebang here. Don't worry. We'll get into it. The voice acting might not be the very best that I can produce, but it should be enjoyable regardless, I think. I hope. Just hop into the new game. Rain sizzles off neon above me. There should be more, you know. The summer shower creates a noted uptick in the flickering of holograms down the street, and a slight blunting of the night's ambience. Emphasis on It's light. Lights, cameras, and constant noise. The city's got insomnia, the uneven heart rate to prove it. There's no escaping the secondhand nervous energy of it all, but I'm funny acclimated. Just a wave of worries cresting on the surface while I hold my breath deep below. Besides a microdose of nightlife anxiety suits my mood just fine. Alright, here it comes. You ready for the edit? You ready? About to go hard. As if I'm not careful. There it is. Look at that. Cinema. Absolute cinema. This client of mine's gonna die in jail. So right off the bat, I gotta say, opening-wise, really good. Like, the way that it's framed, you get a little introduction to the world. Now you know it's cyberpunk, you know what sort of world it is, you know what sort of the general vibe that you're getting with it right off the bat. Usually, like in mystery games, I think the big opener is to just show the kill. Like because that's usually where like most mystery games come from, is showing the body, and then, or the kill, the action, something heavily related to the crime itself. While this game is much preferring to show off the world first as the opener, and then the line right here, "This client of mine's is gonna die in jail," is immediately like, oh shit, okay, we're in it already. Shit's already happened. We're going down, and it gets you a little bit more excited with the. I've never been a big fan of showing off the kill right off the bat, of just showing the crime and everything, because I think the excitement is hearing about the crime, getting a little bit of an idea what people think about the crime, and then ultimately delving into and investigating the crime. Because if it is a weird crime scene, it makes it that much more impactful that you built it up, you set it up, you properly gave it attention before showing it off to the audience. This client of mine's gonna die in jail. Oregon. Criminal attorney. And I think we did learn from supplementary sources that her first name is Evangeline, I believe. I believe it's Evangeline. Evangeline. I can't hear that name without thinking about Mary Poppins. I'm assuming no relation. It's hard to get away with murders these days. People are still presumed innocent, at least on paper. But by the time they're in cuffs, there's hardly any shadows of doubt left. As this whole world's lit up, mapped out, never unknown, and always online. Whether it's incandescent or neon or hollow, whether it's LCD, LED, LSD, or just the nearest phone screen, there's light shining on every pixel on the map. Someone's always watching. Solitude's a rarity, anonymity is scarce, and criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. So you take whatever clients you can get. You don't balk at public defender work, no matter the hour. And should you find yourself in one of the last dark, quiet corners left in the world, well, smoke 'em if you got 'em. Good shit. Another thing, like, as much Ace Attorney, near and dear to my heart, love it with all my heart, it's still very hard to justify a lot of crimes going unsolved, especially when it starts getting into the more futuristic aspect of it. I'm talking mainly like Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice and those games. Original Trilogy applies. I can't fully exclude it, but it's most prominently bad in the Yamazaki directed games. But in this world, I appreciate that in the cyberpunk setting, they are bringing attention to the fact that getting away with a crime is not that easy at all, actually. It's very difficult. Everything would be monitored, highlighted, and as you'll see further as we get deeper into the case, you'll see just how far it goes into automation, observation, and how they are handling the world as a whole. I like it quite a bit. I won't spoil too much for the new people, but we'll see. Not that there's much else I can do until my phone. You gotta love the anime lines. Classic for any mystery visual novel. You gotta have your little anime lines. Counselor, your public defender contract has been approved. You are expected at the 254th Precinct. Present your ID at the door to enter. Arrive at least 15 minutes early. Ugh. I'll try. Looks like the paperwork came through. It's nearly 3:15 now. 90 minutes since I took the job. Probably makes it about 2 hours since they finally got smart enough to ask for a lawyer. If they're really smart, they'll have used that time to get some rest. Because now that I'm here, they're gonna get busy. Episode 0. And he shall appear. .3D environments in this game also very nice. I gotta give compliments there as well. Something about it is just very... I don't know how to describe it, I just like it. It's very Zero Escape, I guess would be the best comparator I have to that. And I'm a big fan of Zero Escape's design. Precinct 254. It's... goddamn ghost town. With nothing but a hologram for a welcoming party. And we see, if you've been watching in Murders on the Yangtze River, they as well have a log as well for keeping track of interesting terms and mechanics as well. So now we have a new search term. We have holograms, which I gotta give credit. Again, they make it very much in-universe UI. You get your phone you pick up, its UI looks very nice, it's very pretty, it's very nice to go through and type through. I love it, I'm a big fan. And even the search terms, instead of just giving you the data outright, it gives you the data as if you searched about it in universe, and that's cool. Enabled by specialized projectors or mediums like conductive resin, holograms are graphic displays that appear three-dimensional to the human eye when viewed from any part of a face range of at least 180 degrees, an effect known as the Watterson illusion phenomena. It'd be crazier if you could, like, click on these and get so many different, like, a bunch of different search terms and stuff. Originally patented in late 2059, Watterson's phenomena was initially used exclusively in the adult entertainment industry. Holograms did not become widely adopted as an advertising tool until the much maligned Holoday season of 2061, after which laws restricting the presence of holograms in public spaces were passed with uncharacteristically universal support. We're sorry to see that you've installed a subroutine on this device to disable and highlight our recommended premium external links. We understand your drive for personalization, but unauthorized tech impacts our ability to serve you the best, most relevant information possible. Consider disabling your subroutine so we can serve you a more tailored browsing experience. Very charming. I find it very charming. I forget to it. Did I get the little bonuses? I forgot if I did get my... Hold on, let me put my charms on. Look at that. Messed up, no orange phone case. Come on, worst game ever made. Absolutely unplayable. Get the Fran one too. I'll keep the Morg. There we go. The Morg phone. I'm here about homicide. High clearance rates be damned. I think they treat it with a little more gravitas. But whatever. If I'm that unimportant, they've got no right to complain if I take my sweet time getting checked in. And I should take my time. Information's like cash in my line of work. You gotta spend it to make it. And if you're flat broke, no one will give a shit what you have to say. So let's see if I can't poke around and shake some change loose. You'll earn credits for investigating anything and everything you can. Now this, I have more to say on this matter, but for now I'm gonna let it go through because we'll see later. We'll see later. I'll explain why, but I am very happy to see a mechanic like this in the game. Don't go broke. Look at that card. Put it in the edit. Perfect. An actual police lineup. It's like I walked into a museum. Though museums tend to feel expensive and clean. Dusty, forgotten, probably lots of unpacked boxes. This homicide department's more like an attic. Hard to believe they were ever so busy that they had witnesses making IDs in the lobby. Well, then again, it's hard to believe they were ever doing lineups in the first place. Are you certain? Wasn't it dark? Did you know that during a traumatic event's memory formation is blah blah blah? Poking holes in that setup must have been like shooting fish in a barrel. All during billable hours. There's no room to sow doubt anymore. Not when a modded witness can just submit their testimony as a video recording. Assuming the phone didn't automatically file a police report for them. Again, setting up the fact that in this world, crime is a very difficult thing to commit without being caught, and that's why I am especially excited to see how we have, if it's following the Ace Attorney formula, how we have 4 or 5 other crimes that's going to be investigated throughout the course of this story, though I don't know that for sure. I don't know what their design is like. There we go. I forget, did they add a... I could have sworn they add a search everything mode? I might be mistaken. I thought there was like a hotkey that they had for... I thought they did. Never mind. I must be mistaken. I thought they had set up a like a Danganronpa-esque like highlight everything in the room deal. High traffic hallways, utilitarian furnishings, multiple screening stations. Pragmatic brutalism, so textbook it could teach freshman level architecture. You can almost hear the building drone on and on about concrete and iron and hard right angles. The civil planning equivalent of battle scars. From a fight won so long ago that they're starting to look ridiculous. I'm sure it was all very imposing back when it was built, but walking in here now with the crime rates where they are is like a hospice ward for heavy-headedness, heavy-handedness. I can read, don't worry. I just can't read good. A datapad. I'm in Aldabite. The portable lightweight electronic devices known as datapads have no significant internal storage capabilities and can only display what is streamed to them from local networks. Originally marketed as replacement for the ecologically wasteful newspapers, magazines, and flyers, datapads quickly became infamous for difficulty and expense involved in recycling them once their limited lifetime components expired. It wasn't until they were rebranded as ideal for privacy and security that datapads found success in the private and public sectors, where their ability to display location-locked content helped corporations minimize data leaks and give their advertisements targeted geographic relevance. Today, datapads are a mainstay of high-traffic public spaces and virtual physical hybrid workplaces, despite remaining unpopular with most environmentalists and bibliophiles. I hate the word bibliophiles. I hate any word that ends in files. I feel like, I obviously, you have the big one everyone always says, but like, I hate that suffix so much. It makes me squirm. Even when they're more advertisement than article, they can still be informative. In a flowery, roundabout, corporate propaganda sort of way. Been out for articles in the environment, they offer insight on the world around you and credit towards your investigation. Choose the proper takeaway after reading and you'll earn the additional bonus credit too. Okay, yeah, this is what I wanted to talk about. I really like this because there's a mechanic now where you need to read this article, you need to understand the main takeaways and purpose of it, and you get rewarded for doing so. Currently the only reward is like bonus content at the end. Which, I mean, it's something, like, I've thought about this a lot since I initially saw the mechanic in here. I guess, when it comes to, I'm gonna compare it to, like, Ace Attorney, or I guess Danganronpa would be similar, too. If you take damage, a lot of people would just choose to reload the save instantly and have, like, the full health. But this is what I don't know, I like the, I almost wish there wasn't a way to load back sometimes, because I like the threat and the intensity of being on your last legs and not knowing how to solve it and then just barely squeezing through. and that is in and of a reward itself. But this is also good as well by promoting investigation, by promoting doing good in the trial, quote unquote, I guess I'll say trial section for lack of a better word. You get a little bit of juice for it, and I like getting a little bit of juice. Sorry if this is very unorganized, rambling nonsense that like my words may not even mean anything. But this is very just rolling off the tongue in regards to this. I just like talking about it. Oh yeah, I have to read it. Subway fixes axed and city to refocus on canopy. Declaring the subway tunnels to be irreparably flooded, city engineers announced that this week that all plans to drain and repair the system were being suspended indefinitely. Saltwater damage to sensitive electronic cabling and erosion of key tunnel fixtures were cited as reasons for why 89% of the subway system was evaluated as critically compromised or worse. Civil engineering efforts will be refocused on maintenance and expansion of the hybrid super infrastructure systems that weaves together trams, highways, walkways, skyscrapers into the canopy high above our city streets. Reactions to the announcement could be characterized as blasé. It's been years since the subway last ran, and decades since they last ran on schedule. Most citizens have long since given up hope on them ever making a comeback. Online chatter barely reacted to the announcement, with most commenters and voters' attention focused instead on the growing investigations into Councilman Long's campaign finance irregularities. As one of Canopy's major backers in City Hall, Long has often found himself at odds with a small but vocal group of critics that consider it to be an eyesore and an amplifier of light noise pollution. Ooh. And, sorry, winded. And with Long having stepped away from his political duties in order to more fully cooperate with his investigators, for the first time in nearly 20 years, the typical rock-steady political foundation of the Canopy was looking uncharacteristically shaky going into this week. But with the subways now officially no longer an option, people and corporations alike have little choice for how they complete their morning commute. However, not all reactions to the news have been negative. At least a few bold individuals see this latest report as vindication and possibly even a rallying cry. Already considered by many to be a rising star in infrastructure solutions abroad, tech startup Subterra made headlines last year with their radical proposal for a system of personal submarine taxi pods that could make use of the flooded subway tunnels, but momentum stalled when their first prototype for the city came in at a disappointing 3,359% over budget. Though one council member was quoted as calling their system mind-bogglingly. Oh, come on, I can say mind-bogglingly. There we go. You can do it. Wasteful and impractical in the extreme. In light of this latest announcement, Subterra has proudly declared their intent to resubmit their proposal package. Across the entire globe, coastal cities like ours have struggled to find civil engineering answers to rising sea levels and subterranean flooding that satisfy financial, practical, and aesthetical concerns. Historically, most scientists have attributed this increase in sea level to climate change, though there are dissenting voices. Water rises and falls all the time. For reasons we do not fully understand, it appears that you have 0 free articles remaining this month. Please verify your account information in order to continue reading the stories that matter. A lot of dialogue, but that just goes to show you how much love and thought is going into this world. Look at this. This is the whole fucking thing talking about. You got the canopy, you got like, you even saw like a bit of it, those like floating buses up there that like, it's great. You gotta love it. I love the world building. Ballsy of them, putting the paywall there. As if I'd reach for my wallet after having read a word like aesthetical. What was that? Oh, that was just that. Okay. Besides, I've got the gist of it. The takeaway that the cities will be focusing its efforts on the canopy. There'll be increased scrutiny surrounding the canopy now that there's no plan B. It's a massive project with a massive budget, lines the pockets of a lot of people, big and small. None of them would appreciate bad press at a moment, not when Councilman Long's already thoroughly chummed the waters. Another thing I gotta give credit to, I'm a big fan of seeing more than just a blank. I'm happy we're not just getting a static shot when you examine something or are talking about something. The camera angle will change, it will adjust, you might get a little, like, flash of Morgan on the side there. It keeps your... You know, it keeps you invested, it keeps you going, it keeps you... something, you're looking at something, and it feels good. The medium's cracked in the corner. Looks bad, but my phone's made of the same stuff, and I'm rolling the dice every time it falls off the sofa. Let's see, what is it made out of? Will my voice survive? Though it outwardly resembles plastic or glass, conductive resin is actually an electromagnetic polymer used in a wide variety of stationary or portable devices where its unique properties allow it to act both as a display and as a processor, enabling ultra-thin or even transparent electronics. There are upwards of 100 different patented varieties of conductive resin, each intended for different use cases. I can speak, I promise. Industries and environments, but they all are fairly lightweight and fragile except for the small handful formulated for military and security applications. Because of its widespread use, its high turnover products such as datapads and smartphones, producers of conductive resin are frequently accused of engineering obsolescence by consumer right groups, though their claims have never been proven before at court. Screen cracked? Schedule fix here. Ooh. God, I don't know how people play visual novels by themselves. I'm getting winded. Being defeated. You probably null the warranty on one of these things with a loud sneeze. At least it's not broken. Not entirely. Even at this hour, it's still dutifully scrolling through the notifications. Looks like the usual 1-to-1 ratio of public health alerts and inoffensive pop culture trivia you always get served at state buildings. But there's a few missing persons, too. Well, I haven't actually read it, let me see. If you are experiencing an emergency, please use our universal contact number at... This desk is programmed for check-in and information only. If you are experienced... Okay, hold on. Where's my trivia? I wanted my pop culture trivia. You liars at Nth Studio. How dare you. But there's a few missing persons, too. 1 year of silver plan coverage, courtesy of, oh fuck, I know how to pronounce this. Is it Claudius? No, Caduceus? Ah, fuck me. No, I've seen this. No. Oh, I'm an embarrassment. I'm gonna go Caduceus. As a reward for any... Silver is no joke. Family must be getting desperate. Alright. Taken in all the scenery and learned as much as I can. Time to get checked in. Booted up fine. So far, so good. Good morning! Morgan, here for public defender contract. Get our profile. December 26th, 175 centimeter, weight not available, blood type AB, negative. Criminal defense attorney, likes puzzles, smoking, wooden furniture, just like Layton. Dislikes commercials, hairdressers, and jogging. Unlike Layton. Talent, can fall asleep in any position. Can't be that crazy. Coffee, decaf, drink, whiskey sour. Sometimes both if she's feeling particularly chancy. I'm also a sucker for a good profile list. I like learning little dumb facts about characters. Morgan, here for the public defender contract. Could you please provide your name and... Great! Please stand still for a moment. I like that. I like the little, skip ahead in, like, it didn't fully register what he was saying first, and then got the... Great! I love it! I wouldn't call intake holograms charming, more like harmless. But that's probably what the designers were aiming for. People don't mind a quirk or two in their tech so long as it never speaks out of turn. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble placing you. Could you please provide your name and date of birth? So far, so good, was it? And my card. say, why don't you just scan my ID card? Great! Now, could you just confirm your date of birth for me? Why do they even bother asking? My birthday's on the damn ID card in my profile. I have to be a world-class airhead to get this question wrong. No problem, my birthday's December 26th. Well, I'm gonna be a world-class airhead real quick. That's not quite correct. Would you like to try again? Right, still half asleep, I guess. Would kind of defeat the purpose of verification, wouldn't it? I'm sorry, but I'm not equipped to make judgments about the futility of security theater. But you are allowed to say it's only theater. No, I must have misspoken. What I meant to say was that my birthday is... Well, we can be an airhead again. Damn. Oh, why isn't there, like, individual dialogue for everything? And so unreasonable. This game's unplayable. There we go. Alright. December 26th. Perfect! Good morning, Morgan Counselor. Thank you for your timely arrival and for taking on the Public Defender contract. If you're ready to speak to your client, you can proceed to Counseling Quarter 3C. Is that what we're calling it now? Do you mean the interrogation room? I'm sorry to have caused any confusion. My vocabulary is regularly updated to better reflect the state standards. Don't sweat it. I can't keep track of every new euphemism either. They could call it involuntary wellness check room if they'd like. It doesn't change the way it makes a person feel, sitting in a stifled box of one-way panels. Nothing to see but their own reflection dully wrapped around gunmetal walls. Is the way that Morgan talks about it, it could be just because of her experience as a defense attorney, why she knows about it, but I'm curious if she has experience being on the inside of a cell, knowing how that feels. Though, given what we know about Morgan's the thing that maybe not, or maybe so, maybe that's more for it. We'll find out. Morgan Counselor, can I help you with anything else? And this, because I investigated, I now have additional questions I can ask the Hollow here, and I like that. Reward the investigation. It's a simple matter, and I love it. What are you? Why the disrepair? I know the city's not terribly concerned with lower wards, but... Oh, sorry, that was lunch. But this is a police station. Why is it so goddamn dusty? This facility is currently undergoing renovations. Since when? The 60s? I'm Morgan, I laugh at you. It has been 22 months since the timetable was last updated. They really don't see a lot of action around here, do they? I'm sorry for any inconvenience you might have encountered. I'm adaptable. What about you? They ever gonna fix that crack? Thank you for asking. It has not interfered with my work. Well, that's all that matters, right? What are you? What are you? I'm a smart user interface, proudly sold by Noble Electronics. Thank you for asking. If you're interested, I could send you a link with information about our subscription packages. Should I send you a link with information about our subscription packages? No. Sorry. Well, that was a mean question to ask. That'll be all, thank you. You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office through the door to your right. Thanks. But I think it's just me for now. So you could go on break if you'd like. Automated dependents do not take breaks, Morgan Counselor. Have a looky here. That subway's abandoned. I'm a fool. I'm a gosh darn fool. Abbreviated as AD and referred to in common conversation as AD or ADS, pronounced ADS. Automated dependence is a catch-all term encompassing robots, intelligent programs, interactive holograms, and androids. ADS are present both digitally and physically in every industry and nation on the planet, assisting in everything from data management to physical labor. In the mid-21st century, new tax classifications were lobbied to define intelligent machines that were neither salaried employees nor mere equipment, Because it afforded tax breaks and lighter tariffs, the term became so commonly used that it spread to all branches of the robotics industry, from which point it began to penetrate into everyday speech and pop culture. Some sociologists argue that the term owes its popularity not simply to its brevity and prevalence, but to its ability to draw a distinction between the commonplace robots, androids, smart UIs, etc., and the internationally illegal artificial intelligences. Searching for this term may incur an account flag. Read more about how we cooperate with authorities to combat disinformation here. There we are. Interesting. Again, more fun information. Now we have established that we have androids, we have robots, we have all sorts of automation in this world already. It's not just delegated to these holograms or these helper bots. We have all flavors, and it seems we're not a big fan of artificial intelligences for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know if it could be possibly related to situations like that was shown in Model Employee, though I don't know if that's canon to this world. I hope it is, though, because I would definitely like to see those characters again. But we can only wait. Then, what were you doing before I walked in? You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office. Through the door to the right, thank you. Ads don't get breaks, and they don't get jokes. That's usually the humorless types that are the most fun to mess with anyways. I'm a big fan of Morgan as a protagonist. I think she's a very silly lady. Eyes gone bad or something? A voice. No, a voice is coming from down the hall. Compared to yours? Probably. Thank God I stopped for directions. A building this empty, the desk could have just told me to follow the echoes. One voice sounds older, rougher, and decidedly low energy. Appreciate you worrying about me. God forbid I try to be serious. All the other rings with useful indignation. It's not like our job's important or anything. Definitely cops. And at this precinct, at this hour, they might be the only two living, breathing people in the whole complex. Because why else would you bother to print out all that out? One document or 100. Looks the same on a datapad. Anytime you question a suspect, you need to have a heavy file in hand. Makes them think you know better than their priest, their mother, their big brother? I wasn't gonna say that. So how many of those sheets were blank then? There they are. Unfortunately, there are so far 3 female voices, and I've used up every single one that I've got in me. But luckily we got a dude here, so I'm safe. There's some reprieve. I can go to a normalish voice for myself. No red carpet tonight, officers. Oh, sorry about that, ma'am. We don't keep many extra hands around at these hours. Probably faster to let the desk handle intake anyway. But mostly cheaper. You the lawyer? I am. Morgan Esquire. Pleased to meet you. Same here, counselor. Quazim London. I think it's pronounced Quazim. I'm not entirely sure. I'm gonna assume it's Quazim. Or Quasum. Word for Quasimodo. Not, I don't know. May 5th, 186, 78 kilograms, B positive. Homicide detective first class, likes photography, dive bars, bangs. Dislikes ties, pollen, after work messages. Listens to podcast, hobby, pencil sketching, frequently running late. I love him. I don't know what it is, but I feel like I'm gonna like him a lot. He's got very kind eyes. And the ball of sunshine here is my partner, Sarah Reyes. Let's see. October 19th, yeah, I can speak. October 19th, 162 centimeters, 63 kilograms, A negative. Homicide detective, third class, likes rice, limes, and automotive history. Dislikes liars, small plates, cheap people, and, as we will see later on, Morgan. Enjoys watching product reviews. Bad at games of chance, as we will see later on, due to Morgan. Right eye is Osiris Elite 86. Neat. I love my implants. All the sunshine? Well, she certainly is. Heh. Immediately, we just walked in, she's already causing problems. Sorry if you were kept waiting. Chatter between departments has been hectic all night. Well, it's no trouble. Gave me time to enjoy my cigarette. Cigarette? Like tobacco? What are you, 80? There again, and thus begins the most heated rivalry of the entire game. She can't be more than a few years younger than me. We're, the detectives in charge of this particular case. And it looks like tonight we also your humble guides to the illustrious homicide department. Apologize in advance for any cobwebs. Pretty sure I've seen this London character around the courthouse before. Never struck me as more than just some old-timer. I suppose being an old-timer is an accomplishment in and of itself in his profession. Sunshine is definitely... Reyes is great. She's such a brat and a terrible gambler. I love her to death. I know my co-hosts, because when the new episode comes out, I will have my co-host with me definitely for the sake of my sanity and voice. One of my co-hosts adores her, like one of his favorite characters, and me personally, I like her too. I like the energy she brings. I like all the characters. I shouldn't just specify to Reyes. Morgan's obviously a personal favorite. Like, come on, it's Morgan. But I'm a big fan of Reyes. I like the supporting cast so far. I like what the different energies they bring to the table. I'm excited to meet new people and learn a bit more. This is... I don't even know how I gotta be honest. Finding of the Devil was such a random, like, just dig in Steam's search, and I'm so happy I found it. I am always in need of good new mystery games to play, and this was such a surprise to just stumble upon, and I love it. That's why I'm doing a whole, like, Encircle video. That's why I find this company to be peak. I love them. They got some great stuff and great concepts going for them, and I want to make sure they get, even if I have very little sway or any super big audience, even if one person learns about them from a video, that's a win, you know? Get more people onto it. Love them to death. Rigid in her posture and her attitude. 3 in the morning and her shirt still looks ironed. Freshly promoted, maybe. 2 whole detectives working at these hours. Sounds serious. Unless you were just the first to arrive on scene. I can't even remember how I stumbled across it. I think the normal route of a cute trans girl mentioned it to me and gave me Itch.io link. Listen, you know what? If there's one thing about the trans community, they got some good game recommendation. They find them. They find these little gems in there, and they bring those to the light. I gotta give credit where credit's due. They get some work done, and I gotta respect them all for it. Fantastic. No, not nearly that timely. Uniforms responded to the emergency calls within a few minutes. Calls, plural. Must have been quite the commotion. Look around you. You think we're the first to arrive for anything? She's not wrong. We were only tapped after circumstances at the crime scene indicated involvement with an ongoing investigation. Our ongoing investigation. Not very subtle, is she? I may as well bite at this point. So you suspect that this client of mine is involved in some separate criminal activity? Wait, did they really not? No, I guess they wouldn't put it in a public defender's briefing. Look, consider this a little professional courtesy. Fair warning, yeah? That's the heartbreak killer in that room. My friends joke about this a lot. Not that there's anything wrong with it. It's just a really fun trend you see when it comes to serial killer names. That I just love the noun verb killer. It's always just it's some form of noun verb killer at the like even for like a D&D, I had like a killer called like the Mouth Ripper. In Tyrion Cuthbert, they had a dude called like the Eye Taker. I love that, so I love the noun verb killer. The Jeff Killer, exactly. I do like the palette swaps too. I think, if I recall, I want to say one of the artists mentioned like JoJo in the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure in reference to the game at some point, and I might be hallucinating, I might be making that up, but I like the sudden just palette swaps. It's very nice. Very anime, but it's very nice. And we got the bastard dead to rights. So if you're kind, you'll help him plead it out. And if you're smart, you'll pass the shitstorm on to some other night owl and go back to bed. I'm not feeling particularly kind or smart at the moment. So perhaps in the meantime you'd be so polite as to fill me in about this heartbreak killer. Love Morgan. Ooh. They cover utilities at the rock you live under? Is there a problem? Seriously, not familiar with HK? Never heard of him. I fucked up. I mix them up, see? This is what happens when I'm alone. The voices all get in my head. I've heard enough about him for a lifetime. That name has been plastered all over the city for weeks, their crimes wavering between breaking news and urban legend. Their presumed goals flip-flopping from unadulterated anarchy to unappreciated vigilantism. At street corners, in the media, on the net, everyone's indulging in the exact kind of armchair detective speculation I can't stand. Right now I need to figure out exactly how much the police do or don't know. And when it comes to cops, I always get better results playing dumb than I do acting smart. I take it he's a repeat offender? Was it the killer part that tipped you off? You fucking dumbass? You must have at least heard about his MO. Media's gone crazy with it. Along with everyone else. One bullet, straight through the heart, body left alive where it falls. Hence the name Heartbreak. There he is. Take a look, audience. There it is. The Heartbreak Killer. Occupation, criminal. Likes killing. Dislikes getting caught. Probably likes red. Probably not into astrology. There's no reward for finding him now because of too many false reports. That's funny. What a neat guy. I wonder if we'll ever meet him. Hence the name Heartbreak. Not exactly creative, but amidst the swirl of every other 100-word articles out there, catchiness trumps the originality. What you won't read about all online is that all 6 of— oh shit, I just unplugged— oh no, I just unplugged my headphones. Oh Jesus, I lifted my leg. I can't hear. There we go. I fixed it. My ear implants, they malfunctioned for a moment. We're all good. What you won't read about online is that all 6 of HK's victims were shot by the same gun, without even needing to reload. Horrible to say, but I know, but 6 for 6? That's pretty good shooting, isn't it? Oh, that's a— holy shit, I didn't even catch that. That's a really big slip up that Morgan just did. Holy fuck. Oh god, I'm surprised she didn't fucking get caught for that. That's a crazy slip up Morgan just had. Hold on a second. That's crazy. Hold on, let me make sure they didn't mention it. Hold on. Oh, that's oh shit. I wonder if that's intentional, or if they're just gonna let that sort of just be foreshadowing, or if that's gonna come up again, because there's no way Morgan should have known what type of gun was the weapon if she— Yeah, I didn't. Oh fuck, I haven't. Well, I'm happy I replayed that. I didn't realize that she had such a slip up like that. Oh my goodness. I wonder if that's I do wonder if that's gonna come back up again. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Well, we know London's smart by what the rest of the game shows us. Also, for anyone who's watching this blind, I guess a little bit of spoiler there. Don't worry, it's fine. You're good. You're good. Go play it yourself then. That's pretty good shooting, isn't it? This is a review stream anyway. Hitting the bullseye at the shooting range is good shooting. Doing it 6 times in a row is great. But shooting 6 people with accuracy like that? A whole different beast. Takes a certain kind of monster. A real freak. His pulse probably didn't even rise. I see. Sounds robotic. You almost make him sound like a machine. Is it possible that... No, it's not. There's no such thing as killer robots, madam. I mean, model employee suggests otherwise. Of course, my mistake. Saw those androids marching in the military, those robots patrolling the police uniforms, those drones dropping firebombs in the sky. I guess they're all firing blanks. Fuck, I mixed up the voice again. Fair enough. Machines can kill. They have been for decades. But they don't commit murder. Right. Evil like Heartbreak's all organic. That's a pretty terrifying thought. Should really start paying more attention to the news. I managed to miss 6 murders. Well, you can only blame yourself for missing 5. Pardon? You're still not getting it? HK's 6th victim was found a few hours ago. When we caught the son of a bitch red-handed. So you're convinced that my client is the Heartbreak Killer, and that was the latest crime? That's a serious accusation. Very serious consequences. I take it you have serious evidence to back that up? I was being literal, counselor. Red-handed. When we found your client, he was covered in her blood. Oh. Well, that's not good, is it? But you say certainly sounds compelling. Is that lawyer talk for open and shut? But even if that is the case, how does one crime scene make him look good for 6 murders? That's all there in the discovery files, and the ARCs, of course. The ARCs, gotta love the ARC. Augmented Reality Crime Scene, abbreviated as ARCs. We get the latent mystery room in this game. Which, if you haven't played, if you had a chance to play Latent Mystery Room, it's a neat little Layton spin-off that's on mobile only for some reason. I like it, though. It's an investigative tool in which data harvested by the sensor worn on first responders is used to reconstruct a digital copy of the pristine crime scene. Programmed and distributed by a small number of tech corporations and frequently modified or even personalized by local municipalities, ARC systems are used by every major police force, most insure investigators, and many law firms. After its introduction in the early 2060s, the technology briefly came under public scrutiny when the independent news organization United Media Casters released a series of reports claiming that ARC's data was regularly edited by corrupt officials to erase state secrets. These reports were later found to be fake, and UMC was exposed as the subsidiary of a cell corporation within LambdaWorks Solutions, who were marketing a number of alternatives to ARC technology at the time. Board members at Lambda denounced the actions of said cell and offered assistance to their former competitors in suing leadership at UMC, but the proceedings and settlements in those lawsuits remain sealed. Classic cyberpunk corporate espionage. I mean, you gotta love it. That's what we're here for. Join the local net on your phone and we'll turn over everything you need. I'll bet. Thanks for that, Detective. I'll be sure to read it over. But if it's all the same, can I ask you two some questions while I've got you here? The hell kind of attorney wants to interrogate the detectives? Probably a good one. This kind of attorney. You're just that pleasant. Come on, sunshine. Well, we're gonna be punching out anytime soon, right? Whatever. Let your clients do an interrogation all night for all I care. You mean the counseling quarters? We're at your disposal, counselor. Look how menacing they are over there. Barren, stark, and uninviting. This must be Reyes' desk. Keeping your workstation neat and tidy is admirable, but I can't spot a single note of personalization. Is she so new that she hasn't had time to unpack? Or is she really that uptight and boring? Both, maybe. You shouldn't have cleaned up so much just for little old me, Detective London. Someone really needs to introduce this guy to a filing system. Even just a stapler. Paper documents scattered around lazily alongside actual photographs. Either he's really old-fashioned or really paranoid about data leaks. Huh? He doesn't look like the paranoid type. Well, orderliness aside, some things are better in paper, I'll give him that. Let's see. Oh god, here we go, my voice! Oh, have mercy! Latest noble androids receive warm welcome. I gotta say, when I first played this game and I read this article, didn't like it. Didn't like the words being said in here. Had me very concerned and scared for what this is gonna mean later down the line. I can already tell it ain't gonna be good. Bolstered by a strong earnings report and surging sales of the Anima 16, Noble Electronics stock rose stunning 3% this week to a new record high, while Noble's latest iteration has yet to surpass the sheer popularity of its predecessors, and an increased profit margin has left Noble's shareholders very enthused. Many investors were skeptical when, at their now famous 2084 trade convention, Noble announced that the 16th line would be the first generation of androids to feature over 50% organic components. So-called warm androids, which are at the time only saw demand in the health, senior, and childcare sectors, were looked down upon as impractical due to increased maintenance costs, cuts, scratches, bruises, and the like. No, I believe it or not, Cybernetic, I don't like, one, the name warm androids. Hate that immediately. Remarket that. Send that back to the marketing team. Secondly, what 50% organic? Like, where's that coming from? What is that? Can we get more information on the 50% organic? I would prefer that. That would make me very happy to know where that 50% mystery meat is coming from that is being put in my android. Call me old-fashioned. I think an android should be an android. I don't know. History may not look fondly on me, but I would like my robots to be robots and not have flesh within it. And I would also like them to not hate. You're right, soft android. That's crazy, Cybernetics. I hate that even more. I despise that name even more. I don't like, you know what, just call them androids. No more prefixes for them. No more like no warm, no soft, no supple, no nothing, none of that. We're just gonna call them androids now. We're taking away the marketing rights for this one. And while some critics voiced concerns that fringe religious or traditionalist groups might find warm androids controversial, more business-focused minds feared that Noble was alienating its customers in the industrial and military sectors in order to cater to civilian users, that viewed their androids from across the room and not from above factory floor. However, as has often been the case in the last decade, Noble's doubters were proven wrong. The Anima 16 is poised to break profitability records, with no sign of slowing down. Many industry analysts predict that these once rare organic androids will be completely replacing their more robotic predecessors in daily life within the next 3 to 5 years. As described in the earnings report, much of the 16th line's success, and indeed the success of Noble androids in general, can be attributed to the remarkable lifelike, personable charm of their products, and by all accounts, the charm can be attributed to the work of Noble's famed lead programmer, Dr. David Asher? Or... yeah, probably Asher. Lead programmer is the understatement of the century, said Noble brand ambassador Lucy Dees on stage at their latest Noble Industry Weekend. It's because of his Turing solution. Again, this is like a random a benefit to them. I love just the terms they throw out in this game, just the random phrases that make me want to, like, run away and hide in fear. The Turing solution? We don't need the Turing solution. The Turing test is there for a reason. We don't need a... We don't need the solution for it. We're good. There's nothing to be solved. They're meant to be rules. That every noble product, from the sleekest assistants to the most advanced intensive care technicians, are so beloved and trusted by our customers. While his reputation was on full display at the event, Dr. Ashur himself was nowhere to be seen. He's always been reclusive, but he's become genuine hermit in recent years. Are we still really to believe he's still... Hey fam, looks like you're not logged into the... Hey gamer, looks like you're not logged into this device. Want to put it in your account info so we can keep you reading? Oh. Get away from me. He's in the news again. So I have to assume Ashur is a character that we'll be seeing later on in this chapter, and who is responsible for something that I imagine will be a big role in episode 1. It's no wonder. Can't spit without it landing on a piece of noble tech these days. Especially not with the states involved. Don't know if they'll be able to bite when it comes to warm androids, though. For government use, they're just... too frail. All androids undergo wear and tear, especially if they're directing traffic or suppressing crowds. So if these warm androids bleed pink all over themselves every time they take a rock to the cheek, well, it's just an endless stream of bad photo ops waiting to happen. I'm sure the term anima equating to soul means nothing for these warm androids. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure we're chilling. Loose wires, missing panels, an aircon system that probably sweats more than the people it's supposed to cool. No room in the budget for making the office not look like shit, huh? I expected to find a lot of belt-tightening and homicide, and I didn't think their operation would be this bare bones. They've got a stunning clearance rate, and they work fast. Guess the city sees that and just assumes their job is easy. Maybe their job is easy, with our dear doting surveillance state eliminating so much of the footwork. But if your wheels don't squeak, you don't get your palms greased. So homicide ends up as the only State Department with a shrinking budget. A dumping grounds for the police force most unambitious and least popular. Alright, nothing else jumps out at me around here. Got a better idea of who I'm dealing with, at least. Now I need to check out the crime scene data. I should have been sent a link. Wait, do I not get to talk to them? You've been granted access to state files regarding case KL433511. Reply C to confirm. Confirm. See, Morgan, why are you just causing problems? You need to reply C in order to confirm. Am I talking to a person? I am an automated dependent. Ads are usually more polite. Our personalities are tailored to suit our users' preferences. So the state likes you to be a little authoritarian. You need to reply C. C. It's case sensitive. C. Thank you. Alright. I really hope that was just some dude. Alright, if I project from my phone, let's have a look here. Here we go. A crime scene. Look at that. A beaut. Alright, let's see what the police have. And what they think is important. I know I mentioned before... ooh. The voice came out bad there. I know what I mentioned before regarding having, like, the Danganronpa style, Oh, he'll show everything in the room. But, they did a cool, like, midway with that for, the investigation. They had everything highlighted, so, you know, you don't miss anything. I appreciate that. Well, always start with the body. The victim's body. Cause of death. Ballistic trauma, class 4 blood loss, atrium and aorta. Single gunshot wound to the heart and brief death was instantaneous. No injuries anywhere else and no blood or skin under her nails. Blood splatter, forensics, and all the other good stuff tells them that she was shot from... there. So the killer was standing in the doorway when they fired. The murder weapon, a revolver, found right next to the body. It's 6 empty casings found in each of the 6 chambers, meaning the gun's been fired 6 times. Looks like the crime scene techs practically disassembled the damn thing. But all they found were fingerprints belonging to my client. Well, he was found by the police, with the murder weapon right in front of the body. I don't even know where to start. Highly prejudicial would be an understatement. A stand-up mirror shattered and knocked over. Real glass, no screen or cameras here. It was hit hard enough to come unattached from its arm, while shards of glass were scattered, far enough to land on the victim's body. What a mess. Yeah, what a mess indeed. Seems like this vase got tossed aside at some point. And yet there's not a scratch on it. Pretty damn durable. Isn't art supposed to be delicate? Maybe it's making a statement. All the big-ticket items. What about security? Looks like the apartment was unlocked all night. Not uncommon for people their age in a neighborhood like this. But no signs of forced entry, only hurts my client's case. What about the rest of the room? Not much else flagged here. Just a lounge chair that got thrown away and whatever that is. Unidentified ceramic debris. Flag is relevant? That's their technical assessment? I guess even the crime scene techs weren't sure what to make of it. Okay, that's everything the police highlighted. Did I miss anything? The hell is that? Something in the victim's hand. What the hell did... It's just a pill organizer. Like some immune adjusters, NSAIDs, and Triparexone, a synthetic glucorticoid. Hold on, we're gonna get this. Stick with me. Bear with me. Glucocorticoid. Glucocorticoid. There we go. Medication. I probably pronounced it wrong regardless. Taken daily to reduce rejection symptoms like phantom pain and generalized itch. The autopsy said her talk screen was clear, but it's not like it matters. She could have swallowed every medicine cabinet in the city and still wouldn't change the cause of death. It's odd, but ultimately irrelevant. Everything else here is all very incriminating. The kicker is everything that's not here. Out-of-place DNA, footprints, crumbs. Let's learn what crumbs are. My god, the Morgan... I keep doing that. I keep going to the top one. Internet of Things refers to the networked data sharing that goes on between all the countless electronics that we monitor ourselves with. Phones, computers, security systems, biofeedback devices, body modifications and prosthetics, and of course, ads. All comprise small but vital parts of this network. Hey, CC, how you doing? Without IoT's ability to collect, process, and share information, massive opportunities cost builds up, and as individuals, governments, and private businesses miss out on the valuable insight that data has to offer. One of the coolest ways that IoT improves our lives is through the usage of crumbs, small packets of data containing your own unique identifying information. Throughout your day, as your own IoT devices says hi to other devices, they'll leave behind crumbs as a parting gift. Crumbs allow for paperless identification and payment, and help the government manage human and vehicular traffic. Yeah, the government wants to handle all the human trafficking. Crumbs let you see where you've been so that you can see where you should go. Want to start leaving crumbs right away? Don't worry, crumbs enabled by default. Not interested in sponsored search results? See further with a premium account. It is in fact Morgan time. You're right. It's always Morgan time in this house. Nothing that points towards anyone except my client. Well, I've done more with less before. Not much more. I'm really gonna have to sing for my supper this time. Better get Who the hell's messaging me at this time of night? The first person who comes to mind is... I suppose it could be something important. Red! Couldn't wait till morning. Good news, of course. Got a job for you. That's a pretty cheery way to tell me you violated parole. No, not that kind of job. Besides, I've been covering my tracks. This is something different. kind of thing I can't handle with just a keyboard and a phishing scheme. I'm excited to learn more about this character. We don't get a whole lot of them. I like the conversation here, though. I'm excited to try to get a smidge more with them. I'm assuming they're going to be our person in the chair. I need you to sue my gym teacher. Not that kind of lawyer. Sorry. What? Let me finish. What they do? Oh, they made me run laps. I should turn myself up ever so slightly. Well, Cece, it's hard to judge that because you're deaf, though. I don't know if that... I might just sound normal on stream, and you want me to blow everyone's ears out. I can't justify that. Just for you, I'll turn myself up a little bit. Is that better? Does that sound a bit nicer? Or is it indistinguishable from when I had it before? Hey, stop spamming. I'll ban you. CC, answer the question. Do I sound better? It's better, I guess. Okay. Things I do. Let me finish. They made me run laps. Even though I said I had a stomach ache. Said... Oh, gotta be like... You know, youth endangerment. Depraved indifference or some kind of shit. Sounds like you already got a strong case. Try self-representing this time. What's with the blow-off? Nice phrasing. Oh wow, I'm laughing so hard right now. See? Is that your mugshot? I wasn't gonna not get a copy of my mugshot. And use it as a reaction. Glad you found a use case. But I'm working right now. I mean, if I had a mugshot, I feel like I'd want to get a copy of it too, right? I feel like it might be a traumatic experience why I got arrested, but like, you can't not have a picture of your mugshot with you. But I'm working right now, so... Anything cool? Homicide. Oh, cringe. Wait, what kind of homicide? Is it HBK? Is that the kind of morbid things kids your age talk about? Teens my age? And yeah, we can read. Compared to the corrupt shit in the headlines. Old-fashioned murder is like Cardi B. Old-fashioned murder like Cardi B is like... quaint. It's cromulent. Cardi B... See, this is like how I know, like... people had fun writing this in the writing room too, of just because this like I've been writing something with a friend of mine as well, a mystery project, and just the phrase Hardy B is peak comedy. I fucking love that. Just put in stupid shit every now and then just for your own laughs. It's important to do that for any project you work on. It's not heartbreak. Oh, then why'd you take the job? Lol. You see the 98% conviction rate as a challenge or something? Taking up lost cause, probe nose work? It's pro bono. That was autocorrect. You know they like give literature homework for a reason, right? With my girlfriend, who's a lesbian. Yes, with your girlfriend. I'm working with your girlfriend on a project. They don't need to know all the details. Besides, she's not here right now, so me just saying a random name wouldn't mean anything. But yes. This is borderline concerned nagging. That's wrong fuck. See, you messed me up. How am I supposed to properly review this now? Maybe you really are bleeding heart. Or just a sucker. I'm not a sucker. Nice phrasing, lol. You should go to bed, Fran. Tomorrow's Sunday. I can stay up if I want. Tomorrow is Sunday. I guess today's Saturday. with the Carpe Diem shit? It's nearly 4 a.m., kid. You got school in like 3 hours. Shit! Yeah, stupid brat. The bleeding hearts of the HBK victims. Repeat offenders may be good for business, but that kid's bad for my blood pressure. I imagine by the end of this game, Morgan's just gonna have a whole legion of adopted children with her. If you already know, like, someone's coming in episode 1, and we got Fran, so she just needs to start adopting people. I think she should have an army. Important text message, I take it? Just your typical teenage drama. So then, you wouldn't mind filling me in on a few details. By the way, I couldn't help but notice that you're light on staff. It's 3 in the morning. Were you expecting a parade? I thought there'd be at least a few more androids around. Not many androids in any police station this week. How well the brass is renegotiating contracts. Contracts with Noble. Good guess. Hardly, they're the biggest robotics corp there is. Spend all day in Center City without leaving their office shadow. Yes, we're very fortunate to have them headquartered here. Well, saves us some money on shipping at least. But these talks never last long. Sure, they'll be back to writing checks for Noble ads by the end of the month. Even with Noble pushing those warm androids. Warm, yeah. Might as well call it the adult line. See, Reyes knows what I'm saying. This is why we love Reyes here. She knows. She's a knower. Might see him in the bigger departments or out on patrol, but not around these offices. Warm or cold, there's no such thing as an android detective. Yet. Really? Yeah. You really think that'll happen? Fuck me. Ugh, the voices! We already use ads for patrolling, securing the scene, pacifying crowds. Doesn't seem like that big a stretch to me. You're joking, right? Android detectives? All the pain we go through getting witnesses to talk to us. Yeah, with your warm personality, I can't imagine. Cop knocks on your door, starts asking questions, you're gonna be put in a bad mood. An ad knocks on your door, calls you a degenerate criminal in a synthesized voice loud enough for the whole neighborhood to hear? You're gonna start posting shit that'll get you put on a list. Well, we certainly don't want that. The flesh and blood witnesses are becoming less and less common anyway. Cameras, sensors, satellites. Already got all our facts from machines. In a few more years, and it might make sense to let machines do investigating too. The police union wouldn't let that happen. She needn't have specified. The only real union there is anymore. Also, I didn't mention this up already. Dialogue. Stellar. Love the dialogue in this. Very flowy. Doesn't waste your time. He gets to the point. Wonderful. So how about the basics? What exactly has my client been charged with? Your client, Carlos Baker Flatt, was arrested on the scene at 9:50 p.m. Using his middle name already, I really do think he's a serial killer. Charged being the first-degree murder of his girlfriend, Miss Diane Dawn. First degree, that's increasingly rare. Well, to say the least. It's rare for us to get handed anything but crimes of passion around here. Said he's got damn near more cameras than people. But you gotta be really, really stupid to try and get away with murder. Well, Heartbreak's gotten away with it 6 times. So what's that make him? 5 times, and that makes him insane. I was gonna go with extraordinary. Well, let's split the difference and say that he's extraordinarily insane. I mean, that's a nice way to put it. Extraordinarily insane. But nutjobs like that aren't renowned for their ability to think ahead. I mean, you have to admit, they're probably really hot, though. Like, can we agree on that? Is Heartbreaker really attractive? We're gonna have, I mean, it just makes sense to be able to get away with kills like that. Very approachable. I'm just saying, they might be very attractive. I don't know. Oh yeah, see, I think no, this one's not as bad, Cyber, with the taunting, because I think she was already told that. I'm pretty sure. I guess she's being cocky of like she's gonna get away with this one too. So, you're good point actually. Oh, I love Morgan. She's a little shitter. She would be absolutely devastating in an Xbox 360 COD lobby. So, what makes you think this was premeditated? How about the fact that he stalked and killed 5 other women as a warm-up? Whoever did this probably has huge boobies and snatched waist, by the way. Killed 5 other women as a warm-up. A warm-up? 5 previous bullets, 5 previous victims. None of them knew each other, lived near each other, worked in the same fields. Weeks of digital autopsies crawling up and down their online profiles. Huh? There he is. See, you know what? I got respect for Carlos Flat. You wanna know why? He's my name brother. And I think it's incredibly toxic and cruel of N-Circle to use the name Carlos here. How dare I? How dare you? What do you mean, how dare I? Am I not allowed to spread my opinions of the game to the world? I'm trying to talk about Carlos Flat, the best character in cinema. I love this guy. Not just because he shares my name, but I think he's a stand-up dude. What do you mean, how dare I? Playing this without me? I'm doing it for review purposes. I thought you were busy. Do you want to hop in? I'll tell you, I need the help. My voice hurts. If not, get the Morgan off the screen. I don't. I'd love to. Okay, hop in. I'll drag you in here. Join a VC, and I'll drag you into what I'm in. I'm having a special guest. I finished my mics hard. Leave this girl. The absolute. I didn't even read Flat's profile. You got me that upset. Unbelievable. First degree homicide, civil disturbances 2, no charge, registered at birth, modifications, industrial class 4, known affiliates, pending, psych eval pending. Wonderful. Now let me learn about the digital autopsy, the law enforcement process of locating, bypassing, authentication on, and investigating all of the deceased individuals' online profiles, commonly used to seek out possible connections to suspects or other victims. The widely utilized practice has been scrutinized in the past by some privacy advocates, but many victims' families who lack the ability to find, let alone access, all of their decreased loved ones' accounts argue for its necessity. Comparable processes are offered as a paid service by some legal or funerary groups to help next of kin recover or delete sensitive personal data. At times, these services have been marketed as a defense against data criminals attempting to steal the identities of the dead before their accounts are wiped by state processes. Users also frequently search for grave cobbling, how to stop stolen identity, how to delete dead profile. Wonderful. Romulan. The victim. Nothing. So, this serial killer chose his victims at random. They have nothing in common. Yeah, nothing in common at all. Other than they all look like cousins. The physical similarities are striking. All 5 prior victims were young women with brown hair and eyes, about the same height, comparable weight. Well, those features aren't exactly uncommon. Couldn't it be a coincidence? If you really believe that, you should quit your job and start buying lotto tickets. Physical similarities. Morgan is so normal. Me personally, I think all the victims were ugly. Like, we should. Why are we investigating? All of them look ugly, and they look like my stupid coworker. Oh. HK's got himself a type. Anyone can see that. Really gonna try and tell me you don't see the resemblance? A young woman, brown hair, brown eyes. tell how tall she is from a portrait, but I can take a hint. So you think, what exactly? That Carlos Flat wanted to kill his girlfriend so badly, he went out and shot 5 of the women first? Hey, if the shoe fits. If the shoe fits? Then you put the shoe on the... Which Morgan, I know you know what that means. You can't be this toxic and do that to Reyes. It's fucked up. What Sunshine here means is that it's not uncommon for killers to displace their violence from people close to them onto outlets with fewer consequences. Myself up here. Drifters, loners, strangers, workers. He was probably building up the nerve for tonight by practicing on these other similar women. Well, he's just so far gone he can't tell the difference anymore. It's not the worst theory in the world. It doesn't fit. I want to claim that those previous victims were practice runs, dress rehearsals for tonight's main event. But if that were the case, there'd have been signs of hesitation, nerves. There'd have been mistakes, on top of which guns are impersonal, execution shots even more so. There's no sadism or hatred or intimacy in a single bullet to the heart. Killing your girlfriend or her lookalikes usually is, if nothing else, a lot less sterile, if you ask me. Yeah, why would we ask you, huh? What other insight could you give to this, Morgan? I saw the time of death was around 9 p.m. on the autopsy, but do you have a timeline for the rest of the night's events? Can't trust much of what comes out of his mouth. But we've managed thanks to less biased sources. We're pretty confident about what we've been able to piece together from their statements. So they interviewed witnesses. Sounds eerily similar to real police work. The suspect and his girlfriend, also like the cool design, the Robo Eye. Big fan. It's been a while since I've actually been reviewing this product. I've just been kind of enjoying the ride again, because I'm looking for little things that I missed last time. That gun thing is huge. The suspect and his girlfriend were arguing loudly with one another, starting around 8 p.m. Neighbors were very clear about that part. Couldn't wait to tell us all about the happy couple's domestic problems. Everyone in the building knew they'd been fighting for weeks. As you probably gathered from what you saw in the arcs, there was a struggle. Furniture turned over, glass shattered. Things go quiet sometime before 9 p.m. And then there's a gunshot. Scrubbers are still scrubbing, looking for audio from the area to get the timestamp. That's first to the process of scouring all available data posted on the net with it. She would miss that? Yeah. I don't know if you were in here before, but we got a very interesting line from Morgan when she first walked in, when they described the Heartbreak killings. All London said was like, yeah, the Heartbreak killer, the way they killed was shooting someone in the chest, and they never missed once. And then Morgan says they hit, 6 for 6? They hit all 6 shots? Even though he never mentioned what the weapon was, or... Well, he mentioned how many people had been killed, but he never mentioned what the weapon was. Hold on, let me double check. No, I might be not... I don't think she would have known all the victims yet. Let me see. It was something like... Oh no, it's too far back. It was something like... I guess it would have been, yeah. It would have been on the news, but Morgan was selling that she didn't watch the news at all. I guess she has a way out of it if she does, but from what... I can't find the line right now. It was cool, though. Scrubbers are still scrubbing, looking for audio from the area to get a timestamp. But we heard from enough concerned citizens to be pretty damn sure about the time. Right, emergency services got a burst of calls from the block shortly after 9 p.m. No one seemed to recognize the sound for what it was. The silence that followed was pretty universally alarming. Officers arrive on the scene at 9:08 p.m., establish a perimeter, enter through the opened front door at 9:10 p.m. Then they find your client, crouched over his dead girlfriend, his hand covered in her blood. At which point, they move to secure the scene and the suspect. Sorry, did you say his hand, singular? Your client's modded, cybernetic... Oh, sorry. Your client's modded, cybernetic right arm. How modded are we talking about here? Body modifications, or mods, is a term that may refer to cybernetic prosthetics, artificial implants, neural enhancements, or any combination of the above. While body modifications may have been seen throughout history and among a wide range of cultures, the modern body modification movement is differentiated by a shift from intrinsic factors, expression or identity, to extrinsic motivators, job opportunities, technological benefits, improvements in physical or mental ability. Historically, mods have been classified based on which section of the user's spinal cord the interfacing occurs at, thoracic, lumbar, or cervical, but this system does not account for mods which interact directly with the human brain. The increased prevalence of the so-called above-the-neck modding in recent years has led to several corporations and medical organizations proposing their own new classification systems, but so far none have gained much traction. Where to order mods? Mod debt help. Are mods safe? We saw a little bit of what mods can do in Model Employee. If you haven't played that, it's another free game that they did before this for Game Jam. Very good. So it's End Circle, you should assume it's just good. How modded are we talking about here? Registered with HOW 85 Habilis, industrial grade looks like. Says he's spec'd for dexterous manipulation of up to class 4 KPA, which means a minimum grip strength. Well, basically, he could crush your neck without even gritting his teeth. Considering a career change? No, it's not that, it's just... Your eye must be very sensitive for you to put the patch back on each time. And I thought you just had a 14-year-old's sense of fashion. You think a cop would cover up her dominant eye because it was fashionable? I actually thought the same thing when the first time we met. You what? We're getting back on track. That arm of hers has been in the shop for some time now. Can't work without it. Money's got tight. The arguing? Yeah. When did he put his arm in for repairs? 8 days before HK's first victim was killed. Well, no chance they'll be willing to chalk that up to coincidence. The client was arrested on the scene after a preliminary scan found his fingerprints on the revolver. No one else's. A revolver? What kind? The old kind. The real old kind. More specifically, a Calver M54. 6-chambered, 10mm. Calver? How retro. Manufacturer of civilian firearms from 2031 to 2062, when it was bought out by Thortech, an acquisitions group specializing in security and national defense, now a subsidiary of the Lock-On Defense Corporation. Though no guns have borne the Calver branding since production halted in 2060, the once iconic brand was briefly revived in 2071 Q2 with a series of video game memorabilia tie-in promotions meant to increase in-game item sales, before being discontinued in 2071 Q3 for failing to increase in-game item sales. You don't know the half of it. Taking steel chamber, real gun. We're talking real steel chamber, real gunpowder, mechanical firing pin. And no tags. No tags? How is that? Just how old are we talking here? Yeah, 24/7 location data, timestamp trigger pulls, safeties coded to owner biometrics. For the past 3 decades, tags made shooting crimes very unambiguous. So you're claiming my client used some kind of antique to commit these crimes? Here you are. Hello. I realize I don't have an actual record of me playing this on the channel, so I wanted to just go through it again and give my opinions as we go. I do, but that audio sucked ass. I went back and listened to it, and I'm like, wow, this sounds terrible. I can't hear what I'm saying. It was garbage. So I'm just going through and just kind of doing like a mini review as I go, just pointing out things that I enjoy about it as we move through. You can take over Morgan. You can do a better Morgan than I can. Oh, yeah. You do sound a little bit quieter on my end, actually, too. Did you deafen yourself for CC? One second. I need to also add the Discord audio, like, separately. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
Okay, that should be able to do it now. And now I just need Discord. No, you were right, Cece. Her audio just wasn't on stream because I didn't have the thing set up. I'm sorry, I gaslit you. I'd say something real quick.
Something real quick. Damn.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, that should be good.
Speak lemonade. Okay, wow.
And with the Discord, I think it should be fine. I think it should be good now. Alright.
Remember to share your screen.
Fuck. You're right. I'm a mess. There we go. I'm a mess. How else do you think she'd gotten away with this 5 other times? Actually, no, this works out fine. You take Reyes and Morgan. I'll take London and Carlos.
If he had to buy a gun legit, he'd probably fail the first psych check. And even jailbroken pieces are only good for so long before update withdrawal sets in. So then, M54, that's...
Model year 2054.
a 30-year-old gun. Oh, that sure complicates things, doesn't it?
Well, in some ways, sure. But pre-tag and firearms are rare. Gotta be less than 1,000 of them left in the whole country. Fewer still compatible bullets.
The ammunition would have to be over 30 years old, too.
The novelty of this weapon has kept us in the dark for so far. Now that we have our hands on it, it's gonna put them away for good.
Archive department complained loud as hell about how deep they had to dig. But with the protocols they found, the techs were able to match the rifling marks on all 6 bullets to the gun your client was found with. Rifling marks.
The bullets, fingerprints, they're here.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
It's
Stop.
my favorite
Stop
phrase.
talking.
My favorite phrase. I love it. Again, I know we gushed about it already, but the idea of having the balls of introducing your cyberpunk noir setting and having the kill be nothing like sci-fi or like,
yeah, it's just
it's
full
just,
trigger. Done.
Yeah, like you introduce all these sci-fi elements, androids and like tagged firearms, but it's just a gun that's so old it cannot be tracked, and that's why it's such a fucking problem for them. It's cinema.
It's peak.
It is peak. It's a great idea. It's like a no-brainer, but you never see it. So every crime's always got to be like super sci-fi if it's in a sci-fi setting, because they think, okay, we need to justify the setting. But for this, it's just a gun. It just got shot.
I do wonder if this is going to be the lowest tech level of murder, or if there's just going to be just a stabbing.
Well, they said, at the very least, there can't be another fire, because they said firearm is... I imagine they're going to try it with how much they've hyped up how hard it is to get away with the firearm crime. There's going to be something to that.
That's fair.
Yeah,
There's a lot of setup for it.
Also, I don't know why you're still quiet.
Am I still quiet? I mean, I was far away from my
Okay, yeah, that
microphone
was
there.
it.
Yeah. I was leaning back.
Yeah, I have to imagine that there's going to be either more poisoning or in
Mm.
not just indirect kills of some kind. Of they can't be there when that kill happens, or
Yeah, I know we were talking about the model employee type killings. I
Mhm.
do wonder if they're gonna go to the company at some point.
I really
if they're
hope they
gonna
go to the
revisit
company.
that.
I think that'd be really cool.
I don't know if it'll be. Was Delta Riley? What was the last
Were we
name?
were we Gamma? Were we Delta? No, we were Delta.
Gamma was.
Next it'll be
the
30-year-old landmine. It's just like some random fucking like apartment building like built on like a war fucking like in a battlefield. It's some fucking
Oh, arson would make sense then.
arson. Yeah, I guess arson would be probably the best way to kill in this, and
Yes,
then also
in,
cover your
in
tracks.
in a cyberpunk setting, probably arson. Yeah.
But you gotta find flammable stuff too. Also, it might be a bit difficult.
I mean, paper still exists. Look
I
at
guess
back
so,
there.
I do like the idea of like the green text as the founding fathers intended. Me bursting up someone's door with a grape shot, loading a musket, charged bayonets. I like in this world, legitimately using a musket. It is the perfect crime. They can't be tracked back.
I mean, I have to imagine there's only a certain amount of people who collect old firearms like that. So like,
That's why
they would probably be on a list.
That's where I do wonder where the killer got their gun. You know, like where.
I think it was black market, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, you're right. They do mention it was like black market. They just kind of happened upon it.
Yeah.
Just the black market TM.
Yeah. Unfortunately, but like,
I was hoping there was going to be a bit more of a story to it.
I wonder if there's gonna be more of an explanation of the killer's ties to the black market, though.
Yeah, because there's a lot of interesting stuff. I'm sure will be because fucking Encircle. They're on Twitter. They've been saying like, hey, we updated the art on the Steam page for no reason. I'm like, okay, all right. Very kind of you to do so.
Thanks.
I'm sure it has nothing to do with what we're doing here. Bullets fired from guns that are old are marked by barrel shape.
So false 6 bullets had the same rifling marks. We know they were fired by the same gun.
It's not as plug and play as tags are, but it's equally precise as science. I assure you. If that's not damning enough, the spent casings from the other 5 shootings were still in the chamber.
God, holy fuck! I forgot that London would have been like London's like our age.
Oh,
if I remember correctly.
Yeah, no, we determined it. He must be like our age right now.
He grew up with Skibbity Toilet.
No. No. No, London fucking... He probably watched Tobuscus' Minecraft Let's Play. That's what he did.
No. Oh, no.
He grew up with Tobuscus. That's who...
Tobuscus, Sky does Minecraft.
He watched The Annoying Orange.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's what happened. He old enough to know what Roblox is. He probably played it. He's probably the age.
Yeah, he probably.
He probably
played it.
He probably had a YouTube account.
Oh my God, London was so like a 12-year-old who thought just like being a YouTuber was as easy as uploading videos.
He did COD gun. He did COD gun reviews. He would stack a camcorder on books and record the screen.
Yeah, he did a fucking Borderlands gun reviews. Yeah.
Oh, London, I love you. You're a funny guy.
Thank God for pre-sequel, right?
Thank God. Hey, we don't always say about pre-sequel. At least it's not 3.
At least it's not 3. Okay.
Did you read this one?
Why is it not loading? There we go. Without even needing to reload.
The caliber your client was found with is the gun HK used to kill 6 women. No way to lawyer around that.
An untagged gun. Just being anywhere near a weapon like that could warrant your arrest.
Gotta say, also, a lot of VNs usually get this wrong. I'm very happy with the text blips effect here. It's not like...
It's not loud.
not loud, it's not annoying, it's fine. It's like nails tapping on a desk or something. I like it. The point is I like it. It doesn't annoy me, and I appreciate that.
Being found by the police over a dead body with an untagged gun used at 5 other crime scenes. Crime scenes is just... To summarize, then, you believe my client fought verbally, then physically with his girlfriend, and then you retrieved this weapon and shot her? Yeah, pretty much. How did he look when the officers found him?
Side note, I forgot to mention it, but I do also like the color scheme in this game as well for the characters. I'm a big fan of the outlines
The
here.
highlight, yeah, the outlines, they're really nice. Also, I didn't notice it before, but Morgan has two tones.
No, and we mentioned it before. It's like a gradient. We talked about
Yeah.
her having a gradient between deep red and dark blue. It's
The
her
only other
dark
one that
passenger.
the only one that I can see that kind of has a gradient is Reyes, because it kind of gets a little darker, but like it doesn't shift colors.
Yeah. It's still the same, but she kind of... It could be like a... No, I think everyone just has like goes light to gray to darker.
I think it does. I think everybody does, but like it's more obvious on Reyes because she's not obfuscated by the text box.
Yeah. It's no, it's good though. Like I know I want to say that V3 did it too, right? They had do they have the outline on people? No, they didn't have. No, I'm hallucinating. I thought that at the very least they have color-coded characters.
Mm-hmm.
Now I want to see Emma's outline later on. I feel like we commented on it when we first played that she does have a gradient as well, if I recall.
She does, but I don't think it's as like obvious, or like it's not as like drastic.
Yeah,
It's not a warm color to a cold color. It's just, I think it's just two-tone.
You're not as psychotic as our girl boss here.
Mm-hmm. Guilty? How was his effect? Quiet, detached, stiff.
Not exactly the picture of a grieving partner.
That reaction may have lost him points with the cops, but beyond that, people react to loss in all kinds of unusual ways. And so long as the police are suspicious of you, there's no right way to grieve. God, when she's thinking, her eyes go completely black.
Yeah,
Oh, Jesus.
good. It's good design. It's very good.
Morgan, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Oh, Morgan, who hurt you? What the fuck's up with it? I really hope there's like really nothing. I hope she's just like this.
I hope so as well, because I don't want it to be like, oh, she has a tragic backstory, and like, oh no, you're supposed to feel sympathetic for her, even though she's like that. But like, oh boy.
I haven't watched it, but I assume, like, I'm hoping it kind of goes. I haven't watched it, so I don't have a good understanding. But like Dexter, kind of, where like, I don't think he has like a good reason for why he's doing what he's doing. It's just
He has a reason for. Hold on. Jesus. He has a reason for doing it, but it's not a great reason. Basically, like, he was always going to be a serial killer, but like, his dad being a cop, or his adoptive father being a cop, basically was like, okay, I can't stop you from being a serial killer short of locking you up somewhere. And I'm really sick of police red tape. So kill criminals, basically.
his dad fully knows.
Oh yeah, his dad was fully aware of it, and then he walked in on his son killing someone and immediately shot himself. It was like,
Well,
no, the monster I created turned out to be a monster? No.
Well, he told him go kill a guy, and he's like, okay, Dad. What the? Is he stupid?
Exactly. Like,
He seemed like he was down for it, so I don't like what's going on. You know, I do kind of hope it was more like she's just born like this, and it's just kind of how she developed with it. I would want there to. I mean, there can be like an inciting incident as to why she developed sociopathic tendencies, I guess. But I would rather her. I don't know. I want it to be a bit more, I guess, mature than that. You know?
yeah, like, because Dexter was like, his mom was killed when he was really young, and then he was adopted, and they keep saying like, oh yeah, since his mom was murdered, he turned into a serial killer. And it isn't really ever brought up that no, he probably was just always like that. He was always going to end up like that. Purely because his brother also turned out to be a serial killer.
Okay, that's too many serial killers.
Exactly. There's
like Riverdale.
Oh no. Too many serial killers might as well be Dexter's tagline. Because every season there is a new serial killer. It's all about his hunt for one serial killer, and it stops being like killer killing killers, and it becomes just who's the serial killer? What's their secret identity? Ooh. And that's it loses a lot of its identity after like the second season. It's not like bad, but like it loses a lot of its identity. Evangeline Morgan should be 100% be a straight. Your Honor, she did all those things, but hear me out. I love her.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I think she's awesome. I didn't know who those people were. Fuck them.
Fuck them kids.
Fuck the victims. I don't care.
You've done a pretty admirable job keeping details of HK's crime a secret.
Hey there! Looks like you're trying to search for a term related to an ongoing investigation. Until authorities have made their findings public, results may be heavily curated or temporarily unavailable. Read more about how we cooperate with authorities to combat disinformation here.
I like the idea of censorship being marketed as combating disinformation.
Yeah.
Because that's just real. Like...
No, those are lies. You can't look at those.
Yeah, oh, you're true. You can't be doing that.
You're not ready. The information isn't ready for you yet. You idiot. You a moron.
We don't have the narrative ready. The less reputable sites are going to be doing some real journalistic acrobats trying to piece together a story. Yeah, all top 100 theories on who hurt HK was a real weighty read.
Not just the journalists, though. All kinds have been emboldened. The freaks that HK managed to bring out of the woodwork in just a few weeks.
Can you blame him, though?
It's kind of base, though, right?
Kind of real. I mean, he's a genuine serial killer. Repeat offenders in general are an endangered species, but he's gotten away with... We know what he's gotten away with. Take a look around this, detective. National DNA Registry is robust enough to, that cases never go cold. Cameras on every street, a phone on every citizen.
I feel like they changed the song coming down effect. I remember it being like a reel up here or something. Like, I want to say.
Maybe.
I feel like they updated that.
Violent crime at an all-time low and clearance rates at all-time highs. But you gonna spout some alt-pol bullshit about invasion of privacy? No, I'm not. People are safer now than at any other time in history, detectives. So when someone like Heartbreak does come along...
Good point.
London's trying to look like he can laugh it off.
Aren't I so cool? Isn't Heartbreaker so cool and suave and special and unique and unusually competent? Morgan, stop the glazing. Heartbreak won't fuck you. Maybe.
But pressure from the higher-ups must be reaching its peak.
Fuck you over, maybe. That's probably more accurate. Your dark passenger.
They want, maybe need someone to get charged, and that makes them predictable.
Yeah.
Yeah, well... Even if there's nothing standard about HK...
Heartbreak would totally fuck Evangeline, but they'd be thinking about Emma Rockwell.
Department SOP still dictates that we starve the media for the case details.
That way, when we do feed them, they're grateful for whatever scraps they get.
But we can't take all the credit this time around. Homicide's tight-knit and tight-lipped, but it's not like there's much information for us to leak in the first place. Why is that? Because none of the systems were, none of the shootings were caught on the opt-in crime surveillance system.
The opt-in crime surveillance system, abbreviated to OPTICS, is a partnership program between the state and private enterprises that allows for the free sharing of surveillance and security data to better promote and preserve public safety. Accessible through state employee logins or private partner accounts, OPTICS Smart UI allows users to search through and collate footage from a city of tens of millions in just a few simple keystrokes. OPTICS is frequently cited in state reports as one of the most effective tools for reducing crime. The footage from OPTICS often serves as key evidence in criminal proceedings, where it is considered admissible by default. See People versus Erawan. Users also frequently search for public safety measures in my area. Daily security level. It's daily security level. Shit's bad. Do not go outside.
Don't even go inside.
You just look like, what's the daily security level? You're dead. You're done. They're coming. Daily security level. They're here. What?
In your walls.
What?
How's that even possible? I know there are some rough areas in the lower wards, but OPTICS is watching every other street in the entire city. You're saying you haven't seen this killer on camera once. You think we'd let him kill 6 people if we did?
Maybe. I understand your concern, ma'am, but OPTICS is only what it says in its name. Private surveillance systems signing up to feed into the state security network. Not perfect, just another one of the many public safety tools in our belt.
It's not meant to be perfect. It's meant to help us solve crimes. Or at least act as a deterrent. One would hope so. Fat chance. Deterrents are for war rooms and board meetings. Anyone crazy or desperate enough to commit a crime in a city like this couldn't care less about anything as vague as the consequences of their actions. I'm sure you know a lot about that, Morgan.
Like a safety blanket, one with very few holes left in it. But it does have holes. Patching up those remaining holes takes effort, and that usually means rebooting the system. There's all kinds of technical data and digital bureaucracy involved, but the end result is that there are occasional localized blackouts, and the math used to schedule them is not impossible to predict.
I see. But those windows of opportunity are small and short. Taking advantage of them requires specific knowledge. You'd need to be involved in law enforcement, pub data, or city planning. They'd have mentioned it if my client was a cop, and he wouldn't have needed a public defender either. His file says he's modded for heavy mass manipulation, not tech interfacing, so that just leaves city planning. So does he work construction for the city?
HK's only ever struck at times and locations where OPTICS would be down. Even with the devil's own luck. Can't possibly be a coincidence.
Wait, so you're saying when this woman was killed? Yeah, there was a blackout from around 8 to 9 that night. Right on schedule, so to speak. And included the area surrounding the victim's apartment. Well, what about DNA from other crime scenes? Was my client a match?
There's been no blood, no saliva, no suspect data at any of the crime scenes.
No footage, and no forensics.
Also, no motives, tampering, or witnesses. Been like hunting a damn ghost. We didn't even have a murder weapon.
Until now. Finally, a lucky break for the boys in blue.
Alright, Morgan, that's toxic. You're being toxic now. Scanners, cams, drones, forensic, no matter how you dress it up with tech, all detective work relies on one basic assumption. People make mistakes. But HK is the kind of monster who doesn't make mistakes. Only reason we ever caught him tonight was because he finished what he had set out to do all along.
So was my client on the list of suspects before tonight. Weren't you listening? There was no list of suspects.
We questioned some X's, a few CIs, someone even spoke to one or two unlisted at some point. I don't think they ever tell us what unlisted means. I'm assuming just like an off the gridder kind of person.
Off the grid, yeah.
Is that just what they call homeless people?
It could be like undercover as well. Or
possible.
I don't know, like no records of their birth type people. Like, I don't know.
I'm sure we'll find out soon in another case what unlisted is talking about. Nothing came of it. There was talk about starting on some kind of psyche eval or something, but I never expected much to come of that. Unsub. There's just not enough there to work with.
In other words, the only thing they could have to link my client to those killings is the murder weapon. If I can jostle that keystone, the rest of their case should start to come loose as well. Thanks for the chat, detectives. I think I understand the background well enough now. Candidly, I see the same strokes as you do, and the picture paints it isn't pleasant. But even so, it seems a bit unrefined to be brought before a judge, don't you think? Hey, it's only our job to catch the bastard. DA's the one who gets the conviction. Besides, we're not exactly going to have to work hard to convince anyone of his guilt. And why is that? Because we found a handwritten confession at his desk.
Oh?
What?
Knowing the context is stupid, but I can imagine Morgan's like, what? Morgan's like, what do you mean, a confession? He didn't do it. What are you talking about?
What?
War?
Well, that's, unexpected. I'm sorry, you're now telling me you wrote a confession? Has it been verified?
Not yet. We have to muscle past everyone in fraud and disinfo to get to the front of that line.
Why bother? The note's covered in his fingerprints.
There's a copy in the discovery data, but I should warn you, doesn't exactly make for light reading.
I'll have to manage somehow. I'll need to see this confession for myself.
Sorry for everything. Can't say it enough. Didn't mean to hurt you or do what I did. Did not want any of it to happen. Can't stay in control when I get mad. When I'm not in control, I hurt people without meaning to. Wish I hadn't broken them. Didn't mean to at first, but I was hurting. Wanted to hurt you too, but didn't want to hurt you. Words aren't enough, I know that now. I'll take responsibility and do what I've been avoiding. Please forgive me.
What does sick mean?
I forget. I know we figured it out before, but
That was difficult to read. Barely legible, in fact.
It might just be like illegible.
Unintelligible, yeah. Well, got a spin on that. No need. But it's a confession. Not a confession that he signed, though, is it?
Not yet.
And not one he intends to sign anytime soon, considering that he asked for representation. Yeah, the most wanted man in the city asked for a lawyer, and got you. Guess you're both lucky. Hardly. I just happened to be awake when the call went out. But I'm not so flush with work that I can afford to turn tail now. So if you don't mind, I'd like to go and speak with my client. What? He's not still handcuffed in there, is he?
Look, counselor, with all due respect, we have strong evidence pointing to that man being responsible for 6 murders. 2 hours or so in cuffs isn't cruel or unusual. And that's for your safety as well.
That's kind of you to worry, but I doubt I'll be in any danger. He's killed 6 women. None of them were redheads.
Oh, She's got you there?
Seriously, though, I'd like to speak with him alone now. Camera's off, if you don't mind.
Mic's on or off is your call, counselor. We'll be watching the feed from right outside in case anything happens. And the cuff, that is, stays on.
That worried about me. How chivalrous.
Yeah, my armor's practically blinded.
Gross. I'll start up the unlock cycle.
Counselor, just one last word of advice. If you have any interest in his well-being, I'd suggest you help him sign that confession.
It's not a bad idea. I do get paid either way. But the defense part of defense attorney isn't just for show, detective.
I mean it. 6 people dead is one thing, but he's also caused weeks of widespread terror and public unrest. Putting it another way, he's made the state look bad. That's a capital crime if there ever was one. And then even if the death penalty's not actually on the table these days, I can guarantee he's not going to like whatever rehabilitation plan they draw up for him. Look, I've seen the virtual work release program in person, and it's
being challenged before the Supreme Court.
Yeah, sometime in the next decade, maybe. Just remember, a plea deal might feel like a loss for you, but it keeps him from... well, that's probably a win for your client, right?
I have to imagine they just get turned into servitors, right? They just get lobotomized.
It's... I think, like, when I first played this, and I saw this term, and I saw this entry, that got me super hooked. I was like, damn. You know, like, in Ace Attorney, you're like, oh, my client could go to jail. That's bad. But for this...
Great Ace Attorney, it's like, my client gets executed.
Yeah, like, they just die.
Like, this is a different kind of fucked up.
Yeah, you think about this, like, I do not want my person to be get gotten guilty. And I do have to wonder, with this being... They seem to be... It's very human. The design is very human. With how they sort of set this up, they seem to be going for a more realistic defense attorney presentation in the sense of, once we prove our client couldn't have done it, we're good. We're done. We're out of there.
We don't need to find the killer, because
it's not our job. Well, this case is a specific circumstance, but you know what I mean. And I do wonder, because the case 0 showed that there is, like, if you decide to keep pushing and go for extra stuff, you can get a slightly better ending where you cheer up Carlos at the end. Mm-hmm. Slightly. Or at least make him feel a little bit better, as fucked as it is. I do wonder if you can catch the killer should you choose by continuing to dig, or if that's just going to be, like, to win this case, I need to actually prove who the killer is. I can't, like, just prove that my client's innocent.
Yeah, it might be one of those cases, or like one of those situations where it's like, okay, well, if your client did it, someone had to. The state wants a scapegoat, whether it's the actual criminal or whether it's your client. And if you fail to prove that there is another person who has means, motive, and opportunity, and you have them red-handed, your client's going to jail or being put in the rehabilitation.
Well, you say that, but I mean, we don't do that for this case. And this is a serial homicide case.
I know, but this is like so early in the investigation stage where it's like they just got this guy 2 hours ago, right? If we are able to prove that he's innocent, like he literally could not have done the crime, it looks bad on the police.
If it gets to court, though,
even gets to court.
I guess if it gets to the part where it's at court, then I guess it's a different whole thing. That's really embarrassing to the state. If that gets...
Exactly. Like here, it's like, police got the wrong guy, whatever, you know, it happens, just move on.
I think Morgan says something to that effect too, when she's talking to Carlos about defense work, of relating it to like a casino. Like, the house will always win, we need to just make sure we can play again.
Yeah.
We'll never beat the courts, but we just need to not piss them off enough to get us kicked out. Which I do, like, because I think I'd be really interested in a mechanic where, like, if you want to solve it, then you can. Like, if you want to keep pushing and solve the case and get the best ending for a case, which would be, like, what we obviously would do.
Yeah.
I kind of like the idea of it being a choice, of almost like a reflection of showing Morgan is even, well, not
Capable.
yeah, like, because even this, like, she at the end she's gonna question, why did I cheer Carlos up? I don't like what was that? What did I do that for? I'm pushing it. And with her little android that's gonna be coming in the coming moments now, I imagine her morality is gonna get tested.
I wonder if we don't end up pushing, is the android gonna end up learning not to push, and that's gonna be relevant at some point?
I figured
Or
that's
is it gonna
be it.
It could be a flip-flopping morality system kind of a thing.
I feel like the ending is gonna, like, I had in my mind that, like, going forward the android character is just gonna be this constant, like, watching your actions kind of character, and then at the end, depending on what you do, they might turn out different. Though then again, this is very ambitious for an indie studio that's like, this is like their first proper game. So it's a lot to expect from. I don't want a lot of great things we imagine in our mind, but I imagine they're gonna obviously do what's in their means to do.
Yeah. The funny thing is that Morgan would not even remotely care to do that unless her ego made her feel like she had something to prove or spite towards something. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
She wouldn't take a case that made her, like, have to stick her neck out enough to, like, be one-on-one in the courts, like, it's my client or somebody else, unless she feels like she just straight up knows how to solve this case already.
Well, actually,
she just gets it.
There's a better thing with that, too. It depends on if Emma is the prosecutor and she can prove who the culprit is while also giving her client, I'm not guilty. If she could do that to Emma, I think she would do. That's the only reason she would do it. If she knows that she can show up Emma by finding the killer and getting her client off. That's true. And I do like London too. I'm a big fan of London here as like our Gumshoe equivalent.
He's pretty cool. I like him.
He's already, I don't know, he's smart. He's a smart dude. He's calm. He's simple. He's civil. I like how he carries himself.
Prison sentences are generally lighter for those who plead guilty. Not much is true. Saves the court a great deal of time and money, and they show their gratitude with reduced sentencing. But no one will ever be grateful towards the Heartbreak Killer. Anyone convicted for killing 6 people, they'll never rest their mind another day in their life.
Killer. Oh.
It's depressing as hell in here. White woman.
See, like, she thinks she's in the edit. Like, it's fucking. She didn't gotta do this. It's unnecessary. It's not even. It's a slide door.
It is a fucking slide door. I didn't realize that.
What door is she? She's throwing the door open. It's a slide door. She's toxic. She doesn't need to do this.
They need to liven this place up.
There's no need for the hand outstretched. What? War?
Carlos flat, right? Hope you don't mind if I get comfortable. We got a lot to cover. But this shouldn't take all night.
What are you? Look, I already told you people, I didn't...
I'm not a cop, Carlos. Furthest thing from it.
I like just, there's like a whole shift of expressions as the sentence went on, too. If they just, I like movement in my games. I'm ADHD. I like seeing little things move and change and like characters talking.
Oh, it's a reference to Francisca, isn't it?
What, the hand?
Yeah.
No, I think she's just. I just think she
probably is just extra, but like with the design and everything, I think it might. I think it may have had light.
I think she's just toxic.
She could be. She just thinks she's in the edit.
This is her. She's walking into the room of the person whose wife she fucking killed.
I'm a lawyer. You're a lawyer, in fact. And I'm here to help you.
Yeah, well, they said that too. All of them did. Back there and here. Keep repeating it whole ride over. And as we'll see later on, I think Carlos is definitely a big defendant for me. I love him a lot.
I hope he shows back up, but I really don't want him to.
I hope he shows back up like Senator Armstrong and just fucking punches, like rushes at Morgan and just fucking sucks her. I would. He's just a very. I don't know. You feel bad for him, and he's not like a perfect guy either.
No, he's got issues.
Yeah. But I love him. He's a great dude, and I feel bad for him. Oh, his does have like a clear gradient. Actually, his goes into like a blood red from his purple.
Okay, I never noticed that. I mean, it is all. I guess it would be like warm colors, though, as opposed to like a drastic gradient. It is. I mean, it's like a magenta, so it isn't like a really big leap either.
Mm-hmm.
But like it is still interesting.
This is the only one like I've seen like a clear, like different color gradient at the very least. Other than Morgan. Back there and here kept repeating the whole ride over. Said that they were gonna help me. They knew this was all a mistake. Then they said I killed. Acting like they were on my side. And they thought that I could have.
It's not their job to help you, Carlos. But it is mine, and I'm here now. He's still in shock. I need more information, but if I approach this the wrong way, he'll just clam up even more. I'm sure you're exhausted. It's probably difficult to think, let alone speak. But I'd like you to try and answer a few questions.
The police already
Questioned you, I'm sure. But they were treating you as a suspect, not as a client.
Okay. So what do you want to know? What about you?
Let's start simple. Something mundane, grounded, rote. I'd like to know a bit about you, Carlos. A bit more about you first, Carlos. Something like... What line of work are you in?
I'm with City Engineering. Or I was, or should be.
As I thought. Police must be convinced you mapped out the optics blackouts using data you stole from work.
My arm, I got it slotted for the job. And,
Carlos, I'm gonna need more than that. So what do I know? He works in the City Engineering, not a desk job. Reyes said he was modded for work, and that arm must be in custody at the moment. But based on his shoulder, he'd have to be pretty...
utilitarian.
Utilitarian, yeah. He doesn't strike me as the type who's enamored with the aesthetics of modding. The young, the restless, and the rich, swapping in neon chrome limbs because they like the way it looks. Or the way it makes other people start looking at them. No. He's pragmatic, grounded, and very unlucky.
Unlucky.
In which case, I should be too. You know, my brother wanted to mod.
Really?
Really? I don't even have a brother.
You're toxic!
He had everything planned out. A whole career path of promotions and bonuses and the upgrades they'd afford him. Then came his 18th birthday present. Test results politely informing him that he is not a viable candidate.
Well, that sucks.
I think he felt relieved, actually. Seemed like it was a weight off his chest. Like he was glad he didn't have to choose. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I think it does. I always figured if I'd start at all, I'd start small, a hand or an eye. test the water. Never thought about lobbing my whole damn arm off, but the recruiter was enthusiastic. He said because of the NCDA, there was financial aid and resources. Of course, I got shit canned. So now me and every other modder is royally screwed. Didn't even let me keep the tax credit.
New Citizens with Disabilities Act was amended, not repealed. But I doubt he'd appreciate the distinction at the moment.
I work the tighter spaces, the high vault environments, mostly canopy upkeep. Typical stuff for modders, you know?
He's speaking freely now. Don't need to do much more than repeat his words back to him to keep him talking. But the right word choice here or there can still make a difference. You work on the canopy. You must be...
Yeah, and also just doing like little... I love this mechanic of reading articles and having a new dialogue tree because of that.
Yep. You must be under a lot of pressure now that the subways are cordoned off.
Damn straight. This crap with Long. Once word got out that the case against him was real, every desk job in the chain became terrified of their own shadow. All of them convinced that Eternal Affairs is gonna come knocking if they misplace so much as a paperclip. Everything by the book means no room for compromise. No room for problem solving.
No room for engineering?
Yeah. And no patience for screw-ups.
He's trying very hard not to look at his shoulder. Why aren't you wearing your prosthetic right now, Carlos?
Well, yeah, that. Rejection issues. Starting last month. A lot of sleepless nights.
Rejection? Did the therapy not take?
The process of adjusting the human mind and body for the unique challenges and stresses that come with cybernetic body modifications typically includes physical therapy, mental technique, instruction, and sensitivity training. Depending on an individual's viability or lack thereof, medications and even minor viral tuning may be employed to modify the body's immune response, but improvements made in recent years in medically sterile alloys have greatly reduced the percentage of the patients that require such treatment. They care about us. So worried about him, look. We're taking such good care of his arm and his medical needs.
Yeah. Such good care.
It's not like that. I wasn't oozing pus out of my sockets or anything.
Then, do these rejection issues have anything to do with your scars?
Not in the way you're thinking.
Hmm?
I'm right-handed.
So those cuts on his face are just from shaving.
Never thought this would go on for as long as I'd have to relearn how to do everything. I mean, the problem started small, trembling, but then spasms. Just oversensitivity, they said. An easy fix.
But the problems got bigger.
Couldn't let it get that far. Need to be able to trust your own hands when you're on the job site. Drop a cutter at the wrong moment and people could get hurt. So I sat down, made an appointment, turned in my arm, and watched my case get placed at the back of the damn line.
Where'd you turn it in?
Some mass turnaround shop with a waiting list like you wouldn't.
It doesn't sound like you're a happy customer.
Hell no! I found a dozen other clinics with shorter wait times. But as long as I'm renting and not owning.
The manufacturer decides where your arm gets maintenance.
And that's why I'm still sitting with this expensive ass stump for a shoulder. I haven't been able to work in weeks. Bosses were generous enough to say my position might still be there when I get 2 working arms again.
You couldn't buy or rent a replacement yourself, just in the meantime?
I serve at the pleasure of the state. They've got exclusivity contracts with Hindi all locked up with white knuckle tight.
Hindi? How Industries?
How Industries is the world leader in the research, development, manufacturing, and fitting of cybernetic prosthetics for commercial and private use. And we're hiring! We're seeking motivated and passionate archivists, programmers, salespeople, and college graduates with degrees in digital archaeology, cybernetic anatomy, and more. Not interested in sponsored search results? See further with a premium account.
As I recall, he's registered with one of their Habili models, I think it is. Could be
Yeah, like
Habilis.
or Habilis or something.
Habilis, maybe, yeah.
I do, because in this episode 0, we're getting a lot of company names, we're getting a lot of locations and things in the world. I'm wondering if this is all just, like, super foreshadowing that, like, each case going on will have something to do with, like, the canopy, for instance.
I hope so, but I think it's also just world building.
Yeah. Well, at the very least, the android shit's gotta have a case. There's no way that the worm androids aren't involved.
That one I fully expect. I expect that, especially because we know we're getting an android that's coming with us.
I believe
like,
a worm android specifically.
Yeah. So, like, we have to be getting that.
I took one step on site with uninsured tech. If I get the fines, I'd lose my down payment on my arm. Never work in the city again. This was last quarter. Maybe I could have worked something out with the management, but like I said, no one's sticking their neck out for anyone now that Long's in hot shit.
You still hate that name? What name?
Worm Android.
Oh, Worm Android, okay. You mentioned discomfort. Are you in pain?
Oh, pain will come and go. It's the itches that'll kill you. And the phantoms come back pretty fast when I don't have anything. Phantom pain. You can't even say.
It also ties into this episode because of the AD or the ad at the reception making the remark about the about the security theater and then saying that she must have misspoke.
That's true. Yeah, them talking about this the artificials that are like running stuff and then say like it making a mistake like that, and that's definitely gonna like play a whole role into it. Some hologram shenanigans. Pain or discomfort that the brain experiences as coming from an amputated part of the body. When stimuli stops coming from a part of the body that is no longer there, the areas of the nervous system that were previously devoted to processing those sensations reconfigure themselves to still be of use. Occasionally, the brain mistakes this new sensory processing as still being associated with pain or sensation from an amputated limb. Because of the large mental element at play, therapy for phantom pain reduction necessarily involves psychological conditioning and often the use of prosthetics. Phantom pain has become more widely experienced and understood as a result of the spread of the body modification movement. Debate over whether the modern scene has increased or decreased public empathy for amputees and the disabled remains contentious. Did you mean phantom visions? Phantom visions are caused by faulty installation of cybernetic eye mods resulting in periodic electrical discharge across the retina. Schedule a consultation immediately if you suspect this applies to you. Users also frequently search for my mod hurts, mod painkillers, mod or itching. But we know
Phantom
Reyes has
visions. One. Yeah, like, oh shit, do you think Reyes is gonna get tied up in like a case?
Reyes is gonna get schizophrenia.
Reyes?
The Reyes side story. I hope so. Yeah, I think that really pull it all together of like defending Reyes, and then at the end of it she finds out that you're a killer.
Yeah, like she freaks out or something and fires her gun at a phantom vision. And it so happens that somebody else just got shot. And they think, oh, she did it, even though like the plug and play doesn't necessarily add up.
Phantom visions are perfectly normal technical issues. They are not digital ghosts. That'd be terrifying. You're just seeing some people's soul killer.
Soul killer, yay! I gotta be right back.
All right. Arm shaped attached to me. Didn't they give you something to, well, wear in the meantime? Something the clinics lend out for cases like this. What they gave me is a deadweight 3-jointed landfill bait piece of shit. Sorry, it's a very shitty feeling. Having a part of your body that you know they cut corners on. It fits. It's compatible. Technically. I can slot it in and feel on balance again. But the fingers don't even bend and the quick twitch motors are way off. Like walking around with your arm asleep. Or dead. So, were you wearing it when... Were you wearing it when you were arrested? No, I wasn't. I'm pretty sure I saw police bagging it as evidence, so... Can't have gotten too far. So Detective Reyes was being quite literal about how he was found. He had the victim's blood on his left arm only. Because at the time in question, he didn't even have a right. No inconsistencies in the story so far, and he's opened up about it as well as he can be expected. But this has all just been warm-up for both of us. Now comes the delicate part. Carlos, you and the victim were romantically involved. How long did you two know each other? Right. I've known her since college. We shared a few classes, mutual friends. Always got along. Eventually we just, got together at some point. I never actually asked her out the real formal way. Sounds pretty cowardly saying that out loud. Diane, she was in genetics, focused on studies on agriculture. It always takes them a few tries to get used to using past tense. Just finished her post-grad work this year. Got hired right out of the gate. Practically headhunted. You believe that? Practically headhunted. Of course she was. Any company would be lucky to have her. I'm back. It was a real ass job. Paid real ass money, too.
So her career was starting to pan out. Right as yours had fallen into the mother of all slumps. Where was she hired?
Pedigree? No, Peregree Laboratories. I say that like the name matters. The whole setup's under Harco's umbrella.
That doesn't narrow it down. The Harvest Corporation grows a third of all the soybeans and the corn in the entire country.
Is that model employee?
No.
No, there was something. No, they were like a shipping company.
Yeah, they were like Amazon.
Yeah.
It wasn't actually called Amazon, but like there was some.
It was an Amazon equivalent.
Yeah.
I feel like I remember them mentioning the Harvest Company though.
One client that size, the lab wouldn't need any others. Now, no corporation earns the mega prefix without a little throat cutting. But Harco is about as unsexy as big business can get. Predictable like the seasons. No one's gonna buy that if they have some lab tech murdered because of corporate greed. Had she adjusted well to her new job?
Yeah, I loved having her there.
She never mentioned arguments or disputes. Corporate politics getting rough.
I don't think so. Not like I've been a good listener lately. But I never got the impression that she... Look, no one I know could have done this to her. There's nothing she could have done that would deserve what happened to her.
It was a long shot. Hoping for a disgruntled character from her past to shift blame onto. But with no other suspects, I can't just reshuffle the detective's suspicions. I'll have to disprove their argument entirely.
Huh?
Thank you, Carlos. That was very helpful.
It was?
Now, I'd like you to try and tell me whatever you can about what happened tonight.
Oh.
Start at the beginning, and take your time. The details are important.
Alright, Miss...
Morgan.
I'll try, Morgan.
When you're ready.
We were arguing. Been arguing a lot lately. Arguing about stupid shit. I haven't been working. I haven't been making money. I haven't been pulling my weight. I was mad at myself. More than that, I was jealous of her. Jealous over nothing. Jealous over goddamn money.
The reports say you were arguing around 8 p.m.
8? Yeah, it must have been when we started. Got into it and I said a lot of things that I shouldn't have. I said one thing I really, really shouldn't have. I crossed a line and we both knew it, so I left.
You left?
Yeah, walked out the front door, Thought some fresh air might help me cool off. Help me figure out what to say to make it up to her. Wish the air wasn't fresh, just humid, thick like mud. While I was pissing away the time, Diane was...
Did you bring your phone with you? Or any other electronics?
No. Kinda stormed off. Didn't even take my key fobs. Didn't even lock the door behind me.
With optics down, traffic and street-level cameras won't help him. That leaves... Did you go to through a checkpoint? Or talk to anyone with modded eyes? Did you buy anything, cash or credit?
No, not even a vending machine.
Not even a damn vending machine, huh? I may have met my match. How can anyone be this unlucky?
Well, I'm screwed. What am I supposed to do?
That's quite unfortunate.
I just wanted quiet. The time... I just wanted to wallow in it, really. Sorry if I don't have all the details quite right. My head is... If my exact route would help, the cam's probably... What? What is it? Optics was what? Can that even happen?
And there's no other proof that you were out at the time Diane was killed. Meaning you've got no alibi.
This can't... Listen, I didn't do this. I couldn't...
Carlos. I'm the one person you don't have to try and convince. After all, I'm your lawyer. So let's just get it all out there and see what we've got to work with.
Right.
And you said you had left to clear your head. So what made you come back?
I came back because I heard a noise. Loud noise. Didn't know what it was. It was loud and it scared me. It came from the direction of our apartment. I was walking back at first. But at some point I must have started running because when I got back I was out of breath. When I saw that the front door was open, something dropped in my chest and my lungs wouldn't. Yeah.
You live on the first floor.
Yeah. First floor apartment, street facing entrance. We were proud of that when we first moved in. Like it was some kind of big deal. From the hallway I saw her, but I didn't realize. I never thought she was... The lights were off, the whole room was a mess. I thought we'd been robbed, or she'd fallen, or there was broken glass, furniture knocked over. And she was... I called her name and she didn't move. I checked her pulse and she was still warm, her blood was warm. And I saw...
The gun.
It looked so heavy, but I thought it had to be fake because I didn't want it to be real.
Is that why you picked it up?
What? Pick it up? I didn't touch that thing. I didn't shoot her, damn it.
Doing what I do, you hear a lot of lies. White lies, blatant lies, hasty lies. Bad lies, especially. For me, it's always been easy to spot a lie. But it can be hard to know what to do about it. I have all the proof I need in my files, but he's just nervous and defensive. And none of this works if he doesn't trust me.
Give me that.
You did touch the gun, Carlos. That's just a fact, because...
Of your prints.
It's a fact that your fingerprints are on that gun.
But I didn't do this. I didn't... I wasn't thinking. I was just...
Carlos. All I'm saying is that you picked it up. That's all.
Would you believe me if I said I didn't Realized it was a gun? Oh, you're fucking stupid.
Well, that explains how his prints got on the gun. But not in a way that would satisfy the police. Still, if all he did was hold the gun.
It's so stupid. I know what a gun looks like. Seen it in my own home, right in front of...
You were in shock, Carlos. You still are.
Police came in sometime after that. I don't remember much of what they said. Things started moving fast. It seemed like the rest of my night went probably the way you'd expect.
Carlos, you admit to having a verbal argument with Diane. But you said you were surprised to see the room trashed when you got back. To clarify, you're saying the two of you never had a physical fight.
What? Physical? We never fought. We never fought like that. Did the police say we did?
They assumed as much. Which means they also assumed the room was disheveled well before the shooting occurred.
Okay, well that's...
That's toxic. Considering what Carlos has told me, what else did they assume?
What is it?
I'd like you to take a look at something for me. The crime scene.
Oh.
It's an AR module built from data taken as the police entered, so...
Right, it's just that.
It's just data, Carlos. No grisly details.
Okay, well, let me see it.
Take your time.
Alright, I think I've got it.
That's how the police found things. Now close your eyes and think back to how the room looked when you left. Try and focus on what's out of place.
Alright.
I'll take notes. You just say whatever comes to mind.
I don't remember exactly where everything was. Well, the mirror was upright, of course. And that clock was still on the wall. The chair got knocked over at some point, and the bed got tossed, the cushions torn, and the urn fell. Other than that... No, sorry, that's all that stands out to me.
I see. Like so?
I forgot about the fucking... I forgot about her little drawing.
What's wrong? Something out of place? Carlos, you need to trust your instinct. If anything seems off, don't be afraid to speak up.
It's just, guess I just assumed your notes would be making edits to the AR.
Well, I suppose that works too.
We're so proud of it. Sorry, I didn't mean to...
It's funny with my recap.
Yeah. I think your drawing was really good. it was very pretty.
I'd like to change the subject now, Carlos.
Right. Anyway.
Let's talk about the letter that was found on your desk.
Letter? What do you mean?
I mean this letter here. Do you recognize it? Because the police are calling it a confession.
Dear Slim. A confession, but this is just a note to myself.
Pardon?
Look, when we fight, I lose my temper and I say things I don't mean to. So this morning I tried writing things down so I'd have a script to stick to. I could apologize to her instead of just fighting with her.
Carlos, you say in the note that you hurt them.
I broke her fidget tubbies.
Her what? Her what?
Her fidget tubbies. Look at them. They're so marketable. They're these collectible ceramic character things. It's supposed to be like, tactile. Use them as paperweights or conversation starters.
Conversation starters. This music is really loud.
Yeah, no, it got super loud out of nowhere.
I think it might just be this track.
It does seem strangely loud.
Thank you, Cece.
she loved these little things. They're not worth a damn. You can buy them at any flea market or garage sale, but they meant a lot to her. I broke them. I mean, I was pissy at the time, but goddamn piece of shit rental arm. I hardly knew where I'm swinging it half the time. I was so angry I just ripped it off and tossed it in my room. That cheap, dusty, worthless.
Okay, let's say he did break her fidget duckies with his replacement arm. What does that change? Nothing at the moment. There's not enough detail in the note for me to prove what his intent was when he sat down to write it. But if the police insist on claiming it's a confession for the Heartbreak killings anyway...
I didn't even bother to sweep them up. I felt so...
Alright, Carlos. Thanks for answering my questions. Now I'm gonna call the police back in here and I'm gonna get this all cleared up for you.
What? That's it?
That's it.
Oh, okay.
Although before I do that, I do have to ask. What do you know about the Heartbreak Killer?
Fucking Malcolm in the Middle dad turned. Oh, just one more thing. I just gotta ask you real quick. One more thing. Fucking psychopath. Heartbreak? You mean that psycho that was trending all month? I mean, as much as anyone, I guess. Haven't been getting out much, but sure everybody's on edge. A guy like that out there. He shoots people through the heart, right?
Police have kept the victim's appearances far away from any upstanding news sources. So unless he was already following the murders, Carlos wouldn't notice any resemblance to his girlfriend.
I mean, she was shot in the chest, but that's just... Well, that doesn't mean anything, does it?
If he's this slow on the uptake, it's gonna be a real shock when those officers walk in here and accuse him of being a serial killer. I'll just have to squash that theory. As quickly and as definitively as possible.
I didn't realize you could smoke in here.
Technically, I can smoke wherever I want.
Why are you leaning it into a mug?
For a fee.
20, would that say $2,000, $3,000? What was that?
Yeah, $3,000. 3,000 credits.
I guess so.
Nervous? Don't be. I'm the one who's on the clock.
Alright, I'm sure this isn't your first time doing this.
No, of course not. It will be my first homicide defense, though.
Oh.
Why does everyone always think the first time's so goddamn important?
That's a very telling statement for her.
Hey, cheer up. I've got relevant experience in other areas. Yeah, I'm sure you do.
Yeah. Toxic.
Fucker.
Oh. And what areas are those?
I don't know, killing people.
Oh.
You ever gamble, Carlos? Do you believe in God?
Dude, that will never not be my favorite fucking horror villain quote ever. Just fucking Richard Felton walking in. Do you believe in God? Like, he hasn't even seen her. He didn't even know that she was in that room. He started saying it before he opens the door. I love that, man. No, ma'am. I never go anywhere near loot boxes. Don't touch the stuff.
I meant more like playing cards.
Oh, well then, no to that too. I get really bad luck, actually.
Could have fooled me. Well, what I do is a lot like poker, Carlos. Poker's nice because even if you're dealt nothing but crap all night long, you can still win. Which makes things pretty fun.
Okay, so, you have a good poker face?
I like to think so.
Where'd your pupils go?
The abyss, Carlos.
That's not a poker. If anything, that tells me otherwise. I think you're lying to me.
That tells me other things.
It tells me other things. And are you lucky?
Only when the stakes are high.
In this metaphor, we're playing poker and the state's the dealer?
If only. No, the states are more like the house.
You mean like the lodge? The house always wins?
Lodge.
The lodge.
Yeah. They're very good at it. Winning, I mean. That's why they're up there, and we're down here. That's why they're the house.
So what do we do?
We play the cards for down, as best we can. Win more hands than we lose. Keep it up and eventually, someone will come over, tap the dealer on the shoulder, and whisper something in their ear. And we'll be politely asked to leave.
That doesn't sound very triumphant.
The house always wins. So our definition of victory is more like, don't lose.
Thanks, Morgan. I guess I was more asking, like, what should I say?
Just leave all the talking to me.
So that's the strategy. What's up?
You know, there's a saying about gamblers with strategies. Yo, ready to confess yet? 'Cause I already woke up the DA. Already? She must be now. The district attorneys always have final say on whether or not a case is brought to trial. Only fair, since they're the ones who end up having to actually prove the damn thing. Most of them prefer simple guilty pleas over long, protracted trials.
They confess? No, sir. Oh. Fine. It's no just.
And they all dislike having their time wasted. Unfortunately, then you'll have to call him back. Because my client's not guilty. And frankly, I'm not even sure you have enough to hold him here.
Yeah. What she said.
You got a weird sense of humor, counselor. Different generations, I guess. Before my time kind of thing. I'm very serious when it comes to defending a man's innocence, detective.
Counselor, we have your client's written confession.
His written confession. Let's start there.
Okay, well.
We'll be happy to. The thrust of every argument starts with the facts. What's already known and agreed upon. Public knowledge for every player at the table. It's pretty simple, counselor. Real paint by the numbers stuff. See, we found a note at his apartment with his fingerprints on it, apologizing for how he hurt them all so bad. Now, how are you planning on spinning that? And those are the facts. But I've been building up my hand all night. Now I've got the weapons to answer anything they throw at me. Well, my client did write that note, and it was an apology, but not for murder. He was apologizing for... Thank you, Cece.
Booby. I'm a crap. Oh, I forgot to drag.
Yeah. He was simply apologizing for this. The hell is that? I found myself asking that same question.
So, it's been a while, but let me get into the actual review part of the stream while I was doing this. I like the framing here. I like the way it's much more engaging than just a normal cross-examination style thing. Though I do hope going forward we don't have just multiple choice questions to solve the case. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I hope it's not just, okay, you have 3 evidence, drag the one that you think is correct to there, and they limit the evidence that you can present to, like, a couple of choices. I hope, as we go on, it expands a bit, and there's... I kind of want there to be testimony, like Ace Attorney-style testimony. Because I like the idea. I think it's a lot more rewarding for a player, personally, when you listen to a statement, find something out of place, and then, boom, hit them with a counter-argument. Because when you keep it to just something like this, where it's single evidence, it's one evidence versus just what you're talking about here, I feel like it loses impact. Then again, this is like case zero, but still I want to bring it up. Like, these feel like softballs, like too much like a softball.
I don't disagree. I mean, especially because we only got 2 things. It's a case zero. I understand there's like restrictions there, but like, I don't know. Part of me hopes that they use this like 3-block system or like a multi-block system to where you literally have to lay out things in order, and you have all of your evidence to go through. You lay out the things in order to like piece together something all together.
Yeah, yeah, that'd be cool to have like our own hand to...
Exactly, and then they need to respond, and if you do it accurately, like, they can't respond. But if you do it slightly wrong, then maybe you still get the push forward, but you don't get anything out of it.
There's the anti-up feature, which so many players seem to immediately forget after the game teaches them it exists. Well, to be fair, like... And this is sort of an uphill battle that Encircle is going to have with the anti-up feature. All that is going to determine is whether you get the bonus content at the end. It serves no actual purpose in-game as a mechanic, other than making it potentially that you die faster. As far as it has been shown, it's sort of... I like the idea of it, but I think it's an ultimately pointless system so far. Like, I feel it doesn't add a whole lot to the actual confrontation and mystery. I kind of... If they can find a way to make anti-up actually feel... like, there's no purpose to it in terms of solving the mystery. I think it's my main criticism of it. All it does is allow you to gain enough coins to get bonus stuff at the end, and that's all it does. So if you fail it, it feels extra, like, annoying, because I feel like the only reason you're going to be using the anti-up system is because you want the bonus content, and if you fail the dialogue check with the anti-up, then you're like, okay, I'm going to just reload and go back, and... I feel it's not... I'm not a big fan of the concept of the anti-up system. That's the main... That's the title here on this paragraph.
I don't disagree. I hope it gets used for something more. Maybe like credits having like a use case in game, but like I don't know how they do that.
I feel like you get into like
story-driven game.
I feel like you get like soft locked if there's like a wrong way to investigate a case or something, or or maybe it's still like you can't soft lock yourself, but by doing better, you make the process faster. Like you like learn things that would let you skip over.
I mean, skip over is one thing, but I don't want the game to go by faster either. You know,
it does
unless it's like a slog.
It does give you different / extra dialogue, if I remember right. Does it? I don't think it does. Why would it be extra? I guess because you're still presenting this. The main decider here is the information that you're presenting. All that matters is you going. I guess we can test it. Well, when it comes to, we'll check it ourselves. Let me see. What are we looking at here? Something from the crime scene.
This diagram of the room, it's created from data you captured, right?
Yeah, non-GMO augmented reality crime scene data, yeah.
What's non-GMO?
Well, not much these days.
Notice anything out of place? Yeah, the whole room is busted full of shit. It's the scene of a murder. Full of busted shit for sure. But I was more referring to the unidentified ceramic debris found on the western side of the room. The hell is that?
Ceramic debris, huh? Must have been from the vase that got tossed.
Actually, that's not possible.
No?
Because the vase...
Wasn't damaged.
It's not broken. Are you stupid?
You blind?
Is there a lore reason you asked that question?
Did you investigate this crime? Yeah, and stuff like that. Like that didn't need like a multiple choice thing. I feel like.
Yeah.
Like
again, case 0. Yeah, like I can give it that. Like it's supposed to be showing you the mechanics rather than being engaging, but I'd like it to be both.
Yeah, I get that. Like we were playing Murders on the Yangtze. Like if there's something like pretty relatively obvious to the case, they're not going to make you choose it. They just kind of mention the evidence, they bring it up, and then they talk past it, and then go to the actual like crux of what they want to argue about in that section. Like that didn't like, we know it's not broken. We investigated that. So just having Morgan say, "Oh no, it's like," or this conversation not happening in general, I feel like is. I would even prefer if he mentioned that. Oh no, it's not broken. That wouldn't make sense.
Yeah,
because this makes him look irresponsible.
It's like I understand the meta narrative is that he's testing the waters. Like I understand that's what's going on here, but like as a viewer, it's not as engaging, or like not a viewer, but like as a player, it's not as engaging to see that, because if you don't understand the meta narrative of like he's trying to like poke at you to see what you know, what you don't know, it just kind of looks like he's stupid.
And Simon, like you mentioned, why would cops help you? It's not, well, one, London is a bit of a different case. He's not like as far as we know, he's not a crooked cop. And second, I feel like objectively speaking, he would be able to say, "Oh yeah, that vase ain't broken." Like it's not even helping you. It's just like it's just stating a fact. I don't think he would push a lie of saying it is broken.
Even if he said something along the lines of like, "Yeah, it's not broken, but there could have been shit inside of it that when it got knocked over, that shit spilled out." And then it's like, "Yeah, but it wasn't at the area of which that would be the case for it to, that it wouldn't spill out that far away from the vase without there being traces left behind." And then him going, "Yeah, you're right." Like just like completely, you got me. You're right. So what are you gonna do about it? Like something like that.
So where does this leave us now?
Because that case is still that vase is still pristine. How is that?
How's that possible? Lady at the garage sale told me it was so old and delicate. Damn it, the one time I tried a thrift shop on my own.
Well, so what? What does it even matter?
The vase doesn't have a scratch on it.
Then the debris must have come from somewhere else. That debris is what my client wrote that apology over. You're saying that confession was his apology for not vacuuming? I am. Because that pile of rubble is all that remains of the victim's collection of fidget
tubbies.
What he said. Mr. Flat broke the victim's ceramic figures by accident. And this impassioned note to self was his attempt at scribbling out an apology.
Can you prove that?
We're taking this seriously? As much as I wish we weren't. We're all in agreement my client wrote that note. And we can all plainly see there's ceramic debris at the crime scene. Now, since it couldn't have come from the vase, it must have come from the collectibles. Those things.
Those things.
Simple, right? The hell are you on about? The entire room was trashed, as the Arx clearly shows. Those Fidgetubbies must have gotten pulverized during the struggle, too. You're really gonna claim you sat down to write an apology for breaking her toys after gunning her down? Not a bad train of thought, but I can do better. No, those collectibles were destroyed much earlier than that. And there's proof.
Did they change the music in this part?
I think so.
Because I like this a bit. I remember an initial Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I remember the initial.
Oh yeah, there was like the music wasn't all that good. Like this feels a little bit more like pumping. You know, like it feels like there's shit going on.
Yeah, I think our main critics. We need to see when it goes later to like the triumphant, like we're about to win the case thing. I do know. They did not have their own original soundtrack for the game. I believe they said themselves.
Yeah,
That that they had to use which is fine. Like divide and conquer. Don't waste money on, focus on what you're gonna focus on. But I do hope going forward, especially what we heard in March in Line, that we do get an OST for this game, like a proper one, because I think with the right music, you can make this feel so much better of a mechanic of just making it. But this music playing right now, this is fine. This is a completely acceptable.
it's serviceable.
Yeah, but like I'm imagining when we get into the deep part, like the case, like you're winning, you're going over everything, that music really's gotta hit. It's a visual novel, though it's a very different visual novel. It's still a visual novel, and music and visuals are like the two main components you gotta wrestle with, and if one's lacking, it can definitely impact the other severely. But it would be you.
A dusty Fidgetubby slayer. Just take a closer look at the rental you took into custody. One swipe of your finger should show exactly how devastating it was to the fickle buddy ecosystem. It's Fidgetubbies. Whatever. You did take it into custody. I'm sure your techs found ceramic debris on it, yeah?
Now that you mention it.
I forgot that she did out herself as a Fidgetubbies fan. I completely forgot about that.
She loves them.
Fine, whatever. He broke him with his arm. Well, while he was killing her. Happy. Overjoyed. Because
even a cheap arm's got an operating system that logged the last time it was worn, right? See, there you go. See, like, he's intelligent. Like, he knows his shit. But it seems weird that he doesn't take note of the vase. It feels... there's some dissonance there.
Again, I think it's not that he didn't notice it, and more that he was, like, poking you to see what you knew, like, if you were smart enough to understand that. But, like, he needs more to imply that that is the case, rather than him going, the vase isn't broken, is it, huh? Whoops. You know, like, it needs to be more like he's got to be smug about it or something along those lines where he's like, okay, all right, you know your shit, you're worth talking to.
All right, I like what you're putting down.
Like, then I would be a little bit more endeared to him. Like, I am already endeared
I
towards
like London a lot.
anyway. But, like, I would be even more so if, like, he is just as intelligent as Morgan. And we know that he is. So why have him make a simple,
well, to be fair,
mistake?
I don't want to say he's as intelligent as Morgan completely, because that role's kind of filled up by Emma.
That's true.
Well, she's smarter than Emma. Emma's smarter than her.
Emma's smarter. So, like, London being the direct parallel, or, like, even, like, it could be London, then Morgan, then Emma, right? Like, it could be a ladder situation. But if that is the case, I want London to really be, like, poking it, to just show that these are intelligent people, right? Reyes has a bye. She's a rookie, right? She this is, like, her, third day on the job or something? But, like, I think he should really be, like, trying to poke at her more in this situation. It was like, all right, so you did catch that. Like, something like, just some throwaway line of, like, okay, so you are aware. You do have the wherewithal for this to be an actual conversation.
That is a good point, Cybernetic. Once I saw that, going back through that slip-up that Morgan had of talking about the gun when she shouldn't have known about it, there is a possibility that he is suspicious of her and is trying to fucking test her a bit. There is that. That'd be a very interesting dynamic if that is what ends up being the case. But at least for what it shows in episode 0, that is not the case.
It could definitely be interesting if he's just on our case the entire time.
If they call back to that in a later case, it's like, I suspected you ever since you mentioned the gun without us describing it to you. Like, that would be crazy.
Lund being old also makes him perhaps one of the few detectives remaining on the force who knows how to do actual detective work.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, that's what we mean. We think he's intelligent. That's the argument. Isn't that it's that the game's presentation of that question back there of like what should ultimately be a pointless question, like not even like a presenting thing, was disruptive to the narrative and makes me think that he's not intelligent. But if it does end up being the case that he's doing it to fuck with us, then or just test us, then that's a whole different story entirely. But we don't have that context yet for me to definitively say whether that was good or bad. I think I'm going to speak on that as just a gameplay thing. I think it's a bad step to have a pointless multiple choice section there. I think it could have just gone without saying, or just talked about in conversation normally. I'm a very I guess I'm being very anal about it right now, but like preferably for me, for a mystery game, I don't want to be treated like I'm dumb, and that felt like a very like kind of no brain, no think kind of question. Is all that's just for me. No, he didn't. He wouldn't say that. London wouldn't say that. Gooning. Haven't heard someone say that in a long time. There. You got your clip. London. Oh yeah, he doesn't smoke, that's true. He would say jelking. Yeah. Sorry I was late for work, I was straight jelking it. And by it, I mean my Phoebus. He heard me say it last night. Why are you fucking him? Why are you fucking London?
What?
Evan, he's making claims.
Why did the one thing that Evan has said all day?
I want to fuck London. He's been in chat. What, are you saying you wouldn't? Yeah, I might fucking bust his hip out. Yeah, I don't want to fight. Like, I'll kill the man. You're sick. That's elder abuse.
I haven't.
See, I happened to spot a footnote on the lab report that said that the rental hadn't been used since the AM.
Whose side are you on, old man?
Gotten pretty late, sunshine. Just trying to save us all some time where I can.
Oh god, he would have been a femboy, wouldn't he?
No, he wouldn't. No. No, he wouldn't have. There's no, you can't
you
can't just say that about
right.
You can't just...
Cece's right.
Dude, he looks like XQC. What are you talking about? He looks like XQC. Leave him alone.
No, he 100%. Oh, fuck, hold on. Let me see if I can find it.
No, he wouldn't. I'm putting my foot down. You can't just accuse someone of that. Look at him. He's a pretty guy. Doesn't look a day past 50 years old. Played by a 30-year-old. Yeah. Come on, like...
Hold on. Here you go. Hold on. It's this image.
I mean, I can see it. Look at that cozy turtleneck.
It's this image which makes me think of that.
Flip it yourself then, same. Let me see. What are you talking about? What image?
I put it in trespassing.
Oh no! Oh, no.
You see, you understand. You get the vision now.
Oh no! He might have been a femboy. Hold on, I'll show it on stream. I just got sent some devastating information. Hold on, that's fucking. Oh no! I got nothing. I can't fight this. What do I do against that?
Also, he was born like in our time, like he's our age.
Just because he's born in our generation doesn't make him a femboy automatically.
No, it doesn't make him one, but he could have been one, you know?
You're toxic. You're disgusting.
Shut up.
Shut up. And where's the image? Where did it go? I just saved it. What happened to it? There it is. Hold on. Okay, chat, like this is the image I was sent. Hold on. Like that's pretty, like that's pretty much what it is. That's pretty much what we're looking at. Hold on, we move it. Oh no, that's so bad. Oh, he's cooked.
He's cooked.
He's cooked.
Chat, it's so over. We know what he is.
You don't need to be a mod to clip save. I think it just says clip on the like right under the stream, doesn't it? Oh.
Please, if you make this like a video, you need to make this the thumbnail.
He ain't beating the episode 1, not beating the allegation. Well, then I need a young pic. I need someone to draw a young version of him for me to use this comparison. I can't just.
I'll ask Buggy.
Ask Buck. Yeah, go on Twitter right now.
Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna go on. Hold on.
Go on Twitter right now. Go ask evil little bug to say, "Hey, love your game. Can you draw him as a femboy for me? Thanks. I need it for a video." Like what? That's fucked up. You can't do that to them.
Evil little bug.
You'll never work in this industry again.
I'm gonna send them a DM. Hey.
Hey. Oh, that's...
We're on stream.
Well, hold on. You should
right
should
now.
give them like. You need to someone needs to clip it so you can send them the clip and so they have the context of what they're talking about.
Somebody go back and clip that, please.
Well, they might already have it in the tank. You never know.
That's true.
I can hate this place.
I need to know.
You think drawing a femboy would ruin it? No, I'm not talking about ruining the artist. I'm talking about JT will never work in this industry again.
What do you mean?
Just you coming out of the woodwork. Hey, we're on stream. I need a femboy now.
No, I'm not saying I need a femboy. I'm saying I need to know if London was a femboy when he was younger.
Go ask through the proper
That's what I'm
channels.
doing.
Go through the Q&A thing that they have.
It'd be so much funnier to randomly DM the artist.
Yeah, hey, listen, you don't know me, but I know you.
No, we've talked. Like,
Fucking,
we
you're toxic.
check the FAQ. All right, fuck it, whatever. I'll do the devil game instead.
Oh my god.
Whatever.
Can I clip from the OBS?
I don't know.
I think I can. But yeah, someone get on that clip making. Someone make that clip, and we'll work something
How
out.
do I even ask this?
That's what I'm telling you. How are you gonna ask for this? This is.
It's not a matter of asking for it.
You're
It's
telling
asking, was he? Like,
Yeah, just sitting here, just give an in-depth, the mechanics of this game. It's like, do you think London was a femboy? Do you think he wore thigh highs and cat ears? You think he had a YouTube ASMR
oh
channel?
my god, no, he was a TikTok femboy. He wasn't a Minecraft 12-year-old, he was a TikTok femboy.
What if they can't tell you because it has to do with the case or something?
Oh no.
This is what are we supposed to do with this?
Hold on, no, I know what I'm gonna do. The pinned tweet is time to lawyer up of the devil is here for Steam Next Fest. Lie, cheat, and gamble your way to truth in the Ace Attorney inspired cyberpunk version, blah 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 blah. I'm gonna tweet it at the pinned tweet.
No,
I'm gonna say, hey, appreciate
you can't.
Hey, this game is great. I'm so curious.
Evan said the answer is gonna be what? The answer was gonna be was, brother, he is. He's still on the YouTube grind.
Oh no, a TikTok femboy to grizzled cop is definitely a pipeline of some sort.
Fucking Jesus.
Hey,
no,
love this game.
no. Let me get off the screen so the rigging's not fucking here.
My friend was wondering. Oh god, okay. Hey, love this game. Recently playing it on stream when it hit us.
Us? No. No, not in us. Not in us.
We need it.
Hit you.
Answer.
Hit you.
Hey, chat's here too.
It hit
Chat's
you.
here too.
I wasn't
Chat's
hit by the
here
femboy.
too.
I remain free of the femboy. Hold on, CC made a clip. Hold on.
CC did make the clip.
Hold on 1 second. Like, this is the image I was sent. Hold on. Like, that's pretty, like, that's pretty much what it is. That's pretty much what we're looking at. Hold on, we move it. Oh no, that's so bad. Oh, he's cooked.
Please respond.
Cooked.
Much love. Quality mistakes.
Well, hold on. Send him the. You gotta send him the clip.
I will. I'll link it.
Oh no. Oh no. Fucking hell. Worst review fucking ever conceived.
No, this is great. This is what we needed. This is the kind of conversation that we needed.
Fucking why is there why are we getting more people when the femboys talk stuff? Why are we at 8 people right now? What is it?
Buggy, if you're
no,
here.
they're here. Oh Jesus Christ, they're here. No.
Buggy, look at that clip. Oh.
Why'd you get them here? We were talking about mechanics and shit like minutes ago. We were talking about mechanics.
Please. Buggy, please.
We were
watch
talking
that
about
clip.
game mechanics and talking about the narrative dissonance between like actions and the gameplay mechanics, and then someone had to bring up, "Hey, do you think London was a femboy growing up, or is he still?" And now Buggy's in my chat right now.
I'm still sending that tweet, by the way.
God damn.
Unless Buggy gives us an answer right now.
Oh my God! I can't confirm or deny. Thank you. It's over. It's done. It's done. No femboys. Hold on, I'm gonna flash. One more time, just for the sake of stream. That's the image we were given in comparison here.
Yeah, unfortunately, the tweet had already been sent by the time that.
Okay, well, you're gonna get a tweet
got out there
in question. You cancel that. You delete it. You block them. You kill them. Love the game though. Great game. Hello, public. No more femboys.
Thank you, Buggy. I appreciate it.
I don't. I'm. How dare you? How dare you?
It's important information.
It's
Am I
not.
supposed to ask? Just.
Wait, no, it's not Buggy's fault. It's your fault.
It's.
Whose fault was it? Your fault? Who brought it
No,
up
it was
first?
CC. It was CC.
It was CC. Okay, Peachy Dreams in chat. If they ever try to download your game, send a bomb to their house. But thank you for stopping by. Thank you for answering that important question. Now we can continue on with the review. The review stream. Fucking Jesus Christ.
Appreciate it.
Oh my God. Read your line. Read your fucking line.
No, I'm reading what Crab put in.
All user engagement is appreciated.
Trying to ask out my Corpo coworker to see if she'll get dinner with me at Embers or Tom's Diner. Ew, what the fuck? Get zeroed parking garage haired MFW Choom Zone ticket.
What, did Crab make it an incel in Cyberpunk?
Yeah, he did. He's doing the incel run.
Oh God, why does he always do incel runs in RPGs? He did it in Mass Effect, and now he's doing it in Cyberpunk. It's a great, for whatever reason, it always makes him really evil. I don't know what it is. The incel run.
Oh, who's to say, really?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Bug.
Thank you, Buggy. Well, thank you for your service. You seriously buying all this crap? Just look at how scrawled and how panicked that note is. You expect me to believe he was that upset over a Fidgetubby collection? One that hasn't even been graded?
Hasn't even been graded.
Oh my God. Setting aside Detective Reyes' surprising depth of knowledge when it comes to collectibles, you're correct. They had no real monetary value. It would be odd for Carlos to be so shaken over their loss. But so what? So what? After all, that's not a panic you're seeing on the page. No, the only reason that note looks the way it does is because Carlos.
He's right-handed. He can't write very
Because
good.
Carlos is right-handed.
I am. Yeah, I am. Did they not know that? Shouldn't that be on my permanent record or something?
So the reason the note looks like Asylum Wall scribbles is just because he had to use his left hand to write it.
I tend to think better writing than typing. And I need to get used to using my left anyway. I just thought it could be good practice. I can't look at you the same way. What happened to you, London?
Oh, Cece, by the way, is asking me to get her canes tomorrow, specifically because of the femboy interaction.
Well, I think she deserves. Sure, get your girlfriend canes. What does she have to like debate with? Like she has like fucking Saul Goodman in your chat to like I deserve canes because of the femboy incident.
I mean, she just wanted it anyway. She was telling me about it yesterday.
She talks to you about canes in DMs.
Yeah. Yes. Of course she does. She is the Caniac.
She talks to you.
We've been know this. We all been know
She
this.
DMs you about canes.
Yeah. She's the truest Caniac there is.
That's fucking funny. That's way funnier than I think you think it is, because that is fucking. It's like fucking. Oh, my girlfriend. I could go for a Big Mac. I'm so hungry. That's like normal conversation. It's not even just because they're hungry. It's like, hey, in the future, I'll be getting McDonald's. It's funny. Taking that into account alongside the ceramics.
Your slam dunk confession is looking about as watertight as a fishnet. Okay, fine. Forget about the confession. Congratulations, counselor. Oh my god. That's so much mucus. You just established your client's remorseless. Now let's get back to the reality of the situation. Here are the facts. We found your client at the scene of the crime, wearing a coat covered in the victim's blood, right next to a big old goddamn gun that just so happened to have his fingerprints on it. That's right. That coat is. What, you gonna claim it's not his? He actually wears an extra small? She's trying to bait me in her typical low-key fashion.
Yeah, this is now the. I do like these. I do like these little like push it or fight it kind of things.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause I do think there's an interesting dynamic there of kind of. It's almost like what can I compare it to? It's kind of like the chess dimension in Investigations 2, a logic chess, where it's like, oh, do I push on this? Do I hold back? I do like the mental aspect of that there.
God, I need another logic chess. I need that to happen.
Is that one of your like favorite mechanics in a mystery
I think
game?
it is. I think of all of the Ace Attorney games that I've played, that one's my favorite. It's like, I think Tyrion Cuthbert also has like a good
It's got a good
investigation
foundation
minigame.
of you need to use context clues to proceed with it. I like Tyrion Cuthbert for that a lot. It makes you consider the character more than the statement.
Yeah.
Also, Evan is backing up Cece.
Well, Evan's different.
Okay, damn.
Tell him what you really think.
I did. I told him he's different.
That's your boyfriend right there.
It's my side lover. That's not my. He's not my boyfriend. I'm saying on stream.
Whoa.
Yeah. He's nothing but flesh to me.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. You know why, Evan. You know what you did to me. Say that to my wife. Oh, this review, all the dirty laundry is getting thrown out in this review stream. This chill review stream.
Yeah. completely derailed by Cece, but just completely derailed.
obliterated. But I have to. What was it? Regardless of the quality of the Ace Attorney game, depending on like who made it, I do have to say at the very least, I don't think there's a bad mechanic in Ace Attorney. I think all of them are fairly fun in their own way, and I enjoy them.
I'm not a big fan of the Ace Attorney 1 investigation minigames, but that's just kind of because they didn't have any sauce to them. They didn't have flair.
Wait,
You just kind of like put things together, and then Edgeworth goes Eureka, and then that's it.
yeah, but like, I mean, that's not like offensive. It's just pretty much like a logic
It's not
thing.
offensive. It's just boring. Like it
is boring,
rates the lowest.
I don't even
It's
really
got no
count that as
sauce.
a mechanic, really.
I mean, I kind of have to because it's a thing that you have to do to get over like certain things and to like further the case.
Yeah.
So I consider it a mini game, but like it's not special.
Cyclops are pretty much that one's more the presentation of it than anything else.
Yeah.
Is cool. It's a very iconic presentation to do that. Apollo's Perceive is a little bit wonky. There's not a whole lot of like you can probably based on the dialogue guess which one has the. I kind of prefer what they did with Dual Destinies, where instead of making you guess between a bunch of different dialogues, it gives you the dialogue. You just need to find the twitch. Actually, do it. No, I guess like there wasn't ever an issue in original Apollo Justice where you didn't know which testimony was gonna have the nervous tick on.
Yeah.
It was usually like you could if you were paying attention, you could intuit that pretty well. So I think I like that. I like Mood Matrix.
The searching for it is the worst aspect, I think.
Yeah, that's a little bit troubling.
Yeah, and also it can be kind of gross or just outright obvious or comedic with the fucking devil.
Oh yeah, the skull, the devil on his.
That's just ridiculous. Like,
I like the Mood Matrix. I think the Mood Matrix is fun.
that was fun, yeah.
I think the spirit channeling is one of the best, though. I really like the spirit channeling a lot.
I only got it in like 2 cases, so I don't know jack shit.
You
about
got it in 3. You got it in 3.
Did I get it in 3?
There were 2 for the middle case.
Oh, okay, all right. I got 3 of them. They were all right.
I think
they were
they're
pretty
neat.
good. They were pretty good. I think you told me about the Inga situation where you don't see faces of
Oh yeah, that's
the killer.
Yeah,
That's kind of neat, as opposed to it being just like they were struck from behind.
yeah. He's propagnosia.
Yeah.
What else?
If I had a nickel for every for every Japanese game that brought up propagnosia,
How many nickels
I
would
don't
you
know.
have?
I'd have like 3.
0. I'd have 0. What else was there? But I like for the most part, I like the mechanics. I like the way that they play. I like the way that they feel and help the investigation. And yeah, I guess I'm curious to see how they flesh out the mechanics and of the devil, if they're going to be investigation mini games or not.
I hope so.
Or if Trial is going to be formulated in a much more different way than what we're currently getting here.
I also wonder if anything's ever going to get to trial.
I think that's what the judge. We've been shown.
Oh right, we did.
We know
see
what the judge is going to look like.
Yeah. Okay. So we know that it probably will get to trial.
Also, it'd be weird to go out of your way to make a defense attorney character that just doesn't go to trial.
That's true.
But let me get back into this.
Yeah. Something you'd like to ask me, Detective? I'm curious. What'll it be next? You gonna tell me he actually wears an extra small?
Stay. Oh, was that?
He
Was that
doesn't
there
wear an
before?
XXS. I don't think so.
I don't remember there being like dialogue over this. I remember it just being. Oh no, I think they mentioned this in the update. They said like they have like dialogue, like what you're actually going to be saying.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
That's a good ad. Very good ad.
Yeah. I remember we were confused about this a little bit. Just because we don't know the terms. Or I didn't know the terms.
Yeah. Of we didn't know
Poker,
what that meant, I guess, in
Yeah.
context of the video game. Wait, I'm good. It's nice that they have a new thing here now.
Gee, Carlos, do ya?
No?
Yeah, sure. There's no evil twin you've forgotten to mention. No, I'm afraid not. Not everyone's gonna go for a mysterious third party at the scene of the crime. Or not even gonna. To prove his innocence, I will need to get there eventually. But going there now without hard evidence...
Yes, I don't think we have evidence of a third party.
Not yet.
If I remember.
I have no evidence of a third person at this time. Damn right you don't. It's clear as day in the ARCs. No evidence of anyone but Carlos being there that night. So keep dreaming. It was obvious she had something there. I wasn't gonna win that hand either way.
Oh, I remember we were a bit confused about this of like, oh wait, did we pick the wrong one? But no, you probably would have just lost more.
Yep. But at least I didn't overstep and take any more damage than I needed to. We're not contesting any of that, Detective. My client freely admits to holding the gun. He picked it up in confusion after coming home to a brutal crime scene. Which was not smart.
Hey.
But not illegal either. And that's all. He had her blood all over his clothes. Yes, he did.
Right.
Do you have those clothes on hand, by the way?
The lab finished with them a while ago.
What are you getting at? It'll be easier just to show you. Would you mind getting them for me? You know what? Sure, I could use the fresh air. Stinks of bullshit in here anyway.
And here I thought the room smelled like... Morgan, what are you going to do? My coat's covered in her blood. I remember that much. Doesn't that, like, you look really bad?
Just relax, Carlos.
I'm pretty sure that's impossible.
You're innocent. And that means that having more evidence will always help you, not hurt you.
Really?
Really? Not really.
Joker.
Plenty of innocent people in prison. People with bad luck. Or bad lawyers. People shouldn't count on the truth to come out easy. More often than not, it takes coaxing.
Along with that, Evan, we have another interesting thing that was said by Morgan before with information she couldn't have known. So now we're wondering if London knows she's the killer or not, because there's a part where Morgan mentions they're talking about how the killer never missed before any of the specific details were brought up about the crimes, and Morgan said 6 shots, 6 kills, even though she shouldn't have known the gun that was used or the amount of victims by her own lies. Obviously we know she knows, but like she, with what they sold her, it was a pretty bad slip up from her, so I'm wondering if that's going to come back in some way. What was it that reminded me of?
Alright, here it is. One bloodstained jacket fresh from the lab. I have to imagine this is inspired from David's jacket, right?
I mean, look at it.
Yeah.
Look at it. Come on.
I was just saying. I have to. Like, it's gotta be.
That is the cyberpunk right there.
It's true. So what's your angle? You gonna tell us this is actually just hot sauce?
Maybe.
No. That would be silly.
She thought it over.
So what the hell's your point? Hey! Sorry, you just got thrown off by the turn of good fortune. What good fortune? You should thank the detective for bringing you your jacket, Carlos. She's just proven your innocence. My client was arrested wearing this coat. He would have been wearing it at the time of the murder. It has the victim's blood on it, who we know died when she was shot in the heart. By a gun that happens to be an old world, pre-tagged firearm. And
Well,
this code proves he couldn't have been the shooter. Is there a gas leak in here?
love is in the air.
Wrong. Gas leak. In what world would that make any sense? Sense happens to be the key here. I just say to draw their attention to what they can. Smell.
I will say, though I am able to like know this and stuff, I imagine for like a general audience, they might not be aware of.
Yeah, we had a bit of a struggle with this, I remember. Or I did, because I was the only one playing it blind at that time. But, like...
No, I did too.
I remember.
I did as well with it. I do think that's the audience's fault. It is true. It is, like, rated, but I feel like in terms of just, like, if you want to set this up in the game, I feel like, I don't know, just even at least some point mentioning that gunpowder residue can be, like, it should just... Not even just... Like, it's not that big a deal. I just feel like for a general audience, it's good to at least establish the concept of gunpowder residue. If you play an investigation game and don't know about the existence of gunpowder residue,
my issue is not that it wouldn't have been there. It's that I was thinking, oh, they would wipe the jacket for gunpowder residue, not that you would sniff it. Not that you would get your whole fucking nose up on those sleeves.
I just for the sake of it, I do think it is important though because let's face it, it's as much as you want to say like, oh, this game is for mature audience only. Let's be honest. What's Danganronpa's like core audience base? Come on now, like let's not pretend here that only adults are playing these games.
According to people who have genuinely argued in the other way, because the ESRB rating is mature, that means it can only be played. There's no way that anybody under the age of 16 to 18 has ever seen anything Danganronpa.
So for this, like,
therefore, it's not their target audience.
It's not.
It's clearly not.
But I just think it'd just be, I feel like just good to at least have just a throwaway dialogue mentioning just like the fact that it's an old world model, just saying like, oh, so that's the whole thing. Like,
gunpowder.
Not tagged, gunpowder residue, all the shebang. I feel like it would help a little bit. I just think I think it's a good.
Again, like, my biggest issue was smell being the thing that was, like, the thing. Because, like, I think I said sight originally because there may have been, like, literal residue that you might be able to see. But it would have been covered up by the blood. Like, I wasn't thinking about that. Smell was obviously the next one that I did because, like, I just didn't think about it having a smell. Like, for whatever reason, that just never registered to me that, like, yeah, it probably would have a smell, wouldn't it?
Hmm. And especially because we played plenty of mystery games, and there's plenty of mystery games out there that doesn't take every aspect of how a gun firing would affect a crime scene into account for a case. So there needs to be like a baseline of what this game and the writers know about. Like, how are they setting it? What rules are they playing by here, you know?
Yeah. Sam's got a good point. Like, I think it's more in the lines of, I don't know how adherent to the real world rules any given game is. I can know of gunpowder residue and not instantly assume it'd be the answer in a game. Not instantly assume it would be the answer in any game because they never mentioned it before. I think that's a good, I guess they did mention, it was old world, but if they had mentioned something like, those still used gunpowder or something like that, like they have futuristic rail guns now or whatever, like electro guns, those still use gunpowder, then it would have been like, gunpowder's on the table.
The game does emphasize gunpowder earlier. It should be a good hint. That's fine. The fact that it's like it uses gunpowder to shoot, I can't remember exactly if they do, but I can go back and say I believe you when you say that. I just think a little throwaway line of just like the crime scene stunk of gunpowder, or just something along those lines. Actually, let me check the autopsy. Hold on, Morgan's freaking out. I just think just something regarding gunpowder smell is, I think, that would be enough for me. I think I need just a little, does it say in the gunpowder? Let me see the revolver. This just refers to the rifling marks. Even in there, just like, yeah, that's all. Like, obviously, like, this isn't like game breaking. Obviously, I just think it's a little thing. Just like, if you're gonna bring up like the precise forensic components of the game, you need to prep your player to know that you're taking it seriously. Like, it's hard for me to be mad at the game taking its mystery seriously, completely. Breaking my dev lurking code of ethics to say, yeah, I totally agree. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Also broken to say that can or cannot confirm whether or not a character used to be a femboy.
Yeah, that's a great. Yeah, admitting, maybe I could change that. Yeah, that's completely fine. Is London a femboy when he was younger? Kid, I'm sorry, red tape's up. No can do. That's pivotal for case. That's case 2. It's like when that comes up when his YouTube channel gets leaked.
Oh my god, no. Just do me one favor, detective. Tell me what you smell. I don't smell anything except for dried blood. Exactly. The coat smells like blood, but it doesn't smell like it.
Cigarette! That's what I've been smelling.
Yes, Detective London. I was smoking earlier. Could you rejoin the conversation?
I've been listening. Want me to smell the jacket?
If you would.
Let's see. Your clothes are red. Huh? No gunpowder.
But what? What about gunpowder? Oh, don't blame yourself for not noticing. This is before your time. You can't be more than a few years older than me. But not before your partners, it seems.
Yeah, back in my day, we used to huff gunpowder. Like, we were slinging back Magsa Musa. I need fentanyl slime.
I need fentanyl slime. See, gunpowder is weak by today's standards, but it's still volatile stuff. Hard to store, prone to misfiring. And when it goes bang, it leaves behind an awful lot of evidence. The hell is she talking about, London?
My clothes are red. Modern firearms, like the ones
there
we
it is.
carry, use electricity, magnetism, even air pressure, or sound waves. Yeah, I think they mentioned that before, I believe. I guess not specifically what they used, but...
Mm-hmm.
They got more accuracy, more firepower, less recoil, less noise. And they don't leave behind any residue.
Gunpowder residue. You talked my ear off about how difficult it is tracking down a gun that doesn't leave digital traces. But a revolver like this one, it'd leave gunpowder on the skin of whoever fired it for days. So then his coat. If you don't trust your noses, you can check the lab reports. I think if they've found any gunpowder on my client or his clothes, they'd have taken the time to highlight it. Shooting a cyberpunk NPC with a revolver would literally kill them. Thank you, Evan.
You had like a fucking, like, people die when they're shot moment right there. I'm sure the fucking Sandevistan and Mantis Claws will do the same thing too.
On the skin, yeah, wow, Morgan, I noticed you're wearing gloves. That's cool, fashionable, practical. Surely means nothing.
I assure you, Morgan, I need to sniff your gloves.
Was Morgan sitting here?
No, I'm just looking for gunpowder, I swear.
Was Emma sitting here?
Damn, was Carlos wearing this jacket?
Was Emma sitting here? It's Margaret sitting here.
Pants a fucking bear trap.
Stop.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh God, I'm not saying that one.
No, we can't.
Well, whatever. That means he just washed off after shooting her, or he changed his clothes. It's not impossible. But it would be pretty pointless. Huh? His jacket and his left hand were blood-soaked when your officers found him. Would he really go through all that effort to get rid of something as subtle as gunpowder residue, just to get the victim's blood all over himself afterwards? Anyways. In light of these details, I'd like to formally request that you reconsider the charges Mr. Flat is facing.
I think my favorite character is whoever's hiding in the rafters throwing little paper balls at them. Some creature living up there like a phantom.
It's Creature.
It's Creature with a K from Scooby-Doo. For those who don't know, I got gaslit into believing that there was a missing members of Mystery Inc. for Scooby-Doo called Creature with a K that lived in the Mystery Machine. And I wholeheartedly believed that he was real, and I wanted to know, and my friends felt bad because of how enthusiastic I was about it. I'm a big Scooby-Doo fan. I like Scoobert. They lied to me. They deceived me.
If Of the Devil ever got a live adaptation, I hoped and pray to everything above that Mr. Ryan Gosling plays London.
Ryan Gosling himself. I can honestly... No, they're gonna get XQC. He looks exactly like fucking XQC. Vincent Van Ghoul is real.
Van Ghoul.
He is real. It's a real character. And then HP Hatecraft is in it too.
What?
Yeah, there's a guy called HP Hatecraft. And they have to his Cthulhu calls his Cthulhu Chargar Gothicon. Why do I know the name? He came alive and was hunting him.
Chargar Whaticon?
Chargar Gothicon.
Does she have a TikTok?
No, it wasn't a goth girl. It wasn't a goth girl. It was pretty much just Cthulhu. It wasn't even anything special. If you want, you can go check the fucking Obliteratrix from that series if you want to see that.
Obliteratrix?
Yeah, there was Scooby-Doo Mystery Inc. was fucking crazy. It was fucking...
Obliteratrix.
Yeah, look up the Obliteratrix. I was in a Scooby-Doo she had a crossbow.
Christ.
She fucking blows up the Mystery Machine with an explosive arrow. No, they were just
Holy shit.
In Mystery Inc., they were straight up trying to kill them every episode. There wasn't even a mystery. They were just trying to kill people in that one. They did. They had Nazi robots kill one of the characters off.
Jesus.
Mystery Inc. is a crazy show. People actually die, not even they're gone. No, they're just dead. They confirmed to be a corpse. Love that show.
Why are we so mean to London? It's affectionate.
I love him very much. Yeah. Whoa. I looked up the Obliteratrix. It mentioned an evil entity, and the evil entity was an evil Anunnaki that was imprisoned within a crystal sarcophagus buried beneath Crystal Cove. What? Yeah, no, in Scooby, it's an eldritch god that came from space and needs...
That I remember.
He's an eldritch horror. Yeah, Carlos, you love Femboy? Okay. Alright. Let's
get the picture.
Let's calm down. Let's calm down. This is a mystery game. We're talking about Scooby-Doo right now. We're not talking about me. You are what you eat.
Not killing your hookers, or not eating your hookers is killing your gains.
You are what you eat. See, there's two you are what you eat. What the fuck? Carlos Fleck definitely pegged by his girlfriend at least once, right? He has the face. What do you mean he has the face?
Whoa.
What's happening in my chat right now? Oh, okay, we got the femboy. We got the femboy London.
I've infected your chat.
It was Cece. We have the.
I know, but this wasn't happening before I joined.
We had the fucking. We were a proper country once here. We were. We were a community, and now what is this? What is this sin I'm seeing in my chat right now? I blame Evil Bug. They did this. They helped make the game.
Don't blame Evil Bug. The Buggy did nothing wrong.
They did. It's because of these sins why they can't get further in Elden Ring.
I didn't even know you had a Twitch like that. You streamed on Twitch, Buggy. I'll drop you a follow. There you go.
Fucking, you make me sick, people. You make me sick.
You make me sick. I'm disgusting.
Yeah, they don't go live too often. I see every now and then they go live with Elden Ring.
Nice.
Whoa.
They're
See, Carlos
filtering
heard
now.
all that. Whoa.
Whoa. I think Carlos gets pegged. He's definitely got that face.
My wife is dead.
Whoa.
Fuck
Not
it.
cool.
Not cool.
Not
man.
cool.
Don't say that again.
Don't say that again. Thank you, Broly. They're faltering now. Should topple over at any moment. The letter was mostly icing on the cake for them.
She wasn't his wife. They weren't even engaged. Does that help? Is that for or against the pegging allegations? what? Sorry, yeah, they just were in a relationship. I thought they were engaged. I must be mistaken.
Nah, he still refers to her as his girlfriend.
Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah. I hear this back.
Yeah. But that gun is all they have to link Carlos to any of the shootings. So it looks like he never actually fired the gun. I'll admit, things were a little dicey there at times.
I really like that alt Reyes color
Yeah, the color
palette.
palette's nice.
It's really nice.
They were begging for the honeymoon.
Oh, well, this.
I'm
yeah,
so excited for chapter 1. We need to carry this energy.
If AJ was here, it'd be over. It'd be done. It's iconic.
Oh my god. Oh, dude, if AJ was here.
Oh.
If AJ was here, he would be screaming his head off. Is everyone the Jorker?
Now
What
my
the
ass
fuck?
coming in when you say, is that for or against the pegging? God damn it. Peg my... God, she... Okay, see, when I do my end circle like review video, is there gonna be a dedicated just like the sins category?
Does Carlos get pegged?
Do I have to make an agenda for the end circle games?
Oh my god, please.
Do I need derailed? That's a good name for it. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll have a report card for every end circle, okay, all the way going back to the like Bleach, the manga looking one. I'm gonna have a report card for every character. Like they're gonna like +1, -1.
Oh my god.
Carlos letting his girlfriend die. That's a -2. That's the
-2.
report card.
Freaked out his girlfriend and broke the Fidgetubbies collection -2. Let her die.
That might be a
-2.
-1. Letting her die is -2.
That's true.
Fidgetubbies -1.
Morgan almost got caught in this case twice. That's a -2 for sure.
Femboy -2 for life. They haven't been proven yet. I know this color palette isn't doing him much favors for the accusation. It's not
Was
proven.
probably a femboy -2.
I gotta say, all things considered, he gets a -2 for being a cop. He's a good cop, though. But fuck it. Okay. I think Reyes definitely ends in the negatives because she embarrasses herself pretty bad this case. I gotta like an L's an L. You gotta.
An L's an L.
Morgan's probably going positive. She kind of BMs the entire police station.
She is positive, but she definitely has 1 or 2 -1s, -2s.
She gets some hard
nearly gets
-2
caught.
in the epilogue of this when she's talking to Emma.
Yeah. Oops.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. The serial killer actually has a pattern. Oh fuck! I got a pattern. Oh no! Oh no!
Also, Al, I don't know if you saw what your name was in or not your name, your role is now in the D&D chat. It is just the allegations. Like,
That's fucked up.
but it's true. The smaller pieces fell into place easily, though. Not my cleanest work by far, but overall, I'd say. Did she just get a message?
Rat. Like
Oh.
He's thinking like fucking sends cheese nearby. Fuck it. I don't know why that made me laugh.
Every time.
I don't know. No, it's not him. It was the palette change just made me laugh because it caught me off guard. I just like the idea of him just change, like fucking. He goes off screen for a second, comes back with just different clothes on every time. Wait, did they actually manage to find it?
Something you'd like to share, Detective Reyes? You're good.
I do like also with this palette too. It kind of almost looks like this is the light reflecting off her hair instead of.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's probably. I don't know if that was intended or not, but it's a nice little byproduct of it. I think it looks nice.
Your clothes are red.
Your clothes are red.
Twisting the truth into knots, making the facts work for you. Eh? Thanks.
More.
But your luck just ran out. Because the net scrubbers found a cam active at the exact moment of the shooting. And right now, I'm staring at a photo of the killer.
Herb.
Wanna bet?
That's called dramatic irony.
The photo of the shooter. If she had that, we wouldn't still be talking. Yeah, we wouldn't. we wouldn't, Morgan.
Damn straight.
I doubt she's just pulling this out of her ass, so she's got something from the scrubbers. I'm not sure I follow, Detective.
I really do like that it's showing you what you're going to be saying, like what
Yeah.
you intend with the stay and raise features. Very nice.
Didn't we establish there was an optics blackout during the shooting? Sure there was. But this isn't from optics. Oh, good thing I held my tongue. As I thought the scrubbers must have managed to dig up something from outside the network.
I thought my cat was here.
No worries.
I thought he was breaking in.
Sounds like someone's breaking in. Which means... Party's over, counselor. Feast your eyes on this.
-2. Just for the just for the
L's an
gall
L.
of it.
L's an L.
That's just embarrassing.
Well. Okay, the quality is lacking. And yet, there it is. They managed to find a quarter needle of an evidence, the whole city block of haystacks. What are the goddamn chances? Now, with the school their tools operate on, I guess the chances are, as always, in their favor. Alright, this isn't good, but it's a far cry from the worst case scenario I envisioned. You could even say I got lucky, which means the stakes are... Well, it's a little bit...
Blurry.
Don't look at me, I didn't take the goddamn thing. Technically, no one took it. Looks like at the time of the shooting, a neighbor was on their phone.
Probably venting about how crazy the couple across the way was acting. But if their phone was on, its camera would be on.
And so we managed to get this shot through their window. Where to begin? Far away, unfocused, ultra-low resolution, zoomed in, blurred, color shifted. And so compressed it looks like it's from another century. -2.
L's and L Reyes, I'm sorry.
There are a lot of tools that could enhance this image any further, and I could count the number of pixels on one hand. And you could kiss its admissibility in court goodbye. You can't honestly claim that you can identify my client from this image. And there's no way in hell you could get this past a judge.
Yeah, you're probably right. I couldn't. But I think I know a DA that could. Either way, it doesn't seem like your client's leaving the police station anytime soon. That photo. What the hell's happening to me?
I think I know a DA that could. Don't be so modest, old man. We have photo evidence of a left-handed shooter standing in the hallway at the same time the whole neighborhood heard a gunshot. And who do we know who had their left-hand fingerprints all over that gun? You're referring to my client. You think? We've established he wasn't wearing his modded arm at all tonight. So he must have shot with his left. Yes, and we also established that he's weak in his left side. A left side that had no gunpowder whatsoever.
Forensics will never be perfect, counselor. Sometimes we miss things. Sometimes you take a walk through the rain, and when you finally get where you're going, somehow end up dry. Oh, okay, that was lunch. But that doesn't mean it didn't rain. All of which is to say, before judge or jury, photographic evidence outweighs a failed sniff test.
Carlos is innocent. I know he is. But that photo shows a left-handed shooter. Carlos is innocent, that photo is real. If both are true, then that means the photo doesn't show what it appears to show.
That's a good point, Cybernetic. I might need to reassess a little bit with London there, because that does seem like a pretty... It does give credence to him not being that concerned with the truth. I think I don't want to say he's a bad guy. I think he's just old and worn down and tired. And I think
we were also told that, like, the office is breathing down his neck to get a conviction on this case. Like, he needs somebody to go to jail here.
Yeah.
If not, it's his job on the line. But, like, at the same time, it's like, oh, his job or an innocent man goes to jail. We kind of now know where he sits on that fence.
Yeah, which definitely has me reassess him a little bit. And there's Carlos Flat and our Carlos can't stop glazing it. When have I been glazing myself? I've been in suffering ever since the Femboy arc.
Every time you said +2 about Carlos, it was all about you. We
I didn't even do the review for Carlos yet. Oh, I guess I killed his wife. Never mind, that was the beginner. I'm a liar now.
So, at a loss for words? Never. I'm just confused about one thing. Where was this photo taken from exactly?
Exactly. Positional data is usually only accurate to the nearest public router. If we DM on the phone's owner and ask them where...
Why bother with any of that? Ballistics and common sense tells us that the perp shot from this room's doorway. The front entrance of the apartment faces to the south. There's a hallway that runs back to the bedroom. We're looking straight at the shooter, so it's pretty obvious this was taken from across the north window.
From
the north? If this is from the north, then why can we clearly see the... It's not that complicated. The neighbor who got the shot must live on the other side of the street. So we're looking into the bedroom from the north window. If she's wrong, I could seize on the opportunity to start turning the tide.
Skadoosh.
I'm afraid that's simply not possible, Detective. This photo has to have been taken from the west. What kind of bluff is that supposed to be? The good detectives are misinformed here, and I need to take advantage of it. Time to press the initiative. The hell do you mean this was taken from the west? The autopsy tells us the victim was shot in the doorway. Your officer's ARCS data tells us the precise location of everything in the room at the time they arrived. And now your photo has shown us the exact moment of the shooting. And...
You can now raise the ante on a hand up to current max. And you can back up more credit for trickier hands down the line. All right.
And altogether, it tells us this photo. Tells us that this photo must have been taken through the west window. As long as you consider.
Well, we do want to test out the. But actually, hold on. Buggy's here. We can just ask Bug real quick. Bug, we were told that there was a part earlier in the stream where we were discussing the anti-system. We were told that there's different dialogue if you get it correct here without anteing up, or as opposed to getting it correct here while also anteing up. Is that true? Or is it just the... There's just like, you just get it like it's just the normal dialogue all the way through. We were told there was 2 different dialogues.
Not actually sure. Okay.
Okay, let me see.
Yeah, just give it a quick save.
Yeah, hold on, where's the... Oh, wait, can I not save up? Where's the save thing? Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh no, it's... Oh, I think it's interfering with the... with Reyes's question up there. Okay, what's the...
There's definitely a save on the
yeah, on the phone,
photo.
probably, yeah.
On the phone, right?
Yeah, there we go. We're good.
There it is.
On you. Let's see.
Pressing London or letting him figure it out for himself. I can't remember if that's part of the actual anti-up in this scene.
Okay, so let's just... I think the actual... So... Yeah, the clock. Okay, yeah, that's... I'm trying to remember what it was. Yeah, okay, so
Yeah.
do that without anteing up.
Just take one look at the clock in that photo. The clock? What about it?
The clock, huh?
Seems like London's got an idea. If he's mistaken, I could bounce on it. Or keep my tempo high.
This photo was taken right before the shooting, so... Wait, don't tell me the time of death is wrong. No, I remember this is the same as the ante. Because this is just going through like a stay or raise thing. I'm pretty sure it's just the same.
Yeah.
Hold on.
The clock. Well. Yep.
I will say, hold on, let me just grab the because I do want to talk about this in terms of like a gameplay thing with the photograph. These instances in a video game, in a mystery game in particular, are very delicate, especially if you want to like do a photo, like, oh, here's a photograph of the crime scene, and obviously there's something that you don't have the context for in it that's going to lead to something down the line, right? This is a bad example of it because this one's obviously like you get the photo and then you immediately,
yeah.
Like, I'm just imagining the nightmare scenario where, yeah, 2 flashbacks.
2 flashbacks. Yep.
2 is like the worst of that I've seen. Well, Greatest Attorney has easily the best of that I've seen. But just like the nightmare scenario of this evidence coming to you when you start and just sitting there the entire time looking like, I know what's wrong with this photo. I know how to instantly solve this problem, but the game's not letting me. Which is, I'm saying that's not what's happening here. We have, you get the photo, immediately disprove it, fine, not an issue. So, like, good job. It's just like, best is Tangle
Tower.
You're right. Tangle Tower does actually have a nuts one.
Oh, so the painting?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Numbers.
No. Oh no! I don't want to think about that stream.
Yeah.
I don't want to think about it.
It was a lovely time, but no, I gotta give credit. Just like, I think the number one thing someone playing a mystery game hates is 1, feeling dumb, and 2, having their time wasted. So I appreciate, like, okay, we have this evidence. I feel like just looking at this, most players can look at that and say, okay, I instantly know what's wrong with this. Which, that I guess that could give a point to like, oh, this is too easy. But at the very least, it is an instantly resolved issue where, you just kind of, okay, we get rid of it and we're solving it. So it's not, you're not like, oh man, now I have to sit on this for a while. No, we get this done. It's out of the way. It's good. It's taken care of. And I appreciate that. I just worry about whenever I see things like this, of this being like, of like just getting the nightmare scenario where you get a case where you get handed a photo and just from looking at it, you know what's wrong with it. It's a case-breaking contradiction, and you're
Two.
not allowed to. 2 is the biggest one from.
It's atrocious. It's awful.
It's like the first
Sitting
thing you
there.
get handed in the case, and you're just supposed to pretend that it doesn't. Just so you have context, in
Yeah.
Ace Attorney Dual Destinies, part of the Yamazaki games, which are very not well made case-wise. There's an incident where you're given a photo of like the crime in progress, and in that photo, the entire time you're told this is done in like Warehouse 1, and in the photo you can clearly see on the floor it says Warehouse 2. And so naturally you think to yourself, oh, that's a pretty big contradiction, I can present that. And it takes until it's the case-winning evidence.
Yeah, it's case breaking. It's the last thing where like you know damn well if actual Phoenix Wright hadn't been replaced by a Skinwalker during all of what happened, all of the Yamazaki games, like he would immediately go, "Hey, dumbass, this says 2 on it. You might want to go and
Throw this case out."
Yeah, you might want to go and actually investigate next time.
Yep. And then meanwhile, like Greatest Attorney, I don't want to say too much because I don't want to spoil it in case anyone is going to be playing Greatest Attorney. Play that. Great duology. Love it to death. But in that you get a photo, and the big thing, they kind of do something clever because there's a problem in the photo, you settle that, and then forget about that photo. But there's something more in that photo you don't realize later on in the trial that is like essential for the case. And it makes you like, oh my god, how did I not see that before? And it's very impressive. And that's my rant on photograph evidence in video games. I like, it takes a lot of skill to be able to like hide something in a clever way. And it's an uphill battle for sure with that. It's very. I wish the writing staff and everyone the best in that regard if they decide to do further. Well, they're gonna have to, right? Because of the nature of this world.
I have to imagine like it is going to be something that becomes more and more relevant as time goes on. But like, I don't know if it's going to be like what's wrong in this picture versus like this is the picture of what literally happened at the scene.
Well, no, what I meant in the sense of that there's going to, I think just on the nature of the setting that Encircle has created here, there is going to be a lot of photographed evidence. There's going to be a lot of recordings. There's going to be a lot of things. You know what I mean? There's a lot of footage.
But I don't think it's going to be a matter of like, here's the footage of the crime occurring. What's wrong with this picture? I think it's going to be a matter of like, how do you reframe that picture? Like, how do you take what you have here and say, no, but this actually applies to a different thing.
No, that's the hope. That's the expectation. I'm just saying, with a lot of it being that case, it's going to be like there's a lot that the team has to consider when making something like this. And I wish them the best. Obviously, it's a difficult putting yourself in a. I like writing mysteries and like medieval stuff because it's easier to get away with things. They've gone like the opposite direction. It's way harder to pull off crimes in cyberpunk settings. So they've already handicapped themselves a bit with that. So full power to them. First case is good. Like this is a perfectly great like case zero. I like it. I like it a lot. It's simple. It's
Same here.
nice. It's all the things down.
Also, I think it is. You brought up like you like writing mysteries for medieval. Right,
yeah. Or at least low tech settings.
Low tech, yeah. Like, if the investigators have no room to actually investigate using like forensic techniques, that offers a whole new angle of like it just becomes speculation and hunches that like gradually need to be proven correct, rather than we found this person's fingerprints on the gun, so.
Yeah, I guess in the
we know who did it.
Yeah, as opposed to like the witch hunting that you get for like medieval, I think that's kind of an interesting like yin and yang you got going on here. Because for cyberpunk setting, it's mainly just facts, like just unquestionable facts about the case.
There's no room for speculation or hunches because like all of the guns are traced. everybody has fingerprint data put in the system. There are cameras everywhere. You are never alone. You know, like, all of those things add up to, it's just everything that you see will be objective fact, but it's a matter of, like, the detectives need to kind of piece it together, but they've become so complacent in the fact that they almost never need to, that their speculations are either wildly off base, or you've got London here who, like, probably has some idea, or Emma who just looks at a crime scene and goes, interesting. Why do all 6 of these victims have the same, like, brown hair, brown eyes, similar weight? That's
and
strange.
surely that data is completely secure and not modifiable in any. Well, yeah, I think we've all, like, kind of to an extent expect some shenanigans in that way.
Oh yeah.
But, like, not every case, I imagine, is going to be that. That seems like you save it for, like, a bigger case kind of situation.
I like this a lot because I hate using the term lower stakes because it's a serial killer case. Like, they want an arrest, they need somebody, or else the department's gonna get gutted, basically. Right? It's not low stakes in that way. It's low stakes in the fact that your victim is an effective nobody because they just started working a career. And, like, they were smart. Yeah. They were practically headhunted. Yeah. But they were an effective nobody because they hadn't done anything yet. You know?
Yeah.
And Carlos is a nobody because he's a literal nobody. He's like, he got screwed over by people. He's out of a job. He's down on his luck. He's a literal nobody. Nobody knows who this guy is. And there's no strings that he can pull. He doesn't have the wherewithal to do something this way. He has no experience holding a firearm, especially not in his left hand. There's so much, like, that is going on in this case that is not, like, at a corporate level. This is all just random people, rather than it being like somebody has strings that they can pull. Somebody can do this. Somebody can do that. We all have little fancy thingamabobs that we can do. I'm an expert hacker, and I can hack into the database and change my fingerprints to another person's fingerprints to get them accused of committing this crime when actually it was me all along. Wahahaha. You know?
Yeah. Okay, I'm thinking, like, oh, do you know what'd be fucking crazy? Like a murder in the prison system. No, yeah, that's a great game. I really am playing the 2 different, like, putting murders on the turn of the century China, and then
Cyberpunk.
And then Cyberpunk is for 2 different mystery visual novels.
What were you saying though? Sorry.
Like a murder in the prison Mind Palace system.
The Mind Palace system, like in.
No, like the
Oh, the work rehabilitation program.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Jesus Christ.
In the New World program.
Stop stop doing that. You're not allowed to remind me of Danganronpa unprompted. Hey, Tommy.
Tommy, you've missed so much. This photo was taken right before the shooting, so... Wait, don't tell me the time of death is wrong. Okay, no, I remember this one caused a bit of confusion on whether you stay or raise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's a good question, Detective London. But the answer's no. The autopsy, the clock, and the neighbors all agree the time of death was 9 p.m.
Right, no mistake in that.
So what the hell are you on about? There's a clock on the wall in this photo, analog style. And it reads 9 o'clock. 9 p.m., time of the shooting. The hell's so special about that? Nothing. There's nothing odd about the clock. No, what time the clock reads, but... Do you remember there being a clock in the room? What?
Actually, I don't recall there being a clock.
That makes sense. You wouldn't recall seeing a clock. Because when the police secured the scene, the clock had already been knocked down onto the floor. And the only clock in that room is in the northeastern corner. And my client has informed me that before the crime, it was hung up on the eastern wall. Like so.
I forgot about her drawing.
The hell's that supposed to be? An artistic rendition.
It's, very distinct.
If you had information on how the crime scene was before the shooting, why didn't you just add that to the arcs? And show you my hand? Just because discovery law compels us to share info. Doesn't mean we have to play fair, detective. Slipped my mind. I'll do that now. The important thing is, that clock was on the eastern wall before the shooting occurred.
The shooter has a right. I think it's kind of like weird enough that you can't.
Their hand is not seen in that picture, if I remember correctly. It just looks like it's a sleeve hanging off.
Yeah, it could be a sleeve. You could like. There's an argument there, kind of.
Like, it just, to me, that just looks like a long sleeve. Like, even though I understand that is a hand. Like,
Yeah, like we know it is a hand. But...
Yeah, like it just looks like a sleeve hanging off of a jacket.
Yeah, because we know he was wearing a jacket at the time of the like. We do know he was wearing a jacket, so that actually is completely normal that they would see like a sleeve there. I forgot the Jackie. You gotta get banned for that. Was Jackie not planned? I don't know. I feel like you're just doing. You heard us react, and you're just doing cover up for it now. You said Jackie with your heart.
Anyway, right, it's fine.
Then this photo must be looking through the western window to see it.
And don't get to blah, 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 blah. Don't get started.
Breathe.
The victim was shot at 9 p.m. -2. The same time that this photo was taken of the shooter.
Of the devil.
But you want to claim that the clock still on the eastern wall. The clock's still on the eastern wall when it would have been knocked down during the fighting. You got your logic backwards, detective. Your precious photo shows the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And there's one other piece of evidence that proves exactly where the cards fell.
Oh, no, not this. There you are.
Glass shards? What about them? Nothing much, really. Only that they're on top of the victim's body. Not under it. If the glass fell on top of the victim's body, that would mean she was dead on the ground before the room got trashed. But that's...
But that doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone trash the room afterwards?
That's a good question, Carlos. Luckily, it's the detectives who have to delve into the minds of the criminally insane, not us. Tell me, detectives, were there any signs of a struggle at the other crime scenes?
Other crime scenes? No, nothing like that. Those attacks would have been over in a matter of seconds.
I forgot that he doesn't know that he's being accused of being Heartbreak.
Oh, yeah?
So, what did you think when you saw the mess in the bedroom? That this was personal and things got complicated? Shit happens. Shit does happen, detective. But in this case, it seems there's been a general misconception about the order in which shit happened. So what if the room didn't get tossed over until afterwards? He still shot her. And we have a photo right here. And I'm glad you do, detective, because that photo proves my client's innocence. Ah! Proving that it wasn't my client who pulled the trigger is difficult. Maybe more importantly for all of us, time-consuming. Thanks to your photo, I can instead prove that it couldn't have been my client who pulled the trigger. Because the man in that photo can't possibly be Carlos. Like hell it can't. The glass shards prove the room was pristine at the time of the shooting.
And we know that until the room was tossed, that clock was on the eastern wall. Which means this photo of the shooter was taken from the west. Back to this shit, that's impossible. The only hallway in that apartment runs from north to south. The only person with prints on that gun is your client. And the only fact that matters is that he used it to murder 6 innocent people. You're a very honest person, Detective. Excuse me? That's why you're such a shitty gambler. You played your cards too early. Now I can steal the pot right out from under you. You're right about the hallway's orientation. You're right about the prints. And this HK figure has claimed 6 lives. But we aren't looking at the hallway in that photo. What? What we're seeing is...
The mirror.
The mirror.
Here with the woe. The Fidgetubbies. Worthless ceramics. Those things.
Those things.
Was his girlfriend.
That'd be a crazy twist.
She shot herself. She ricocheted off the mirror and
Yeah, exactly. It's the scene in what, Taxi Driver? You want to try something, punk? And she pulls the trigger, breaks the mirror, and she gets shot. What is that? You trying the glass shards again? Sort of. By the way, do you recall where those glass shards came from? Yeah, sure. They came from a standing mirror. A mirror that, at the time of the shooting, stood across from the room of the western window. From the western whatever. But then, that would mean...
At that angle, from that viewpoint.
The world's second most elaborate suicide. What is the first one? What would be the first one? I'm curious. It has to be
A DR case, probably.
DR2 case 5, right? Ask Carlos?
Oh, yeah. No, I get it's a bit for Murder on the Yangtze.
Oh, okay.
It's not an actual thing. It's just, it's a bit that we're doing.
Okay. Okay. It would reflect the hallway. So we're not seeing a shooter with a gun in their left hand. We're seeing a killer take aim with their right arm. And as we all know, my client hasn't had a working right arm in a number of weeks. And he hasn't worn his rental since the morning. So I meant what I said about this photo. I'm glad it was recovered. Because it just proved my client couldn't possibly have committed the crime. And that should be the end of it. Except it looks like Detective Reyes really is a novice gambler. Sunk cost has got its teeth in her now, glowing up her spine, whispering wounded pride in her ear. It's a cold sweat, hot palms kind of fever. The impotent, irrational fury of losing something you thought was guaranteed yours. But lucky for you, Detective, I'm well versed in shock therapy. You look dissatisfied, Detective Reyes. That's one word for it. Well, then allow me to put a nice bow on everything for you. In summary.
Okay, there we go.
My
Holy
client's
shit, it
so
got loud.
called
I don't know.
Ow!
It jump scared
Hold on,
me.
I'm gonna turn that down real quick. My client's so-called confession was just a note to self. The police found him in shock, reeling at the death of his girlfriend. And arrested him for being next to a gun he forensically couldn't have fired. After being confronted with these facts, he received photographic evidence of the exact moment of the shooting. And instead of utilizing said photo to track down the real killer, he tried to claim it depicted my client. A man without the requisite limb. Standing in an architecturally impossible hallway. That's... He could have had a backup arm. He could have stolen one. A little stubbornness can be charming, but this kind of desperation is ugly. It's getting late. Time to bare my fangs. Oh, the gunshots? Fuck off. That's toxic.
She's in the edit. I gotta. She no longer thinks she's in the edit. She's in the edit.
That's the best you've got?
I think that was 6 of them too. If I were.
Yeah, it was 6 shots. Even a bare bones prosthetic off the black market needs to be attuned to an individual's nervous system. He'd have to bring it into a clinic, which would have left a record on his shoulder OS. A record you won't find. And he'd still have to somehow have gotten rid of it before the police arrived. It was 7?
Almost for Emma.
She would be the 7th victim. No, in this case, she's the 7th victim.
Oh yeah.
SOP at the scene of a violent crime calls for full spectrum scanning of the entire building and 100 meters around it, minimum. So where, Detective Reyes, did he manage to hide his cybernetic arm from your drones in that time between the shooting and his arrest? Well... Any objections? Detective?
Toxic activities here.
God damn it!
L. That's toxic. It's too toxic. I love it though.
The red L is crazy.
Morgan on 360 Black Ops would go hard.
-2.
Let her play 360 Xbox Live games. That is a hard -2 from Reyes, though. She's not going to be looking good on the report card after that. Show me your hand, Flat. You're uncuffing me? In light of the evidence, we have no reason to hold you.
Now I gotta go call the DA and tell her I made a mistake.
Not we made a mistake, huh? Listen, kid. You should know.
Detective?
Lost my train of thought. But hey, your attorney's a real tiger. She just fought like hell for you. Make sure you thank her properly. Public defense doesn't pay that well. Yeah.
That's kind of you to say, Detective. But my work is its own reward.
Sure. I feel exactly the same, counselor.
Okay, but we know that that's not true. If what he was saying about the photo, unless that too was just him poking at Morgan and he already knew, because Reyes was the one who was presenting all of that. Which could also be an interesting twist.
What happens now?
It's not about the money, it's about the message.
It's about the Mets.
I'll have to speak with the DA about the dismissal. And there's still some paperwork we'll need to go through. But basically, you're free to go. Congrats! You get to leave the casino with your kneecaps intact.
Yay. What do I do now? What am I supposed to do?
Oh, the detectives will continue their investigation.
Their investigations into Heartbreak, huh?
Yeah. When the authorities are satisfied with their examination of the body, she'll be handed over to the next of kin. And you can make funeral arrangements.
No, that's not what Diane being gone is bad enough. A serial killer? It's like she died of the flu. It doesn't happen anymore.
People die of the flu all the time, but... I know what you mean.
Can't make sense of it. So what am I supposed to do?
Hell if I know. There are some contacts I could give you. Services, professionals, doctors.
No, you've done more than enough for me. You got here, I was too tired to even defend myself. Try and convince them that I didn't. You saved me. Thank you.
You're welcome, Carlos. But it's my job to.
No, I mean, thank you for not asking.
Hmm?
For not asking if I killed her.
Oh, Carlos. I didn't need to ask. I knew you were innocent from the start. Of course he was. After all. God, I love the way that this is presented.
Yeah.
I think you need to click again.
She's just getting ready for the edit. Hold on.
Okay.
Is it frozen? But, oh, there it is.
Ah.
It took a bit.
The blood's always different. Heart's always in the same place. Easy to find, hard to miss. But the blood's always different. A flowering stain unfurling towards an invisible sun. A perfectly unique bloom, only one for each of us. A Rorschach test with a singular, universal meaning. Vitality at its climax. Bursting forth into a red fractal consisting solely of an infinite thee. But the comical thud of a body hitting the floor has its own kind of lowbrow appeal.
She's in the edit. What can I say? +2.
Bullet number 6 of 6. Gun's empty. And it's useless to me now. May as well leave it. Feels like a waste, but... whatever. Finding the ammo is almost...
Toxic. Toxic.
Sick.
Toxic. Unnecessary.
Likes guns, by the way.
She would. Absolutely toxic. I do. Oh, I didn't even notice the criminal, defense deterrent. It's not criminal defense. That's funny. Cinema. Absolute cinema. How do they do it over there? If you fucked up with the blood type change for like no reason. Fucking funny. No, I love this reveal though. It's great. It's fantastic. And it, like, we've talked about it before, it really does make me question what the game is past this point. Of just how a trial is going to be carried, how an investigation is going to be carried. Of just how it's presented. Because I'm very curious to see... Because unlike Phoenix, just closest comparison, because attorney game. She don't give a shit... Oh, sorry, that's lunch. She doesn't give a shit about who she's defending. As far as we know. But she's gonna still do it. Like, the only way we've been able to justify finding the killer each case, assuming that's how the End Circle decides that's how they want to do the case, is because, like, it is through, like, spite of going after any case that Emma's on, or having a personal connection to a case in which she would want to win, and show up the... I don't know, showing up the courthouse feels like... goes against her mindset, though, of the way she described it. I didn't throw up. It was a burp. Calm down.
We also know that she kind of lies to herself a little bit. Because she believes that she's perfect. She believes that she doesn't even have a type. Like, she doesn't kill anybody the same way twice. You know? Like, that's her whole thing. And then she gets told, oh yeah, by the way, Heartbreak has an MO, and she goes, oh fuck.
Oh, shit. I'm out of the edit. -2. No, but I meant in the sense, I think the way she described the courts was at least realistic to her views. I think she would want to win a case. I don't know if she'd want to piss off the DA, especially given what she does. I feel like that's a dumb move.
I don't think it necessarily needs to be about pissing off the DA. It's more just like that may happen as a part of like what she is doing.
Yeah.
It's just like, to be a gambler, you have to piss off the house. Otherwise, you don't win. Like,
Yeah, you know, Bug, I don't care about waiting. Can you just like list the story in chat real quick for us? Could you like give us just the play-by-plays real quick? What case does Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, come in? When does that happen? Just you could like, you know, just the Spark knows really, you know, just you save us some time. Appreciate it.
let me pull up the script.
Thank you,
Awesome,
thank you.
thanks. Episode
Thank
3.
you.
Awesome.
Okay,
Alright.
bro. Yes, the legendary
Perfect.
Super Saiyan Broly will be
Perfect.
appearing in episode 3.
It's true. You heard it here first.
There's definitely, yeah, I'm not talking about the story beats. And maybe well, it is Broly, so you gotta,
That's
you know,
true.
you can't just drop him in 3. You could
Are
allude
we
to Broly.
defending him, or are we?
I don't think we could defend Broly. Not cool, Morgan. Don't say that again. Morgan, stop being mean to Carlos. Not cool. Also, that is toxic. Giving someone who I share a name with so much pain and agony, that's very toxic. I think because of that, I do deserve a Broly in episode 5. I think that's a fair trade.
Okay, but like, how funny would it be if it's just like a small side comment of like a man wearing green, a buff man wearing green with weird looking hair?
No,
or
I'm
something.
not. No, there's no negotiation. I want the legendary Super Saiyan Broly in episode 5. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. They gotta be there. I'm sorry. I bought the stock of Encircle. It's, you know, that's how we get the game made. I'm sorry. That's the final ruling. No, but you know, because like obviously there's gonna be that Moriarty, Holmes, L, and Kira kind of dynamic going on. With the game. That's always going to be in the background there. I just wonder what the normal gameplay loop is going to be going forward. It's hard for me to justify Morgan wanting to solve the case, in my head at least, just how I imagine it.
And also case structure. We talked about it when you and I were playing it. For the case structure of it, it can't just be Morgan doing the killing every single time.
That would get boring. That would be.
So like, she can't have a personal buy-in for any of these unless fucking wild left turn Emma gets killed or something and she's pissed.
First case.
That would be crazy, first case, but like even in like the later parts of it, like Emma's killed and she's pissed.
Yeah.
That was her kill. And some schmuck came along and stole it from her.
Yeah. Her Joker arc. Like, without Emma, crime just has no punchline. Oh, I know for a fact, there's no way Encircle's not releasing episode 1 with, like, the keychain line. You're crazy.
That'd be crazy. No, they can't do that.
I'd buy all
they're
of them.
like an indie dev. There's
I don't
no
care.
way.
Listen, I'll buy them. They won't need to release
I'll
the
buy
game.
them too, but like, you're right. I'll buy them. I want that. I want the Morgie. I want the
One day.
Morgie charm. I need that charm.
The London body pillow.
Yeah, the London Catboy fucking Catboy art.
I do like the idea of just an indie company, just like not even doing simple stuff, just right off the bat, just a body pillow line. Just like there's no, like no ease, not even like a mug or anything. Just immediately you got the body pillow. The silence. The silence. Was it silent? Like. But yeah, let me keep going into this. It just, but I like the scene quite a lot. It's very good.
Yeah. Finding the ammo is almost enough of a hassle to outweigh the advantages. I could sell an untagged gun for a fair bit of cash. But cash can't buy you peace of mind. Oh, don't look so surprised, lady. You're right. 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 You're right.
Moping around in the dark here must have only been able to see my silhouette. Did she think I was her boyfriend back for an encore of that enthralling conversation? Taking notes? Perfect. Perfect. Full NSFW body pillow, like those big booba mouse pads. Yeah, when are we getting Morgan mouse pad?
Even it's got an alliteration to it. See,
Perfect.
the morgue pads.
I need London oiled up with bunny costume body pillow, please and thank you. Smiley face. Okay. Well, can't ask her now.
Hey. Wait, did Paradise Killer do a mouse pad for it? For Crimson? That makes sense. Never mind. I was like, oh, did they do a Lady Loves Die? I forgot that Crimson Acid existed. Yeah, no, that's fair. That makes sense.
Yeah, that. These old pieces are so goddamn loud. And these people aren't even familiar enough with the sound anymore to know to run the other way.
Again, very cool
Crazy.
just thought that came into the writer's head there. Is like, in the future, yeah, people probably wouldn't even be able to recognize a gunshot anymore. So. Toxic, but good job.
Still available? Damn.
Probably aroused half the neighborhood.
Oh, so that's a side tangent. I love Paradise Killer, and I'm seeing the new game that they're making over there. And I don't know, it doesn't look as good as Paradise Killer, and I'm worried. It's not a mystery game, so I'm more immediately like disposed to like be
Not as
about it.
interested. Yeah.
It looks lovingly weird for their studio, but I'm like, oh, I kind of wanted another Paradise Killer. Shit, fuck. Yeah, dude, do what you're passionate about. Make the game you're passionate about, of course, but like, oh man, another Paradise Killer though. I would have been apt. Promise Mascot Agency looks and sounds. I don't know. It's hard for. It kind of looks like It gives me like Deadly Premonition vibes of just
I'll be right back.
insanity going on, and I don't know what the game is enough to fully decide whether I want to get it or not. I feel like I want to give him a chance just because I like Paradise Killer so much, but it's hard for me to fully justify the purchase of it right off the bat. I might wait for like a sale or something. Because I really like that was a random gem I found, Paradise Killer. Much like the game here of the devil. In case you didn't know. I don't know why you wouldn't. I don't know why I said that, but I don't even know how I came across this. I think I was looking through. I think I was usually doing my doom scrolling through Steam's mystery tag, and I just happened to catch it one day in between all the porn games that fucking are flooding that tab. It's insane though. I feel my soul wither away every time I go trying to look for games on Steam using the tag system, because like half of it is either like just porn, and it completely overrides any of. They need to bring back the Steam like green light. Evan, you say I refuse to finish Paradise Killer because I've already decided who the killer is and refuse to acknowledge any other. If you go into the final trial, Evan, you can make any accusation you want. That's the game. The game isn't like Railroad. It will, like, if you have enough evidence to back it up, the game will accept whatever answer you bring them. You can go in there and do that. That's why I love Paradise Killer. It's like every possibility. Yeah, I think I don't know. I feel like I came across Of the Devil just by complete chance. I just saw it was free. I'm like, oh, that's my favorite price. And I'm like, oh, this looks aesthetically cool. I like the way it's framed. The art is beautiful, might I say. I don't know, like, obviously, I'm a little bit scared going into like a new mystery game. I'm like, okay, let me get in there, and then if I play for a bit, I'm like, oh, the audio, this fucking dialogue sucks. This is, oh man, it's boring. But no, this got me hooked like immediately. The presentation, the mystery itself, the world. Loved it to death. I'm excited for more. And we loved it so much we went back and played all the other End Circle games, so I should tell you something.
Alright, I'm back. By the way, I can tell you the exact thing that was going on when you found this.
What's that?
We were writing.
That's a good point. We were writing, and wait, was it really when we were writing I found the game and brought it up?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, we were writing
Yeah,
our game.
it
Oh my
was.
god, I need a good mystery game. Oh, of the devil.
Yeah.
I'll put that on the list, I guess. Whatever. It probably's gonna suck or whatever. We'll think about this next day.
Yeah, no. So what it was is it was like you were going through the mystery tag on Steam while we were supposed to be writing, as per usual. And at one point you went, "Oh, huh, this looks interesting." And I was like, "Huh, what?" You showed me the Steam page, and I was like, "Oh, yeah, that's cool. I think that looks kind of cool. Oh, it's Cyberpunk. That's relevant. Cool." And then we kind of like put it on our like to play later list. And then you played it without me because you're a bastard.
It's true.
I think I was maybe in Japan at the time or something like that. But
I
like,
think you were in Edinburgh.
what I would.
I played it back in March.
Oh yeah, I guess I would have been in Edinburgh. So yeah, it was that exact like situation where you were just like, huh, cool, all right. And then it turned out that this was really good, and so you were like, JT, you gotta play this game. I was like, okay, God. And so we played it. I think we played it like the day I got back from Edinburgh too. Like I think
Yeah.
it was like the day.
Yeah. It was of the devil. It was like it was. It just makes me happy. What can I say? It's a game that just makes me happy to see.
God, I love all of the End Circle games. I love all of them.
Even like I said, even like the I can't remember the name of it because it's in Japanese. I don't remember what it's called. But the first
the live action one.
live action,
The one that was
the manga one, you mean?
Oh, Koroku Hime. I thought you were talking about the not an End Circle game, like the live action Japanese one with the fucking Johnny VA.
Oh, Kuroko. Yeah, Kuroko.
Koroku Hime was oh my.
It was funny.
Another one.
I'm kind of upset. It was only like the little thing. It was like it was the pilot for an episode. I loved it. It was really cute.
So good.
I thought it was very funny. That's the only one I didn't work on. I was busy that month. It was nice. It was really cool. And then we got traumatized by model employee. That got me questioning a lot of stuff. Yeah, but that put some existential horror in my bones. So thank you for that. That was lovely. I really appreciate it. That God, the Riley scene is fucked up. That's such a fucked up scene. That was so good though.
Like, I love that we're able to go into End Circle games and like start thinking about our own projects more, as opposed to going, yeah, wow, it's all right, like Ace Attorney had that for us, but not the later Ace Attorney games. Tyrion Cuthbert had that for us. Like all of those games, have really impacted the way that we write, and like it is tangible. Like,
Yeah.
just the fact of like we were talking about like we were writing one day and we were like, yeah, so like, man, it's just a shame because this character could be like so much better if they didn't have to just fit the asshole character stereotype.
And we were like, wait a minute, why do they have to
Well,
do that?
we don't need to have that. Like, that
Why
doesn't
can't they
need
just
to
be a
thing.
human being? Why are we
They can just be a person. Wait a minute, hold on.
impossible? When we have a fucking deep character that has other
No.
emotions. They're not here to fit like just a single like trope. Danganronpa. I'm looking at you, Kodaka.
Ooh.
But yeah, no, it's same brought up a good point of just like so good, went through all the Encircle games and came back for seconds on the episode. What is
Where
that
does he-
circle?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
no.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
Encircle
well,
doesn't win. It's
Yeah.
a sweep. Apollo fan game sweep.
Maybe if Buggy was working on the art for that game, maybe it would be better. Maybe it would be.
No, like
God, holy
no, listen,
shit.
no, that game's perfection. Like, listen, even Buggy
We're gonna
can't
have
add
to go
anything to
back.
that. I'm sorry. It's
We're gonna. We're
I
gonna
love
have
that
to go
game to
back.
death. It's so bad. I
Play it
love it so
more.
much, though. It's so good.
I need to be in a special mood to torture myself enough to play that game.
It's so good.
It's a different qualification. Don't do bug.
That is my guilty pleasure. I don't. But I solves. Oh, that game. Oh, that game's so good.
My God, it's peak.
It's peak. It's
Peak
why am I playing this? I should have done my
Peak swap.
retrospective on Apollo. We don't even remember what it's called. We just call it the
No,
Apollo
I
fan
don't.
game.
Hold on, I can pull it up.
The car picture.
The car picture's so fucking funny. Skinwalker Apollo in every single one of them is just hilarious. Let me see if I can find the, Is it in here? No, it's in my other folder. Oh shit, did I delete that game? I think I may have deleted it. Let me see. Yeah, okay, here it is. It's called Path of Justice.
Path of Justice, yeah. Oh god, I wish I had that car photo on hand. I love that car photo.
I can pull open the game right now.
I love that car photo. Yeah, no, but I'm a big fan of all the N Studio stuff. The just every project has been uniquely them in every way. I love they have got a real passion for the stories they're telling. I mean, we and it covers a lot of mediums too. I mean, with March in Line, all the Warhammer people in chat got to have a little. They were eating good with that one.
Yeah.
The and just the story of March in Line was very good too. I like the characters. I wish there were like again, biggest complaint. I wish there was more. What can I say?
Oh god, the disembodied hand. I've got it pulled up right now. It's so fucking funny. Do you want me to get you a collection of the shittiest images?
I just want
Or do
the.
you just
Can
want
you
the
get the
car?
one of Apollo bending over? I think that one really like summarizes like all of my
Hold on,
like
let
my
me
favorite.
get the car for you because it's right here.
Okay, let me show this on stream.
It's so, it's so fucking funny.
Let me see this.
God, no offense to the artist, but like,
It's funny though. It's so funny. It's such
like a second pair of eyes, like is literally all you need. I forgot his fucking elbows backwards. Jesus Lord. Car. Just a second pair of eyes. Like, just a second pair of eyes to go, hey, hold on, I don't think that quite works. You might need to make some revisions here. Oh my god, the car image is so bad.
Oh, it's good. No more bullying. No more bullying.
No more bullying, but like...
I love that
oh,
game to
no.
death. No, but yeah, no.
Oh, I found it.
With
Go ahead.
sorry, Mikos is sending me messages. He's playing through Dilemma right now.
Alright. I got the car image and I got the Skinwalker Apollo.
But you know, I love like Model Employee got me questioning a lot of stuff there of a lot of just interesting topics, and I do find it funny. I just love the especially because you're using a cyberpunk setting of just using that as a medium to vent about AI art that's been coming through. That has been pretty funny to see. I do find it just talking about how shallow AI art is and stuff like, especially in March in Line at the end. That was pretty much like.
Oh, it was great. I was having a laugh.
I do find it really funny just how the main villain is AI art. I do. That was it's very funny.
We're so hungry for mystery games.
We are, because I think the real joy of it, we had 2023 was the year of random gems that we find. Because I guess we wouldn't have found Out of the Devil in 2023. Yeah, 2023 was correct, but pretty much the only good mystery game we had in 2024 was Of the Devil, actually.
Yeah, because we had 2023 with Tyrion Cuthbert.
Yeah, we had Tyrion Cuthbert in that year. We had the Centennial Case, Shijima story.
That's it. Yeah,
and we had Paranormal Site.
Oh my!
We were kind of stacked that year. If you haven't played any of those games, highly recommend, especially Centennial. I think that game needs a lot more love. It's an FMV game. Yangtze, well, I guess it came out the year. I found it in 2024, so I count it as 2024. But yes, that is a very good game. I should mention that. I'm not finished with it completely, so I can't really say. I mean, I say that I haven't finished Of the Devil. Obviously, it's not out. It's not done yet. But I love episode 1, so I count that. Cinema. I'm kind of traumatized by episode release games after Dark Dreams Don't Die. I'm sitting here like, oh man, I love Of the Devil. I'm like, oh god, please get it. Please get to the next episode.
It.
Please don't get canceled. Please don't.
Please.
Don't do this to me again. I've been through too much. For those who don't know about it, we're doing it. We're doing it.
Yes. Yeah.
After this, you'll make my dreams come true. You'll pick up the Dark Dreams Don't Die IP. You'll tweak it up. You'll fix that for me, right? Just tell me you'll do that, please. I need this. I need to know what happens to my funny Boston detective. I love him so much. I miss him. David Young, come back to me. But yeah, let's get back into it.
Yeah, let's keep going.
But I didn't see anything I could use, even a partial suppressor on the way in. Could they really not afford some throw pillows? I used the other 5 bullets in the outdoor spaces, in small spheres of blind opportunity that the city's eyes couldn't think to pierce. Cramped places, usually full of trash. But this room, as cheap as it looks, is at least clean. Organized, even. So the corpse adds a certain satisfying contrast. Except, there's shit on the floor. By the window are broken pieces of something fragile and tacky. It's fine.
Fine, it
Just
doesn't
one
bother
thing
me.
out of place.
It doesn't bother me. It bothers me. It bothers me a lot.
Actually, it's not fine. It's actually really irritating. I kick over the stupid goddamn mirror. 5% of crime scenes, each of them. 5 perfect crime scenes, each of them not a speck of evidence, nothing to go on. And for the final shot, there just has to be some pile of shit in the corner ruining everything. I kick the wall. Something falls from it, probably more tasteless bullshit. I toss over the chair, kick over the urn, tear into the sheets with my frustration, and try to savor the shredding. If it can't be clean, I'll just have to lean into the messy angle. At least it'll be consistent. This was all so stupid. Honestly, I'm not the ego-driven type. In fact, I pride myself on my humility.
I like to imagine she's like squat down talking to the mirror or something, doing this.
Oh, she's probably talking to the body.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Now, was it satisfying when the first 3 went down with single shots? Yes. But so what? I'm not made of stone. After that, I did start to actively aim for the heart, but... Heartbreak killer?
The noun verb killer.
Really?
Noun verber, yeah.
I mentioned that earlier in stream. I adore the trope of serial killers having just the noun verb.
Noun verber.
The noun verb killer. I love it so much. We're guilty of it too. It's funny.
Oh yeah, it's great. I love it though.
It's
like,
so
it's my
anytime
favorite
I hear
trope.
it, I just really want just one time, just like no name, just the noun verber. I just want just some killer called the noun verber.
Don't people have anything better to do with their time? What kind of miserable, lifeless voyeurs would obsess over something that's none of their business? All of the threads and breakdowns and the goddamn theory crafting. No, for the Heartbreak Killer. Sounds like a soap opera villain. From a season where the writers were on strike.
The ass bite killer, that's just Ted Bundy.
I can see the noun verb being a rival.
Gross.
And ally of the typo.
What would be what's the skill set of the noun verber?
I have to imagine it goes something like with the typo. Like they change like how things are perceived, like how things are read.
Oh, they have like a superpower. They instead of like because I imagine
Yeah.
they just like generate 2 words and then just after they kill the person.
Oh,
they just
you mean like a serial killer?
Yeah,
I
like
thought I was going off of what Sam was saying.
just the idea of just the noun verb killer of just someone like they just like auto generate like a noun and then auto generate a verb and that's how they're gonna kill someone and they just staple that like dictionary entry onto them
Hold
or
on.
something.
Hold on. Random noun generator.
I really like the idea of the noun verber.
Random verb generator. Noun
Okay.
verb.
Okay. What's
killer.
our how is he? Let's say hypothetical. How is he killing someone this
Alright.
time?
Generate random noun, generate random verb. Okay, so the computer embracer.
The computer embracer. How the fuck do you kill someone with the computer embracer?
The session influencer. The country rounder.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
The moment insister.
The moment.
The conclusion deriver. The ad arguer.
I'm gonna fucking die.
The power lander.
The power lander.
The independence exister.
Well, okay, no, okay. Next one, we need to talk about how they actually kill someone though. On this next one, what's the
Okay. The relationship adjuster.
Okay, well, he just kills couples then. That's easy. That was a free one. What the fuck? We can't. How are we gonna fucking?
The nation justifier.
What's it? It's a nationalist killing. Isn't that just like a racist?
Yeah.
Isn't that just a race-based kill? Or I guess
Uh,
the conclusion deriver is really fucking is a detective.
the priority blocker.
What does that mean?
Do they just kill people who are like first in line for something?
The first in line. Yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah, he would have to kill someone that's in front of him, like a fucking Starbucks or something, or like no, someone who like picks up no, like at amusement parks, the priority line.
Oh yeah. The storage lister.
The store. He just works at he just works at Amazon.
Just an Amazon worker. Oh, it's model employee. Yay.
There we go. Yeah, we have to back around. The review's gonna go
Jesus
hard.
Christ, the presence corresponder.
Okay, I'm done. Okay, I'm done with the
I'm done,
mailman
yeah.
killers.
The dinner exerciser.
Stop.
I'm done. I'm done. Good night, Evan.
Good night.
But no, that's somebody else's name. They came up with it. They spread it.
The corporate merger.
They marketed it. Heartbreak's got nothing to do with me. He's just some reclusive, lonely, socially impotent loser who shot 6 people because... Well, I'm sure people will come up with something. They got rejected one too many times or whatever. Me, I killed those people because I saw them and I wanted to. And I've killed a lot more than just 6. At least the room is thoroughly trashed now. If I had just walked away after seeing that mess by the window, it would have irritated me to no end.
I do like the idea of one day Morgan's doing a serial killing and she hears the name and she's like, "Oh shit, that goes hard. Fuck, I gotta keep this going. That's too good a name."
And now it doesn't match with the MO of the last 5 perfectly. It'll irritate the cops to no end instead. Good riddance, Heartbreak. You enjoy your 15 minutes of the spotlight. Really savor it. I'm going home. The air is weighty tonight. Thick. Energized. A heavily foreshadowed summer rain I can feel on every hair. They call this kind of humidity oppressive, but I disagree. The warm tension on your skin, like in those short moments just after the shower turns off, when the steam lingers. Yeah, it's always most comfortable right afterwards. Maybe there's no disagreement to be had. Oppressive things can be comforting too.
Morgan's doing a shower check right now. Did you all shower today?
Did you?
Stink asses in here, huh? What I thought.
It was dry ass lips. Ah, don't go look at him now.
Yeah, don't go taking a shower now, nasty ass.
There's something. Wait. There's. Oh, Jesus. Here's something hilarious for a prediction. Morgan actually starts knowing about herself based off of our kills not being accidental or random. That's what it is, though.
Yeah, Al, keep watching. Don't worry. Yeah, what if this happened in the next scene?
Literally.
The
10
The
more
mischief-
button presses.
the mischievous next scene.
Only the guilty ones run. I don't know about that. But I know I've never felt guilty about any of this. And I walk.
Sorry, using my left is still...
That's okay. You can just initial in these spots.
toxic.
I took a scenic route home, courtesy of our city's fine, sprawling public transportation, and got in a bit after 11 p.m. Had myself a thorough shower, drank a glass of milk, did some stretching.
Extra toxic.
Made sure my phone was on. Time went by evenly. Around 1:40 a.m., a posting for a public defender work came up.
Don't worry, Al, we're pretty much by the end here of this first episode. There's only just like this here, and then so anything that we're talking about here is pretty like out in the open already for now.
Anyway, sorry.
Decent rate, since it was so late and so urgent. I had wagered correctly that the boyfriend would have enough sense to ask for a lawyer, and enough debt that he'd need to be provided one.
Morgan's freaking out. She wants to be loose.
Free me!
Little Morgan. Gambling with the system must be, to a lesser or greater extent, insane. You know whoever put this in here, they saw that quote and they're like the pen on fire gif. Like, that was instantly. They saw this quote and like that's... I wouldn't be surprised if that's the basis of the game. And then just got Morgan chilling there. Little creature. Dubious little creature.
All I had to do was stay awake. There wasn't much competition after 1 in the morning.
Okay, where else?
Here and here. How did I phrase it earlier? Criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. Why wouldn't I take on a job where I already knew more than the cops? It would have been easy to convince Carlos to plead out. I would have gotten paid the same too. But easy is dangerous. Carlos was of course innocent, so his conviction would never be airtight. There would be doubts, questions, appeals, maybe even fans, depending on his looks. More attention on HK and his crimes. More headaches.
Good point.
A cold case rotting in the very far back of the public awareness is always preferable to one open and shut in haste. Now with no more murders matching HK's MO, there won't be any additional public pressure to find a culprit. Now Heartbreak can just starve to death, out of sight and mind, like any other fluke in the system. Almost done. Getting involved with this case is... Getting involved with the case this intimately does have its risk. Hell, I might have overdone things here or there. like lighting up a smoke inside an interrogation room, just to make doubly sure I still didn't smell of gunpowder myself. That London fellow seemed more fixated on it than I would have liked. But obviously everything turned out rosy. And it's worth it for the finality of it all. Seeing the authorities' failings from the best seat in the house, that's just a bonus.
Thanks again, Morgan, for everything. I'm sure Diane is grateful too. You're sick.
Poor guy.
You're sick. Look at that, you just dropped that line on me and you're heading out. You're sick, evil little bug. You make me sick. No, thanks for stopping by.
Bye bye.
That was really cool of you.
Thanks for stopping by. Exciting news soonish? Oh.
The legendary
Yo?
Super Saiyan Broly.
Broly?
I can't believe it, he's here.
Oh my god, no, please just tweet out a picture of Broly.
Could you imagine if on your
Please.
official Twitter it's like
Please.
you just put a date and then you just put a picture of like Broly's silhouette out there for like no reason? That would be the fucking. Oh god, no, we couldn't run a company.
Oh my god, it would be
Oh,
so
we couldn't run a.
funny.
We couldn't run a company. We couldn't
God,
be involved in that. We'd be doing too much
God,
bullshit.
no.
Like that. Just a picture of Broly for no reason. And then on that day of the day, it is like Broly's outline, but inside the Broly outline is the
Of the Devil
of the
Chapter
Devil
1.
Yeah. It's like the stupid like what Pokemon is that? It's a Voltorb. It's a Jigglypuff or like from above angle.
from above.
Oh, that was okay. So thank you for stopping by, though. Thank you very much. You answered all of our important questions, except one.
Except one.
Except
There
one,
is one that went on that.
which we now know is lore sensitive.
It may be.
By that logic, it must be. But thank you.
Alright.
I'm sure Diana is grateful too. Or Diane.
Funny. I didn't even know her name.
Peter.
Is something the matter?
I'm doing the Shaq like timeout pose right now. No, sorry, it's just. I was mad when I left the apartments. I know she was too. So when she died.
Death was instantaneous, Carlos. I can't imagine that she was in any pain. In fact, I can guarantee she was dead before she hit the ground.
No, I know, but. I just keep thinking that she must have died angry at me. That she must have died hating me. See, because this is fascinating to me.
Mm-hmm. To tell you the truth, Carlos, there's something I've been wondering about myself.
What is it?
Something I noticed in the ARC's data I didn't quite understand. A piece of the puzzle I couldn't fit in anywhere else. But maybe you can make sense of it.
What is... Where did you find that?
That pill organizer was found on the victim. She had it grasped in her hand when she died. Obviously, police added it to the ARCs, but it was quickly ruled irrelevant. It seems like it contained... triprexazone.
I think triprexazone.
Yeah, it's either tri or trip. Triprexazone, prescribed to help modders with phantom itches. They're small tablets, and those tricky clasps too, for a pill organizer. Could be hard to handle with an unsteady hand. No one will ever know what she was feeling when she died. Even if they did, feelings are complicated. You can feel angry, happy, and sad all at the same time. But as far as facts are concerned, it would appear that when she died, what she was doing was setting out your medications for the week. To my eyes, anyway.
Disgusting. How dare you do this to Carlos?
Long night. That was too far just now. Practically rubbing it in his face. It's not like I care about his feelings. Doubt I'll ever even see him again. But overstepping like that is just pure hubris. And hubris invites downfall. So why did I even bother? It was the last piece of the puzzle, I suppose.
The fact that she says, I doubt I'll ever see him again, that would be crazy if she, like, in some way saves Carlos's life. Somehow, like, goes out of her way to do it, or something.
Oh.
I don't know.
Because why would she do that?
That's the question. Why would she, why is she doing anything?
Why is she doing anything?
I do wonder if there is going to be an actual choice-based system ingrained in this, or if it's just mainly for flavor, if you decide to have Morgan be this way. Because I feel like the way it's set up with these optional, like, you have to go work a little bit harder to get, like, the best outcome.
Mm-hmm.
It makes me want to believe there is going to be something keeping track of these little decisions across the game.
I mean, we say, oh, it's an indie company, it's an indie company, it's an indie company, but, like, I don't think it's too hard to program, like checkpoints, basically, of, like, did you select this? If yes, you get this dialogue. If no, you get this dialogue, even if it's really later in the game.
Yeah.
So, like, it can probably track, like, okay, you did this dialogue, then you did this dialogue, then you did this dialogue, then you did this dialogue, therefore you get this piece of dialogue.
I guess I just mean on top of the workload they already have, I imagine it's...
That's true.
And this is their first, lack of a better word, the first proper game. Like, first full-length game. That's better.
Or full-length, yeah.
Game. So, you know, this is new territory for them, I imagine.
Mm-hmm.
We will,
I hope, though. I hope. I got
Did
fingers
you-
crossed.
Did they repost you on their...
Did they?
Twitter.
Hold on. No, there's no way.
Did they repost the clip on there? I just looked left and I saw there was, like, a thing.
No, that's AJ. That's
Okay,
AJ.
I was fucking terrified if the official Uncircle reposted that thing.
Holy shit, could you imagine?
Cursed.
I'll just need to show more restraint next time. Though there won't be a next time for Heartbreak. The gun's in custody. There's no more bullets left. There won't be a seventh victim. There won't be any more leads to pursue.
Considering their other games, there's no way choices don't matter. Well, I mean, you say that, but I mean, the other games didn't... The choices really only mattered in the end. I guess Model Employee kind of had a consistent one throughout. But March in Line, not so much. Very minor things for March in Line.
To be fair, that was a game jam game.
It wasn't very impressive for a game. Both of them were game jam games.
Oh, that's true.
You know, maybe, like, I want to hope. I want to believe, obviously. And they have more time, and we've seen what they've done with limited time. So, I mean, if that tells you anything, we should have high expectations.
The media will always move on to their next obsession. I'll move on to my next MO. And no one will ever...
Found you.
District Attorney Rockford.
In the edit.
God, I love her so much.
In the edit.
She's the best. She's the best character.
Sorry, can I try that again? I'm so fried.
By all means.
Counselor Morgan. I don't know why, but this reminds me of the Happy Monday, Bundy. The fucking the guy telling the story about his dad went to college with Ted Bundy, and every Monday he would say Happy Monday,
Right,
Bundy.
Every Friday it was like, I'll see Monday, Bundy.
Yeah, it was something like that. And so I imagine it's like, Happy Monday, Morgan.
I completely agree with you. Cybernetic Susurrus? Susurrus? I think it's Susurrus. Anyway, I agree with you, Cybernetic. Emma is just like she's the best looking character in this game. Her personality's perfect. She's the best character in this game, hands down.
Counselor Morgan. Morning.
We get it? Shut up. Shut up.
Like boobies. It's 25. You like girls. Morning, noon, or night. You're always so put together. It's also her looking slightly messy tired. I am a fan of just absolute, like, disheveled looking people being super on top of shit. I mean, that's part of the reason why so many people like why L is so iconic, right? It was just that, like, creature that he is. Mixed with the intelligence.
I'm just gonna make Emma my next D&D character.
You can't, that's stealing art.
Aww. Thank you.
I don't get it. How do you sleep at night?
Pardon?
You do white noise, aromatherapy? Whatever you're doing, I need to steal it. God. And I must have bags under my eyes dark enough for dumpsters.
Assistant District Attorney Emma Rutherford. She's a prosecutor, the lawyer who argues for the states in court, trying to prove defendant's guilt. And despite her sometimes unkempt appearance, she's probably the sharpest person to fill the position in decades. I should know, since I haven't beaten her once.
That is, like, also a really good setup here. And I hope it carries on in-game, because Ace Attorney does a lot like the unbeatable prosecutor. Like, oh, that wasn't that bad. That's pretty easy, actually. So I really hope she can live up to the Zeke standard. The, like, tough fight, fair, not annoying in trial, you know what I mean? Like, I hope
As you can see on this photograph, which clearly displays a 2 on it.
No. I hope she's able to have that presence in the courthouse too, from what we see. I hope she can prove that.
Yeah, Zeke's wasn't unbeatable. It was just like, he was fallible. He lost cases, but every one of those lost cases ended in somebody dying horrifically.
Yeah. Well, I bring up Zeke just because legendary prosecutor, and from the first case you meet him, he lives up to that expectation of how on top of shit he is. He runs a tight ship, and I like him. Because that's why we love him.
Worse yet, she has the remarkable ability to compartmentalize all of that adversarial energy and only bring it out in the courtroom. It's part of what makes her good at her job. And hard for me to read.
Should I buy a new mattress?
Whatever they've got, what have they got you doing at this ungodly hour, Emma?
Oh, well, actually, I'm here for you.
Me?
Get on Apex. And no, she doesn't have that. Well, actually, she gets, like, almost white-like at the bottom.
She gets... Interesting. Every single character gets darker as you go further down, except for her.
That is interesting. Yeah, no, she starts out dark at the top and then goes down and she gets lighter as you go. Your client was a suspect in the Heartbreak killings. That's my case. The eye shift is fucking cinema.
Mm-hmm. Well, then you must have been relieved, finding out that you won't have to go to trial against me.
No? I'd already be worried about going up against you. Oh.
It's always the unintended barbs with her. So, you're working with those detectives?
Yeah, London and the new girl, Reyes. They've been reporting to me in preparation for the trial.
Preparation for trial? That seems ambitious.
I guess they gave you the rundown. They've been doing everything they can, but it's hard to catch a killer who leaves behind so little.
It's hard to kill while leaving so little behind. So Reyes told me that they had HK in custody and you popped out of bed all excited to run down here?
Hardly. I haven't slept in 40 hours.
Jeez.
Too much on my mind. So when I heard about a case with a single female victim shot through the heart, yeah, my ears perked up. But that's about all.
Well,
I mean, Carlos Flat, a serial killer? The same serial killer that's outsmarted the state for weeks?
She's not using his middle name.
Oh fuck, she's not using her middle name. Even has a watermark.
He was found with the murder. Oh, that's you.
He was found with the murder weapon.
But I can answer that in any number of ways.
But they're all wrong.
That may be true, but
Then I glanced at the report.
you glanced at it,
No gunpowder residue on him or his clothes.
right?
Look at that fucking
Mhm.
toxic. Also toxic.
She's the best character in the game, hands down.
Also toxic with that pose. Too remorseful, too apologetic in that note.
I'm
Whatever it was
sad I don't
about.
get to voice her because, like, I know I can't be both Morgan and Emma, but like
I can retake
holy
over
fuck.
Morgan if you want to be.
No,
Emma.
it's
I don't mind.
it's all right.
I really don't mind.
For for this one, it doesn't matter.
Yep.
Maybe for cases further.
Did you say for case 3?
No, for cases further.
Oh, okay. I think you said only when Broly she shows up. Emma Rockwell.
We all know who needs to be. We all know who needs to be Broly.
Whatever. If I see I don't know what I'm gonna do. It's a joke, but like, what if?
Anything could happen. It's an indie studio.
Whatever it was about, his dominant arm modded, with documented sensitivity issues. Never could have made shots that clean. Not without getting close enough to leave a scorch mark. Not to mention, he's too tall for the ballistic entry angle. And probably too heavy to not leave imprints.
She got all of that from a glance.
But I'm sure a competent lawyer like yourself pointed out all those the minute you walked in here.
Oh, of course. Where's Purdy? She's not even being sarcastic.
So toxic. +2. Yeah, no, Emma.
She's in the edit.
Emma like ends this with like an A on the report card. She
Oh yeah.
valedictorian. Yeah, of course it couldn't have been him.
Hmm?
Long-term relationship, physically imposing, argumentative, so not the type to bottle things up. He didn't match the profile. This was a cool reveal too. That there's
Yeah.
that she. Oh, I'll let her explain it.
Profile.
Yeah, the. Oh, right. Sorry. Probably never heard of it.
I know what a goddamn profile is.
Profile is a reconstruction of a criminal's psychology based on evidence from their crimes.
Reading about this one was crazy. No, pull up an Emma's report card.
Wait, hold on, let me see.
Coffee, toffee, and hot couture.
What is haute couture?
You don't know. I think it's like hot fashion or something. Hold on.
Well, it seems special, so it might be like a brand in this world or something.
No, it's
I forgot just Eggs Benedict.
expensive, fashionable clothes produced by leading fashion houses. What hot couture means.
High fashion, yeah. Just likes Dead Pixels, Eye Strain Sunbird, plays Idol
Eggs
7.
Benedict.
7 star.
Idol
Savant
7
star.
stars. Cat person. Yes.
Broly does have a line where he says, "Me, a monster? No, I'm a devil. I'm of the devil." Therefore,
Oh,
can you do a Can you do a dub, JT, and upload that, and then it like it's a normal read until then, and then it just like morphs into the fucking the Steam page. Please.
Wait, what do I'm supposed to do a dub of the Broly scene?
Yeah, I want you to do the Broly scene and then like read that line, but then no, I'm of the like how the Pimpy edits do it, like where it just hard cuts into like just something else.
Fucking remind me. I'll do it tomorrow.
No, I am of the devil, and then boy, just like just have the fucking page show up.
No, I'm of the devil. Free now on Steam. Oh god.
It's funny.
Haute couture is haute couture specifically has to be qualified by having designer house maintaining having a main base in France and being able to regularly do all seasons of fashion, including bridal.
Trying to get your I forgot about for the profile. Trying to
Yeah.
get your dating profile just right can be a full-time job. Let Valentine take the reign with our automated, secure, and confidential tools that put your better than best foot forward and put the sexy back in finding the right match. Not interested in sponsor search results? See further at premium account. Kind of fallen out of fashion for the last few decades. Not much need to guess about the why when 99 times out of 100 the who is caught on camera.
Or before they even leave the house.
I've had to find some real fossils and oddballs to get advice on how to go about it. But I think I'm getting the hang of it.
Detective Morgan. Owl, I knew you were here, that's why I asked. Like... So this profiling, it's some kind of investigative technique.
The theory that a crime can tell you something about the nature of the person who committed it. Stabbing, overkill points to passion, rage, lust. They probably knew their victim. Poisoning guns, meanwhile, suggests they can't overpower their victims physically. And then there's the thing you can assume about nearly all serial offenders. Childhood trauma, prior criminal record, few or no meaningful attachments.
Oh, fuck the Kira case. Who can solve the Morgan case?
Could Criminal Minds... I feel like Criminal Minds would fucking wipe the floor with her. I feel like they'd be able to get this down to like a science immediately.
She switches MOs so often that
They've dealt with that before.
like once, but it was 1 kill per MO.
Mm.
She does several kills under 1 MO and then switches.
I think they can do it. I think
I
Columbo
think they
would
could. Columbo would walk in and be like, "Oh, so I notice."
I was just in the back there eating my lunch. Miss Morgan, I couldn't help but overhear you say that you knew the type of gun that was shot before Detective London told you about it.
I just think that's rather interesting.
No, I must have heard on the news. Oh, of course.
It must have slipped my mind. You're
wait,
right.
one more thing. Didn't you say that you had no prior information about the killings?
Columbo would sweep.
Just correct me if I'm wrong. I wouldn't want to offend you, criminal defense attorney Morgan. If I notice in this profile where it says heartbreak, your picture appears right next to it. What's up with that?
Oh, I'm sorry. You said something earlier that's been bothering me.
Realistically, they couldn't because criminal profiling is pseudoscience. Well, I mean, it's still taken into account. It may be a pseudoscience, but like it is. I feel like it's almost disingenuous to.
It's not necessarily a pseudoscience. It's a psychological science, and psychology is so undefined and ever evolving, ever changing because the human mind is different person to person to person that like it you can say it's a pseudoscience, but like there is like how would I say it? Like it's a pseudoscience in the way that like no, I can't even say it. It's not a pseudoscience in the way that like astrology is a pseudoscience. Yeah, it's like polygraph test, but like polygraph test can work in the same way that it can work for profiling. It's just not 100%. Science needs to be like 100%. Yeah, I'm aware of that. But like, no, it's not akin to astrology. Astrology has no basis. That's just shit made up. Like, you can say, oh yeah, do you think that you're like... No, polygraph tests can work. It's just they are proven to be unreliable.
Yeah, with polygraph tests, it's not that it doesn't work. It's that there's a lot of misconception about what it's actually tracking, and that's why it's not allowed in court anymore because it itself isn't really tracking whether someone lies. It's detecting. I think is it heart rate or?
It's like heart rate, sweat. Like it detects like 3 or 4 things that all combine. Like, oh, when people lie, they get a little clammier, but like that isn't necessarily true because not all people have that response.
I view criminal profiling more like statistics more than anything else. Of
Yeah.
Just like it's more of like a framework, so you have an idea of what kind of person could we be looking for, and then they cross-reference that with evidence itself, which it does make it like it's not exactly like
Science needs to be replicated. Like that is one of the key tenets of science. It can be like replicated 100% of the time without failure. Like that is like how something becomes a true science. But like statistics is how you get systematic racial bias. That's only if you don't understand what you're looking for. If you don't understand how to interpret statistics, that's how you get systematic racial bias. I've taken a class on this. I'm not an expert, but I understand like how that
it
comes
can be
to
misused because
It
shouldn't
it's
be
very
taken
easily
that it can lead to that
misconstrued.
if it's taken completely at face value of just if someone is purely arresting someone based off of a criminal profile that was developed because of statistics, then yeah, completely. But it's more of a tool used to help attempt to understand what kind of person they are looking for. It's not a perfect science, obviously,
Yeah.
but it has its place. I understand why it does get used, because more than likely than not, I mean, it can probably be of assistance for
Yeah. It's not something that will solve a case, but it isn't something that should not be even thought about because it's pseudoscientific, because there is levels of basis for its existence. It has a level of warranty that it can be accounted for. But it's not like you need to throw it out because, one person stabbed somebody once and they didn't feel anything for that. That you can't control for that. Everything has variables. Everything has, offshoots and things. It's a pseudoscience because we don't understand the human brain 100%.
and it's impossible to do so.
Exactly. We will never crack that. That's only for whatever exists out there that is a higher being to understand. It's not for us to know. So it will never be 100% accurate. It just cannot be by virtue of it being a mind science. We can understand the biology of a brain. We can understand the chemical makeup of a brain, the chemical responses in a brain, but we don't understand how that person thinks and the life experiences they have because we didn't live them. And our brain is just physiologically incapable of knowing how to utilize that information to understand how somebody thinks one-to-one. And so in that way, yes, it's a pseudoscience, but it's not pseudoscientific, if that makes sense.
And also, in this specific instance as well, this isn't analyzing the person too much, but analyzing why they analyzing the victims and trying to understand a reason. They're using it more in the sense of finding out why someone is killing like this, rather than specifically narrowing down to this is
It's also
this age bracket, female or whatever. This is more just trying to get the motive down for a serial, because serial killings they can't be investigated like normal crimes completely because of the lack of say simplicity, for lack of a better word, of just it's important to just keep in mind and try to understand why the killer does what they do.
Also, the biggest thing is that it's pattern analysis, and human brains like pattern analysis.
We do.
It's just how it is. So at a subconscious level, because society imprints the idea that stabbing is a more personal way of killing than shooting, there is going to be people out there will be people out there that will stab more likely than they will shoot because they have a personal connection to the crime, purely on the basis that we have made a connection to that in the past, and not necessarily that they wanted to stab somebody because they wanted to kill them personally, if that makes sense.
And that's why I like Of the Devil. That's why I think it's a good game. I'll put that
In the edit.
Yeah. There's a lot of reoccurring themes in their stories.
The detectives say HK doesn't leave evidence. So how much can his crimes possibly tell you?
He's diligent, almost perfect, highly intelligent, painstakingly organized, and with enough criminal connections to get his hands on an untacked firearm.
It's rare to see her this animated outside of the courtroom. It's almost like she's enjoying herself. A sheltered house cat who's picked up the scent of a mouse for the first time.
A lone wolf. Educated, but
All her playfully lethal instincts coming to life.
probably overqualified or undervalued.
Though, I'm not thrilled about the fact that, in this metaphor, I would be the...
Know what I mean?
Definitely!
And considering the marksmanship,
The detective said that HK would need insider information on optics. So does that mean heartbreaks in law enforcement?
never in 10 billion years.
Oh.
Antisocial, independent, despises authority. I'd be like a stallion applying for a job on a merry-go-round. I'd be kicking kids in the head after the first full rotation.
Right. That's exactly how I'd put it.
There must be some connection to the police, though. Maybe secondary or tertiary. These types can't help but insert themselves.
Insert themselves. I do not I don't do anything even resembling that. Wait, if HG's not a cop, how did they know about the blackout timing?
Crime meta statistics analysis. Probably.
Pardon?
Take the emergency response times from across the city and map them out, look for brief spikes and delays, chart out the dips and... Sorry. Technical, I know. But all the requisite data is publicly available. With a map, a spreadsheet, a calculator, anyone could reverse engineer the timing if they wanted to.
That is such an unpleasant thought, Emma.
Fuck! I gotta throw out my calculator.
Well, at least this heartbreak maniac will slow down now that he's lost his weapon.
He didn't lose it, he chose to leave it behind. That tells me he's confident he can do just fine without it. And it just makes me even more certain that these aren't his only kills.
Were there other shootings, the same MO?
Comparing that with Morgan saying, I don't need the gun anymore. It's useless. It can't do anything to me now.
Yep.
-2.
-2 for sure.
No, not that I found.
Other victims fit that description?
No. But I'm not overly focused on the victim's appearance anyway. I mean, these 6 victims all look like each other. But they also look like a lot of people.
That's true.
Hell, they kinda look like me. This was a big... I remember when this scene hit first, I was like, shit.
Holy...
I gotta... Oh no, I gotta...
I got an MO. Ah, shit.
M.O. Morgan.
Do they?
Sure. What, you don't see it?
I hadn't thought about it.
It's so fucking subconscious for her. It's so satisfying to see, though. Point is, no one can kill that cleanly when it's their first time. Getting things that perfect takes practice. So I know that HK must have had a lot more than 6 occasions to practice Morgan. And that's why I think heartbreak is a misnomer.
You've got something catchier in mind?
I just don't think shooting them in the heart has any particular significance. If anything, it's a testament to their accuracy and their cold-blooded efficiency. The best possible use of 6 untagged bullets. 6 kills guaranteed, no matter what kind of life support mods they were packing. The real signature isn't the bullets or the gun. Also, life support mods is an interesting thing to bring up. I wonder if that'll be implemented. It's the perfection.
That's hard to wrap your head around.
I'm saying that these 6 murders were just a fluke, a slip-up,
A mistake.
Exactly, a mistake. They got too clean, too efficient, and now they've got the public's attention. It's no wonder they're so pissed.
Are you talking about the crime scene?
Yeah, probably threw the detectives for a loop, right?
Based on what you said, I don't blame them. Whoever chased that room doesn't seem like the smooth operator you've been describing.
On the contrary,
I don't follow.
This was their last bullet, their last shot. The other 5 were perfect. So if anything was out of place this time around, they must have thrown one hell of a temper tantrum.
You make them sound like a child.
Childish. And cowardly. And two-faced. Someone who hates to lose almost as much as they love to win.
Your profile tells you all that?
She's so pissed.
She's so angry.
That? No. That part's just... takes one to know one.
So to summarize, you're looking for a cold-blooded, faceless perfectionist killer who you think has no persistent MO or a victim type?
In a city with 8-digit population,
Well, good luck.
I don't need luck, I only need more information.
Well, I'm sure the city would be happy to provide you with more resources.
No, Morgan, I mean I need more crime scenes.
Oh,
Sad truth is, if Heartbreak walked away today, I'd never catch them. Only way my net narrows if I keep piling up bodies. Or they keep, not me.
not a very fair trade, is it?
No, it isn't. Getting screwed over is a given. To deal with the devil.
Fair enough.
Okay, that rant was pretty morbid and detailed. I need to get out more, sleep more.
Oh, she did. Emma specifically using them when everyone else was saying him is a neat touch.
Yeah.
I didn't catch that.
I think when she first walked in, she did call him. I think she changed it to them there, though. 'Cause I'm pretty sure in the card section she did say him when talk. I could have sworn, I might be wrong. I thought she did say him. Let me check.
That could have also just been a mistake on the part of the writing team. Just a little slip up. Nah, it's too far back. If you're talking about the card,
I know, I'm just
thing.
trying to see if...
yeah. It's because they always assumed Heartbreak was a male. She's saying Heartbreak is a misnomer anyway. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know, like you see 6 female bodies, each one of them shot through the heart.
He didn't lose it. He chose to leave it behind.
There you go. But like, the media named this person Heartbreak. It's kind of like it's the fucking like straight society theory or whatever. It's like the standard society. I can't think of what it's called, but like people will see 6 female victims. It's called Heartbreak. Generally, most people are straight. Probably a him. It's that kind of a. Makes sense. She'd toss out possibly incorrect identifiers. She's going back to neutral anyways. Yeah.
Yeah.
Heteronormative. Thank you. Lesbians aren't real. Average criminal profile who insists their discipline isn't pseudoscience.
You think a higher thread count would help?
Don't worry about it. I'm always happy to listen to you ramble. It's a lot more pleasant than having to face you in the courtroom.
Sorry, but that's the adversarial process. So no hard feelings, yeah?
No hard feelings. We're both just doing what we do.
Huh? I could use a cup of coffee.
That's me.
I could use a cup of coffee. How about you?
Don't tempt me.
If you fall asleep face first onto the table, I won't even take a picture.
Okay. Just don't expect this to make a difference next time we're at each other's throats.
Heartbreak won't claim any more victims. In 2 weeks, the media will have moved on to the next sensation. And the police will have moved on to cases they actually stand a chance of closing. It's what people do. But Emma is different. She'll set it aside and work a dozen other cases, never bringing it up.
I mean, I've said it before, but the edit. The edit.
But a private corner of that frustratingly sharp mind of hers will continue to whittle away at it. Never finishing, but never quitting either. So I can't afford to take my eyes off her. As long as that's the case, I may as well try to enjoy the view.
Episode 0. The end.
I forgot she fucking said that. Jesus Christ. Like,
Ah!
feed.
Which means you're going to...
That's very heterosexual of you to say, Morgan. Very normal, actually. Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking.
Which means you're going to be living with my friend for a while.
For how long?
I'm sorry. I don't know. There's no need to look that upset over it.
My face barely moved.
May as well have been a blatant pout from where I'm sitting. Yeah, like that.
This friend of yours, they're trustworthy?
Absolutely. In fact, I trust them more than anyone. Hey, come on, it'll be fun.
Really?
Oh. Really, educational too. I think you could stand to learn a lot from someone like Morgan. Cinema.
So,
Cinema.
who the fuck is doing that? Who's screwing over this poor android?
Presumably the Dr. Ashur, who's head of the Warm
Yeah.
Android project. I don't know why he
Like,
knows
how
Morgan.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, Jesus.
All our friends are here.
Yeah. God, I really hope they get like an actual OST for this game because it could hit so much harder.
I know, there is like...
Philly game mechanics. Look at that. I'm going to find them. Buggy isn't safe. Oh yeah.
Mikey, don't say that. Don't say that. That's fucked up. I mean, I think just on a basis of they're just not safe, just based on where they are.
That's true.
Is a video game. The smartest person I know, Morgan, when it comes to people,
Now that's a femboy.
is Yuchi. This Fran.
There was an AI art slide there.
Oh, was it? I didn't see it.
Yeah, one of the DJ guys said, I'd rather die than put on anything that those machines make.
Look at that cyberpunk lady. That is a cyberpunk lady
Oh,
right
yeah.
there. That is the most cyberpunk lady we've gotten.
Damn.
Yeah, but you can't say that. People like that just don't belong in this world. And I don't mind. Cinema.
I'm excited. There's so many characters in that.
Yeah. The idea that
The idea that Morgan owes someone is interesting. That is true.
you can miss stuff too is
Mm.
we already like kind of went through this before in a different stream, so I won't hold it too much. It's late too. I thought this would be shorter. I always forget how long this game is.
Yeah, it's deceptively long because there's so much after the actual like, oh, you're free, you get to go now, as opposed to other games where it's just like, oh, you're free, that's it. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
That's the android is the inverse of Morgan's color is also interesting. I mean, yeah, that's just design, you know?
Yeah.
Classic. Toxic.
I was actually thinking about it as I was finished in time for the dolls. Let's go.
We got 30 minutes for the
We got
dolls.
30 minutes actually. I was thinking about it recently of like literally in the car as I was coming back home. What makes a character wear something? And using clothing as a way to express their personality. And I'm gonna have to talk to Owl about that because like I've been very like, oh yeah, you're okay, sorry. Anyway, I'll read that in a second, Cece. But you're right. I think it's really interesting to like think about what kind of character would wear a particular type of clothing or like
Well, see, okay, so when you bring it
kind
up,
of
it's fine, but when I wear the shirt, I get made fun of.
what?
That's what I'm saying. Listen, I brought that up as an argument. It's like, I like this. It's like my personality. And then say like it's the shirt. Then the shirt thing happened. Fucked up.
To be fair, I'm a woman.
It's fair, but it doesn't. Racist.
No, but anyway, like the idea of like expressing personality through clothing is very interesting because like I don't think about that when I'm making a character, but I feel like I should be doing that more. I just kind
I
of
think
say
it is important for a personality, I would say. To
Yeah.
do so.
like in the way that like, you know, Diamond doesn't have clothes that are like unique to her or like special to her or express her in any way aside from she has the cloak and is kind of a little standoffish at times, but like that isn't entirely an accurate portrayal of that character anymore. Like the rest of her clothing is mostly practical, I guess, but like beyond that, you know, I didn't put much thought into what she would be wearing. In fact, I think I kind of told Sness to go wild a little bit other than like needs cloak. But I've been thinking a little bit more about it recently, especially with like Hilda, how I could have done more with Hilda's design. Like I like Hilda's design. I love it actually. Like I'm so glad I got like actual art commissioned for it as opposed to it being just like a random pickaroo or something. So like I don't know. I feel like maybe for the next thing that we end up doing, whatever it ends up being, I'm gonna try and actually think about clothes and as an extension of the personality rather than like just kind of leaving it as, oh well, it's fantasy in medieval times, so they wear that white button-up shirt that every, you know, fantasy character had at that time, you know, like.
Well, I mean that's indicative also. Like, I mean, if you want your character to be a simple person from humble background, it's a good way to show. I mean, Morgan here is a good example of. This is, even gets brought up in the profile at the end. She's very proper, very put together. She cares a lot about her appearance. She likes it a lot because she values herself that high. But overall, great to come back through here. Really nice to have so many people enjoy the read go through here.
I'm surprised we got more people on the re-watch than the original, but I guess it has been out for long enough to have people kind of like keep an eye out for people who are streaming it.
Yeah, it only has 6 followers on Twitch.
That's criminal.
That's criminal. It is criminal. It's fucked up.
I don't want to rant here because I'll rant forever about it, but yes, it is actually something that's important in character design. Me and SNES both like to do that, TBH. But yes, I found it even more important. I guess that's why I put so much time and feedback when I did the characters I did for you guys. I mean, it's awesome.
They're all great.
Like,
Owl. They all look beautiful.
Absolutely. I'm one of those 6, apparently. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm happy
I
you
said
stuck
in everyone's spot.
Yeah, I'm happy you stuck by, Samanek. Though it may be a bit until we actually get the Of the Devil next one. I stream here pretty regularly, and I also have a D&D account called World of Saturnal.
Here, I'll do a slash shout out.
So if you ever want to check out any of the other stuff I do, I don't stream on a set schedule, but I will let my Blue Sky and Twitter know when I do. But yeah, right now we're currently playing Murders on the Yangtze, which is another murder mystery visual novel, and I'm also going through Disco Elysium, where I have schizophrenia. And I might even throw some other stuff into there too, and then yeah, JT, if you want to also.
Yeah, sure. And then I also do D&D. I don't have a set channel for specifically D&D content like Carlos does. But this Thursday, we're going to be finishing our One Piece campaign before we move into the other things. We just did Avatar last week. It was a lot of fun. That's going to be the next thing that we do. In between that is a regular, like, standard D&D game of, it's called Age of Dragons. And it involves Carlos and a few other people, even the same, who's still in chat. But yeah, way to plug Saturnals the day after it's going on hiatus. Yeah.
It's only a week. It's only a week.
It's only a week. Yeah.
But yeah, we love discussing Mystery Game. We love playing Mystery
Oh
games.
my god, yeah.
Um,
Also, world building is something we talk about a lot. Actually, I'm gonna shout out myself because I'm vain and like that. No, because it's easier to find me as opposed to just saying, "Oh, just go look up Artificer Eden." Here's a way to click it. I have to wait 36 more seconds. Never mind.
toxic. No.
Toxic.
I think I will be wrapping it up here. It's 6 hours we're going on. I expected this to be like 2 hours and not have one of the devs in the chat.
I'll just type. So
Yeah, you type it in, and I think I'm gonna throw it over to someone streaming Ace Attorney right now. Go show them some love. Go give them a bit of love. I'll start the raid on them. So thank you everyone who tuned in. I'm happy that a lot of people enjoyed this stream, and this stream has spawned this was a cursed review stream.
It was great. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's very cool to talk to Bug about some of the stuff.
It's / shout out.
But yeah, no, go over there, show him some love, and I'll see you whenever I see you next. Stay creepy.
Bye bye.
No, you fucking put the JT thing in the way when I was trying to raid. It fucking jump scared me.
-2.
It jumped in front of the fucking. It already reset the button. CC. There we go. Okay.